The story begins in the midst of a protracted battle. Whole hordes of warriors went on the attack in order to defeat their enemy. This enemy was our hero, who was also called the Heavenly Demon. The Lord of Darkness felt the blood and fear of the people that rushed towards him wave after wave. He was surprised that the soldiers, despite the horror that gripped them, so determinedly desired his death. However, the ruler decided to fulfill their wish and engage in battle with them. Our anti-hero's strength was several times greater than his opponent's, which is why anyone who dared to approach him instantly met their death. All the warriors who flew towards him from the sky turned into nothing more than drops of blood that splashed the clothes of their killer. The demon, looking at the approach of more and more waves of attackers, was amazed at how pathetic his enemies were. But despite this, they still remained extremely self-confident. However, the Heavenly Lord wanted to show his opponents that they clearly did not understand who they were dealing with. Therefore, despite the fact that he fought without weapons, no one was able to get close to him. Thus, the enemies themselves saw for themselves how powerful the demonic art of strengthening the soul truly was. After which the Shadow Lord decided to use the strongest and most forbidden technique. Demonic hands immediately appeared from the ground and attacked his opponents. An entire army that was waiting to go into battle was destroyed in an instant. It then became obvious to the heavily wounded that they didn't stand a chance against the Heavenly Demon. The ruler spared no one. His demonic limbs killed absolutely everything they touched. And so, after a short time, there was not even a hint of someone's corpse left on this land. This only caused a grin from our anti-hero. The Lord realized that he had destroyed the last of the contenders who wanted to take his life. There was a deathly silence all around. However, despite his victory, the warrior was sad because he simply could not enjoy peace, and his whole life was stained with blood. And suddenly the demon felt severe pain throughout his body. He barely had time to grab his chest before blood began to gush from his mouth. This meant that the retribution for using the demonic soul-strengthening art had begun. The absolute power he had obtained by absorbing thousands of souls. And although the Lord knew the price for such power, he believed that he could withstand it, even if other heavenly demons could not cope. However, it is obvious that the ruler was too arrogant. The warrior saw more and more curious eyes appearing around him, and then from the same darkness chains appeared, trying to entangle his body. No matter how hard the anti-hero tried to escape, these shackles completely captured and immobilized him. The souls he absorbed tried to drag the Lord into the underworld. However, even despite this, our character only laughed, torn apart by the pain and the bonds that held him back. He screamed that no one would be able to conquer him. However, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a mysterious sphere appeared. As soon as she touched the warrior's body, everything was filled with white light. After which, his body began to gradually disappear, disintegrating into pieces. And only at that moment did the demon have an epiphany. And he realized that the demonic art of soul strengthening was not just a technique that absorbed the souls of others. The Lord decided in the next life, if there would be one, to take a completely different path and achieve the peaceful and calm life that he was deprived of. And so he was truly spared, and the anti-hero was able to be reborn. Next to him was his maid So-So, who asked her master to eat a little before the food got completely cold. However, our hero was clearly not interested in her request. The young man tried to attack the girl in order to cut off her head with his hand. However, the body of the second son of the trading clan called the Golden Wall was clearly not suitable for this. So his actions only made So-So very angry, who was already tired of tolerating such behavior from the gentleman. While she was screaming and demanding that he go and eat, the guy himself was surprised that he had ended up in such a weak and wretched body. Besides, he could not get used to his face, which had two feminine features. Soon after the maid's persuasion, the young man went to dinner. However, even eating rice became an impossible task for him. He scolded his body while the servants tried to somehow calm and comfort the master. She also made him happy by telling him that an incredibly talented doctor was about to come to see him. However, when even this news did not cheer up our hero, So-So advised him to think more positively. Perhaps this would help his body recover. It was already the 10th day since Baek-tae-san woke up in such a weak body. Baek-tae-san was the second son of the most influential merchant clan in Wuhan, returning to the events of 10 days ago. The young man began to realize that he was in an unknown place next to the elderly doctors who were checking his condition. Thus, our character realized that he had entered the body of a person who could not even dress or eat on his own. And as he had already noted, he was especially irritated by the pretty face of the current incarnation. However, the main problem was that the meridians of this body were torn, and the owner could die at any moment. Baek-tae-san was clearly upset that in his new life he found himself in such a fragile body. He would have to try his whole life just to survive. A warrior could use his power to temporarily connect the meridians and gradually strengthen them until they were restored. However, the only way to do this is to practice the demonic art of soul strengthening. The problem was where to get these souls. Before, he would have just killed someone, but then he would have had to endure all the suffering he had already endured. But the anti-hero obviously couldn't let this happen, because he had a rare opportunity to start living anew. Moreover, the Lord understood a lot about the demonic art of strengthening the soul just before death. For example, if he practices the art in this life, he will be able to reach a completely different level, an unimaginable power that no heavenly demon has ever possessed. Therefore, turning to the maid, the young man explained that he would like to take a walk. She was already happy and was ready to take the gentleman to any place. However, when our hero announced his intention to go to a brothel, the girl's confidence diminished. The servants were very surprised and also very embarrassed. Realizing that she would not be able to go there, she suggested sending Kyungwan along with the master. Baek Tae-san had never brought up such a topic before, so the maid was surprised. However, our character promised her that he would behave normally, and even invited her to go with him and see for herself. But the obviously embarrassed girl immediately refused. And when evening came, the warrior was already ready to go out. Apparently, Soso was still confused by the fact that the gentleman had been acting like a completely different person in recent days, and now suddenly wanted to visit a brothel. However, the hero himself, as if nothing had happened, looked around, not understanding where his bodyguard, who was supposed to accompany him, was. The maid only modestly explained that the protector would come very soon, because all that Kyungwan did in his free time was train in order to protect his master. Moreover, Soso expressed hope that the gentleman would not be too strict with himself. Apparently, our character didn't understand how this related to his current intentions. However, the girl saw that Baek Tae-san was acting as if he didn't care anymore. She thought that a little hope for recovery wouldn't hurt, at least until the doctor arrived. The anti-hero saw that this girl sincerely cared about him, because he learned to feel the emotions of other people after he ended up in this body. However, her worry and concern were not so bad. Suddenly, the young man felt that his bodyguard had already arrived. From behind the gate came the sound of quiet footsteps and an overwhelming internal energy. The stunned maid, who had not sensed the warrior's approach, kept wondering how the master had understood this. And then the doors opened, and the warrior stood before his master. The defender immediately bowed and greeted Baek Tae-san, as it had been a long time since the master had last called him. Looking at Kyungwan, our hero knew that this man was far from simple. He had such pure energy that it was even hard to imagine that he was an ordinary member of the squad. Baek Tae-san could literally feel how much he had to overcome to get to where he was now. This meant only one thing. The Golden Wall clan where the young man lived was clearly not such a simple trading organization. Eventually, the two mounted their horses and set off on their journey. Finally, Kyungwan stopped and informed the master that they had arrived. The travelers found themselves near the Fragrant Flower House, one of the 3 best brothels in Wuhan. So the bodyguard led the horses away and then brought the gentleman to the entrance. However, the defender decided to wait for him outside. Obviously, our hero was not satisfied with this decision. He wanted to know why the warrior would stand and wait for him outside when they were standing right at the door of the brothel. It was unlikely that the bodyguard could be sure that he would be able to get to the anti-hero before something happened to him. Therefore, the Lord ordered him to stop arguing and follow him. However, he still refused, explaining that he could not do so. This seriously angered our character. He didn't understand. Was the warrior simply refusing to follow his orders? Or the defender didn't want to have fun with him? After all, it would be nice if the bodyguard could both have fun and protect him at the same time. But if he was not able to combine these two things, then at least he needed to stay close to his master. Under such pressure, Kyungwan immediately abandoned his principles and agreed. After which, the two of them entered the brothel. As soon as the travelers entered, a row of girls lined up next to them to greet them. Having chosen his company, our hero went with them to a secluded room. There, beauties played instruments and entertained him with conversations in every possible way. At some point, Baek Tae-san realized that the bodyguard who came with him was not there. As it turned out, the defender was standing near the stairs and guarding the entrance to their secluded room. At that moment, one of the courtesans came to offer the young gentleman some wine. However, the young man explained that the girls could drink at his expense, but he could not drink with them because he felt unwell. That's why now the anti-hero preferred to just listen to rumors about himself. He wanted to find out everything that the beauties knew about the second son of the head of the Golden Gate. The courtesans had to speak in turns and tell absolutely everything. And so, after some time, the ruler realized that Baek Tae-san had 1,000 gold coins, one small estate in the surrounding area, and several brothels as an inheritance. Because of his health, the young man had neither power nor influence. Everything went to his older brother. Every resident of Wuhan knew about this, but our hero would never have learned this information if he had stayed at home. Finally tired of talking, the anti-hero decided to start what he came here for. It was hard enough for him to deal with all the girls at once, so the Lord decided to choose one. His gaze fell on the beauty who was playing musical instruments for him. They secluded themselves, and the other courtesans were whispering, "Will the master return to them again?" In addition, the courtesans were curious why Taesan chose only Hwaryong. At this moment, our hero, sitting quietly next to one of the establishment's flowers, decided to find out how long she had worked in this place. Her experience already amounted to about 10 years. This suited the Lord's preferences perfectly, so he decided to begin. The other girls at this time were walking down past Gyeongwan and discussing the fact that it was hardly worth expecting much from such a weak and thin gentleman, although he was really very handsome. Many would like to spend time alone with him next time. However, everyone fell silent when they heard their friend's loud moans. Apparently, even the visitors sitting in other rooms felt awkward. The men began to envy the power of the man who had done such a thing, while the other courtesans apologized for the fact that the spell of silence had not worked properly. However, in reality, everything was not at all as it seemed, because at that moment Baek Tae-san was absorbing the soul of this girl. This process was quite painful and unpleasant, which is why she screamed. After all these shouts, as soon as the gentleman appeared from the room, a bodyguard immediately ran up to him. The defender wanted to know if his master was really okay. However, the young man only smiled at his question, after which he explained that everything was really fine with him. After this, the anti-hero, as if nothing had happened, walked on, leaving the brothel. The other courtesans immediately went to check on their friend, not understanding what had happened to her. After spending time with our hero, she glowed and became literally a real beauty. Even her eyelashes became longer. The girls thought that Tae-san gave her some kind of elixir. However, the beauty herself did not even remember what had happened. But now she felt an extraordinary lightness in her body, as if she had been completely reborn. Events returned to the Golden Wall trading clan. So calmly swept the floors, worried that the gentleman would not lose consciousness in the brothel. However, soon the entrance doors to the courtyard opened, and she saw a gentleman with whom everything was fine. That's why the girl at first didn't even believe that Baek Tae-san really went to a brothel, and she wanted to know how it all went. However, the Lord suggested that instead of questioning him, they question Kyungwan, who was with him. After which the young man left them alone and walked away. The maid still couldn't believe that everything was okay with the master, but she was glad that he was feeling better. Our hero himself, as soon as he entered the room, immediately closed the door to seek privacy. There he began to meditate in order to properly distribute the energy he had collected. In the end, Tae-san really did manage to restore the minor meridians. Although it seemed to him that he would achieve much greater results, this was already a good start. Just before his death, the anti-hero realized something about the demonic art of soul strengthening. If you kill people and absorb their souls, there will be side effects, and eventually the body will almost simply collapse. He needed to cleanse the negative emotions from the souls of living people and absorb their bad energy. This was the most powerful kind of soul energy, the very essence of demonic art. Because the stronger their emanation, the better the effect. Mr. Peck tried this on a courtesan who had gone through all sorts of hardships in life, and thanks to this, he achieved a certain result. However, the whole problem was his body, because it was worse than he expected. This meant that for some time he would have to visit brothels more often. And so, when our hero returned again, the courtesans immediately flew up to him, happy that he was visiting them again. Everyone was glad of his company, because Tae-san was the son of a respected family and a handsome man. Moreover, after spending the night with him, the girl looked much more beautiful the next day, so everyone looked forward to meeting him, considering him the best man in the area. The beauties immediately asked if he had chosen a companion for himself this time. However, the owner of the fragrant flower house was clearly not satisfied with this guest. She was unhappy that he had been coming to them for several days now. After all, they tried to improve the sound insulation, but nothing helped. And every time the anti-hero came, all the girls flocked to him like moths to a light, which is why the soundproofing simply didn't work, and the other clients were extremely unhappy. Besides, it seemed strange to her that someone who was one step away from death would suddenly start behaving like that. She was also surprised why he came to them, and not to the brothel owned by his trade guild. The Phantom Shadow, the head of the establishment's personal spy, suggested finding out how the Golden Wall clan was connected to this. However, the lady knew that if they started digging under the merchant guild, they would get into big trouble. They needed to focus their attention on the gentleman himself, because she wanted to find out what happened when he was alone with the girl. At this time, Baek Tae-san looked at the girls with whom he had already spent the night. However, he knew that he had to act big this time. That's why I asked that absolutely all the girls be brought here. However, as it turned out, the best flowers had already been collected here. The rest were already unworthy of our hero's attention, as the flower manager considered. However, the Lord was clearly not sure of this statement. He noticed the girl he was interested in, and immediately declared that he himself decides who is worthy of his attention and who is not. When the gentlemen passed by the courtesans, they were offended, because they thought that there was no one in this place more attractive than them. However, unexpectedly, Taesun approached a girl named Dangyeon. He decided to spend the night with her this time. The other beauties couldn't believe that our hero chose the worst of them, so they decided that he had rather specific tastes. The anti-hero was not at all interested in their conversations. He led the girl after him. The Lord felt that she had an extremely high amount of negative energy, and she was literally the person he was looking for, although it was dangerous to try to absorb all that negative energy. After he managed to connect the key minor meridians, Baek Taesun was willing to take such a risk. So, with the help of her soul, he intended to restore the main meridians. However, as soon as he entered the room, the young man felt something strange. So, smiling slyly, he immediately called his bodyguard, and as soon as he approached, the gentleman decided to borrow his sword for a while. After which, the anti-hero immediately threw it to the side, where the spy watching him was hiding. The sword pierced the ceiling, and at first the bodyguard did not understand the master's actions. However, blood began to flow down the canvas. Our hero understood perfectly well that this man was still alive, so he asked Kyungwon to deal with it. At that moment, the courtesan shook with horror, looking at the blood spilling across the floor. However, Taesun asked her not to worry, and assured her that the bodyguard would take care of everything. After which he warned the beauty that today he would squeeze every last drop out of her soul. Events moved to the Yang clan. The bodyguard came to report to her mistress that the young gentleman had obviously gone to a brothel the previous night. The girl wanted to know what they called him now in this very house. The bodyguard of the Yang clan was even embarrassed to talk about it. However, she did say that he was called the Night King, Lord of Flowers, and unrivaled lover. Hearing this, the lady immediately ordered that she be taken to the fragrant flower house. She was to meet Baek Tae-san immediately. After all, she was the only daughter of the clan, and also the bride of the hero himself. Somewhere around this time, the bodyguard, having dealt with the criminal, returned to escort the gentleman home. However, suddenly the defender felt a strange energy around his master. He, calmly looking at Kyungwon, demanded to know what he did with that assassin. And although the man was surprised by the gentleman's unusual aura, he still replied that he had put this assassin in prison. Having praised him for his work, our hero decided to return home, because he wanted to rest a little. And so, as they walked in silence, Kyungwon asked himself many questions. Was this really the young master he knew? It wasn't just the aura that Disang had been emitting lately. After all, the gentleman even had enough skills to detect and then wound the assassin. It felt as if he had become a completely different person. However, the defender did not dare to say anything, so they simply continued on their way. Baek Tae-sun had been thinking all this time that he had already managed to restore one of the main meridians, as a result of which his feelings and body as a whole had significantly improved. There were still 6 more to go. He had a long way to go. At least he wasn't a complete scumbag anymore. It is unlikely that the young man could ever have imagined that he would be happy about such little things. But apparently he really has changed a lot. However, now the anti-hero was more interested in something else. He saw a girl in front of him, whom he didn't exactly know, but he didn't understand why she was looking at him so intently all this time. The beauty herself, having come closer, decided to find out whether the gentleman had visited the brothel today. Tae-sun was sure that he hadn't seen the girl before, but she probably knew Baek Tae-sun, so now he didn't know how to answer her. Yeon Haran herself believed that perhaps Baek Tae-sun was acting this way because he was unhappy with their engagement and was thus trying to push her away. And only at that second did our hero realize that he was engaged to this girl. She came closer and grabbed his hand, promising that she would never leave him. In return, she asked that Mr. Baek not abandon her either. The Lord had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. He had never met her, so he explained that he had never pushed her away. This brought a genuine smile to her face. She was happy that Tae-sun had finally acknowledged her feelings. It became obvious that she was the kind of person who heard what she wanted to hear. So the anti-hero decided to calmly say goodbye and leave. In fact, our hero couldn't believe that some girl made him, a former heavenly demon, so worried. He considered her a rather dangerous enemy. However, he suddenly noticed that his bodyguard was walking especially far. Moreover, the defender looked incredibly embarrassed and blushing. Later, while bathing, Soso decided to discuss the fact that Baek Tae-sun had met a lady on the way back. The maid explained that she found out about this when they were noticed by other maids. However, looking at her smug face, Tae-sun was sure that it was Soso who told Yeon Haran where he was now. After which, the maid decided to find out about the condition of the warrior Gyeongwon. In fact, He was in love with Lady Heron's bodyguard, the warrior who was always by her side. Kyungwan had had his eye on her for a long time, so Baek Taesun finally realized why he had gone ahead without him. However, this only made our hero smile. In the old days, warm feelings seemed unimaginable to him. However, for some reason he wasn't angry. Most likely it was because his soul and Baek Taesun's soul had merged. The events moved to late night, to a prison inside the estate of the Golden Wall trading clan. Mr. Peck came there with his warrior, who had already managed to block that assassin's meridians for a while. However, the defender understood that this vicious man could do anything. But the anti-hero was not frightened by such a warning, so he asked to be let in to see this warrior. One look at him was enough for our hero to realize that the prisoner's body was filled with negative energy. As is known, the most dangerous souls were possessed by the assassins. However, the power of this soul was undeniable, which meant that the Lord could gain a lot from it. Once he had restored one of the main meridians, he could try to suck the negativity out of his soul. To do this, he needed to be alone. However, Kyungwan was extremely worried about his master, not wanting to leave him alone with such a dangerous man. But Taesun didn't even see the benefit of having Kyungwan nearby. He couldn't even sense the presence of this spy. But the defender still tried to explain that this was something completely different, and it was too dangerous for the young man to be alone with the assassin. In the end, such excessive concern only angered the gentleman. Kyungwan had no choice but to obey, so he had to go out, leaving them alone. Already on the outside, he was indignant that this time he couldn't say anything when he felt the normal aura of the owner. It felt like he was facing a top martial artist. But suddenly the bodyguard heard a loud sound coming from the prison, after which the air was filled with loud screams. But it was not the master's voice, so Kyungwan could only guess what was going on there. At that moment, our hero was trying to suck the negativity out of this assassin's soul. However, this process turned out to be much more dangerous than he expected. The prisoner's soul was too polluted, so at some point, Baek Taesun simply had to give up to avoid being wounded himself. The anti-hero was clearly disappointed that he was not yet strong enough to deal with such a person. After cleansing the soul from negative karma, only pure energy remains. However, in cases where the soul is too corrupted, negative energy merges together. Although there was not much of it, it was mixed. So the Lord realized that for now, he only needed to make do with the energy from the brothel. The events moved to the fragrant flower house. The head of the establishment was clearly worried. The spy had not shown up for a long time. It's been 2 days since Taesun caught the phantom shadow, and there's been no news from him. However, suddenly the lady's assistant burst into the room without knocking. He explained that the lady urgently needed to look at something. The phantom shadow had appeared. However, there was clearly something wrong with him. It seemed like he was literally suffering from some unknown pain. Frightened, the woman immediately ordered his acupuncture points to be checked. Therefore, the assistant immediately hit the man in order to check his body. However, only after receiving the blow did it begin to turn into rot and spread across the floor. Both the assistant and the lady walked away in horror, not understanding what was happening to him. In just an instant, the phantom shadow turned into bones, and his entire body, muscles, skin, and organs, turned into stinking rot. Obviously, the woman understood that the young gentleman was to blame, and decided to take revenge on them. And then she immediately ordered that Danyeon be called to her. The assistant reminded that they were preparing to send it to the leader of the Crimson Dragon sect. However, the lady decided to send her to Baek Taesun instead. The assistant warned that if they did so, the Crimson Dragon sect would come after them. If this man finds out about this, he will raze everything here to the ground. However, the lady knew about this, so she wanted to cancel the deal. For now, the Fragrant Flower House intended to send a gift to the second young master. So after some time, a strange rumor about Taesun began to spread in the Fragrant Flower House. If you spend a night with him, the next day the person becomes more beautiful, as if he was reborn. Besides, everyone who spent the night with him wanted to be near him all the time. That is why he was called either a deity who descended to them from heaven, or a magician who used forbidden spells. Such talk began to spread like wildfire. At first, people still thought that these were just stupid jokes of bored flowers. Dangyeon was one of them, but now everything had changed. That's why she wanted to serve him, because all the rumors about him were true, and perhaps Baek Taesun really did descend from heaven to them. When the head of the courtesans heard about this wish, she thought that perhaps Dangyeon had fallen in love with the young man. I even thought that perhaps Taesun decided to pay off her debt so that she would serve him. However, this was not the case. So the lady reminded that until the beauty had paid off her debts, she belonged to the Fragrant Flower House. So she should curb her pride and begin preparing for the visit of the head of the Crimson Dragon sect. However, soon for some reason everything changed, and she found herself at the doors of the Golden Wall trading clan. Danyeon thought that she would be forcibly dragged to the leader of the Crimson Dragon. But in the end, She ended up where our hero lived. However, she was still worried. Would Baek Tae-san accept her? After all, it was possible that he would simply consider her spoiled. And despite this, she wanted to meet him again. At this time, the anti-hero sat quietly in his room and meditated, until he was distracted from his meditation by someone's knocking. The maid explained to the young master that guests had come to see him, and as soon as the doors opened, he noticed a familiar face. The lord remembered the girl's name, so he asked Dan-young to come in. She immediately greeted the young master, bowing. The beauty explained that she would like to become his servant, which is why she came to him so suddenly. He gave her a life she never dreamed of, so she wanted to dedicate it entirely to Taeson, and hoped that he would allow her to do so. The young man quickly noticed that the girl looked completely different than before. Apparently, this was due to the fact that he had cleansed her of negative emotions, after which our hero turned to the maid, learning that she was sleeping in the pavilion where all the servants lived. Therefore, he demanded to find another place and stay there to live with Dan-young. Moreover, their house had to be close to his chambers. So couldn't believe that the master was actually going to keep the girl as a servant. However, it was indeed his decision. After which, calmly saying goodbye to them, Baek Tae-san left. What surprised So most was that such a beautiful girl wanted to be a servant. Besides, the gentleman had been acting very strangely lately, and she was worried that the matter was that he might die soon. The events moved to the House of Falling Flowers, one of the 3 best brothels in Wuhan. As soon as the anti-hero found himself here, he immediately liked the local name. Moreover, he was looking forward to the moment when he could obtain the spiritual energy of the local flowers. The bishop warned his assistant that he would be coming here for some time. However, suddenly someone addressed the young gentleman who was about to enter. It was the leader of the Crimson Dragon sect. He was angry that some little brat dared to take his Dan-young for himself. As soon as people saw this man, they immediately began to walk away, realizing that they couldn't get on such a person's nerves. He would grind them into dust. Our hero himself did not understand what to do with this man until the warrior warned him who he really was. Kyungwan also explained that the sect he led was not the orthodox group that had settled in the area. However, Taeson considered them to be just bandits, some kind of pathetic parasites who dared to take such a formidable name for themselves. So he suggested simply ignoring them. Apparently, Jokshim was angry that someone dared to ignore him, especially a young man who was so weak that it was strange where he got such courage from. However, Baek Tae-san was clearly angered that this man dared to speak about him like that. The anti-hero immediately woke up to his essence from his past life, because he himself was not delighted with his fragile body. However, he certainly did not think that some scum of society dared to point this out to him. Jokshim himself laughed that even after all the words he said to Taeson, he could not even answer him. For this reason, our hero decided not to retreat anymore and instructed Kyungwan to deal with the rest of the accompanying warriors. He himself decided to deal with the leader. Kyungwan was a little worried, because he had to neutralize 2 fighters at once. Besides, they were clearly trained warriors, clearly not weaklings. But despite all the lord's determination, Jokshim was indignant, believing that Baek Tae-san had hired a bodyguard only to appear more courageous. He even offered to forgive the young man on the condition that he give him Dan-young back. However, our hero refused and reproached his opponent for talking too much. He even asked where the man had made his mouth so masterful. Apparently, this was a rather ambiguous hint. Jokshim lost his temper. He pounced on the anti-hero with his fists, wanting to give him what he believed was the long-awaited death. And even if he didn't kill him, he wanted to at least spoil Taeson's precious little face. As soon as Jongwon saw that such a strong enemy was approaching the lord, he immediately rushed towards him. However, it was obvious that he would not have time to help him. However, at this time the lord slowly, calmly stretched and raised his hand in order to put up a block. Thus, he hit the man with such force that he immediately lost several of his teeth. And even though the attack was strong, our hero did not put all his energy into it. Otherwise, his body simply wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Therefore, the fact that the man lost consciousness was already a pretty good result. As soon as Kyungwan approached the master, it became obvious that he had already dealt with the rest of the bodyguards. However, he did not kill them, which clearly upset Baek Tae-san. The anti-hero asked that in the future, the assistant not be so naive, kill them and follow him. However, this was not his last task. They had to cover up this incident. Therefore, our hero asked that if an investigation began, Gyeongwon take the blame for the murder on himself, since the ruler clearly did not want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, and so the defender remained in the midst of all this carnage. After waiting for the gentleman to leave, he looked at the corpses. Kyungwan clearly couldn't believe that Baek Tae-san managed to not only neutralize but kill the head of the Crimson Dragon with his bare hands in just one blow. This meant that it was no coincidence that he had managed to catch the assassin. So the bodyguard wanted to know who the person in front of him really was. As usual, after spending the night in a brothel, the anti-hero woke up at dawn. However, looking at his body, he could say one thing. It was still in bad condition. This meant that in that battle he spent almost half of all the energy he had managed to accumulate. Unlike when Tayson was a heavenly demon, his body would crumble under the slightest stress. So now he realized that he had acted clearly recklessly. However, as a heavenly demon, he couldn't allow himself to be treated like that. However, when they returned home, our hero was surprised to see that his fiancée's bodyguard was there, drinking tea as if nothing had happened, which was served to her by the new maid, Dang-yeon. After which, seeing the gentleman who had arrived, she calmly greeted him. However, the ruler quickly glanced first at the girl, then at the mug in her hands. He expressed doubts, realizing that it was unlikely that she had come here just to drink tea. And the young man was indeed right. As soon as the doors closed behind Dang-yeon, Yu So-yeon was able to speak, and decided to find out if Dang-yeon was by any chance the maid who was brought from the brothel. In fact, she came here herself. However, Baek Tae-san was not going to make excuses to Yu So-yeon, and decided to find out what was wrong with her. She remained as calm as possible, looking at the gentleman. However, looking at his disheveled clothes, she assumed that he had just returned from a brothel. And when she turned out to be right, she clearly looked very upset. After which the warrior calmly reported to the master that his engagement to Karen would be dissolved. After which she surprised everyone by telling the reasons. To sum it up, someone recently sent our hero's fiancée a proposal of marriage, and that someone belonged to the Zhongli clan of the Martial Alliance. The clan leader, who learned of this, decided to break off the engagement, citing the anti-hero's recent actions. However, the final decision had not yet been made, and the young lady was extremely against the idea. However, it was obviously quite difficult for her to resist in the current situation, but Tae-san clearly doubted that Yu Seo-yeon had come to him to tell him about this. He suspected that she had been sent here because they were afraid that the Zhongli clan might harm him, and he turned out to be right. The young lady asked her to protect the hero. Baek Tae-san was not surprised by such a request. The people of the Zhongli clan were vile bastards, abandoning other clans and fleeing during the battle with the heavenly demon, so the lord was surprised that they were still alive. In any case, what was more important was that Yu Seo-yeon would now protect him. He was even interested to know what this girl was capable of. Events moved to late night. Our hero was finally lucky enough to find a worthy person, so he was glad that today he would be able to restore another main meridian. However, the young man still felt that Yu Seo-yeon was watching him too closely. Therefore, the anti-hero warned that if she did not want to follow him, he would not force her. However, the reason was different. So our hero allowed her to do as she saw fit, although he understood that some might think that he had deliberately dragged the guard into this. However, suddenly Tayson stopped. Before the guards had time to understand what was going on, the ruler was surprised at how many enemies were already here. At first, Kyungwon didn't even understand what kind of enemies they were talking about, until suddenly he and Yu So-yeon simultaneously felt something strange. Our hero himself calmly counted 4 enemies. Apparently, all the spies were astonished when they realized that they had been exposed, so they immediately dropped to the ground in front of the anti-hero, since there was no longer any need to hide. Kyungwon immediately grabbed his sword to deal with them. However, the young man asked him not to rush for now. The man who appeared, clearly the leader, asked Baek Tae-san to kindly come with them. And the lord was obviously surprised that the unorthodox scum were behaving so respectfully towards him. However, he asked his bodyguard to assess the strength of these people. The first thing the warrior did was immediately aim at their leader. Given the energy emanating from him and the faint scent of blood, he was clearly more than just an ordinary thug. However, even Kyungwon was at least 3 steps above him. After these words, our hero no longer wanted his warrior to stand idle, because the time had come to check whether his assumptions were correct. That's why Kevin immediately cast his aura on the enemies. They even trembled when he released his inner power. So the warrior walked past them, not giving them the opportunity to even move. Apparently, the leader just laughed that Kyungwon decided to go against him alone. The defender did indeed emanate impressive energy, so the opponent suggested that he prevent senseless violence and calmly follow them. However, this was all just empty talk, because as soon as Kyungwon came closer, the man immediately attacked, aiming behind his head in an attempt to wound him. However, the bodyguard was also not an ordinary person and deftly drew his sword, after which he dropped to his knees to hit the enemy's weak spot, his legs. After the first series of attacks, the enemy realized that the defender was much more skilled than he had initially assumed. Apparently, he was greatly underestimated, taking him for an ordinary bodyguard, so he decided to use more internal forces to finally defeat him. Yu So-yeon began to become very worried, ready to help the master. However, Baek Taesan saw that the fight was actually going in Kyungwon's favor. It would be over in just one blow. And that's exactly what happened. The defender seriously wounded his enemy in an instant. Yu So-yeon still couldn't believe that it was possible. In total, the warrior needed only 5 sword strikes to defeat such a strong opponent. However, our hero was still unhappy that he had only cut off the enemy's hand. In Taesan's opinion, Kyungwon was too soft-hearted. Yu So-yeon herself was amazed, because although Kyungwon had always been strong, until recently, he had not possessed such power. Therefore, she even thought that Mr. Baek Taesan gave him some kind of elixir. However, at that moment, the thoughts were interrupted by the order of the young master himself to deal with the rest of the enemies. The Lord had several questions, so there was no need to kill them. Just block their points and meridians, rendering them harmless. Having received the precise order, the girl immediately rushed into battle. Since the opponents were still under the pressure of Kyungwon's aura, blocking their meridians was not a problem. However, the warrior still could not notice where the third of them was. Suddenly she heard the loud piercing cries of Kyungwon, addressed to the master. And then Yu So-yeon realized that apparently one of the enemies had managed to pass by her. At that moment, the spy was heading straight for the young master's throat with a dagger. But the anti-hero was very lucky, because Kyungwon arrived in time and was able to neutralize this enemy. But our hero was still unhappy with his actions. He didn't understand why Kyungwon decided to save him instead of pursuing that assassin. And the defender himself realized his mistake, so he immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize for his failure. Obviously, if Baek Taesan was still a heavenly demon, such a mistake would have cost Kyungwon his life. However, for some reason he wasn't upset now. So I decided to forgive him and asked him to gather the rest of the assassins together. And so, looking at these people, the Lord decided to find out what to do with them. Killing them would be the best option. However, they asked for mercy, ready to answer all questions. However, when it came time to actually tell something, everyone fell silent, as if they had kept their mouths shut. So Taesan gave the order to kill them. And yet they immediately confessed to everything. The assassins explained that they were from the Crimson Dragon sect, sent here by order of the deputy leader. This morning they beat up a man who refused to pay protection money and then trashed a hotel for serving them too slowly. Obviously it was all a bit ridiculous, so our hero found their words a bit funny. But he decided to spare their lives and take them with him as long as they kept saying that. Apparently the guards found it hard to believe that the anti-hero was going to go to a brothel even after what had just happened. However, he really was crazy. Within half an hour he was in the House of Pleasure. Therefore, the warriors had a difficult fate: to stand behind the door, guard the master, and listen to the groans coming from inside. The sounds were so loud that Yu So-yeon cautiously thought that perhaps they needed to check on the master. However, Kyungwon understood that such sounds were normal, and explained that they just needed to wait here until the morning. The warrior noticed this strange reaction in response to her question, and guessed that something similar happens here every time the young master comes. Finally, when morning came, Baek Tae-san finally came out of his quarters in the brothel. However, he did not understand why the captured spies were still alive, since he had clearly ordered to kill them if they stopped talking. As it turned out, they never stopped chatting. During this time, Kyungwon managed to find out that they were ordered to deliver our hero to the lair of the Crimson Dragon. As for the assassin who managed to escape, his true identity was known only to the leader of the sect, and the Lord himself understood that he was clearly special and definitely not an ordinary practitioner. Ordinary bodyguards definitely would not be able to cope with such a person. However, Kyungwon turned out to be much stronger than they expected, which became the decisive variable. If the Zhongli clan was behind the attack on him, then it was too obvious a move. Therefore, Taesan, in order to think things over, suggested returning to the clan's territory and ordered that the spies be taken with them. As soon as they reached the estate, the anti-hero immediately threw the spies into prison. However, I quickly realized that first I needed to impose restrictions on them. For this, he decided to enlist the help of Kyungwon and Yu So-yeon. Starting from today, our hero would teach them some useful techniques, so they had to watch him closely. Apparently, both were surprised that such a weak gentleman wanted to teach them martial arts. However, our hero decided to start their training with a simple limitation technique. With the help of your internal energy, you need to block the meridians of the desired person. The main thing is to maintain order, because control over internal energy was the key point. Therefore, you need to train a lot. And although both warriors could confidently state that they had never seen this restriction technique before, they instantly understood all the basics. After which, Taesan decided to demonstrate the technique on one of the spies, warning him not to move too much, otherwise he would lose consciousness. The prisoner had already started screaming, explaining that even without this technology, he would not have been able to do anything. However, his screams were to no avail, and he was eventually immobilized. Everyone stopped to watch how the body reacted to this technique. Baek Taesan asked his warriors to try it on others as a training exercise. Looking at Kyungwon's efforts, Yoo So-yeon sincerely did not understand how Mr. Baek knew about all this, and why his bodyguard carried out all his orders without question. However, suddenly a crazy idea came into the anti-hero's head: to make the organ below the waist of their captive explode. Obviously, he was trying to scare them in this way, so that they would definitely not think of doing anything. Events moved to the Choso Pavilion. There at the table sat the master of the pavilion, our hero's uncle named Baek Woo-hyun, who called his son to talk. He wanted to know if there was any news from the fragrant flower house. And although there was no news, Sanil, the future master of the pavilion and also Baek Woo-hyun's son, was sure that if they continued to put pressure on the head of the pavilion, they would soon definitely make a mistake. But be that as it may, it didn't matter at all to Baek Woo-hyun, because they just needed to take advantage of the current situation in order to get as much money as possible for the Golden Wall clan. The Flower House was a spy organization masquerading as a brothel, and they needed to be captured and made part of the Golden Wall trading clan. Also from the news, after the death of the head of the Crimson Dragon, a struggle for power began within the sect. It looks like they will soon split into two groups, and most likely there was a third party involved. Sanil himself quickly suggested that this might be the work of the Golden Alliance of Heaven. His father, more than anyone else, knew that they were very dangerous. It was necessary to keep an eye on them as closely as possible. The Golden Alliance of Heaven was formed by several merchant guilds in Wuhan. At first glance, it may seem like they have come together to trade, but in reality, the alliance is opposing the Golden Wall trading clan. So the master could only guess what they had planned this time. Sanil promised that if they noticed any suspicious movements, he would immediately go after them. After which there was a short silence where everyone was thinking about their own things. Soon the master decided to discuss the fact that the people began to call Mr. Baek Taesan the Night King. He wanted to know if his son knew if he was taking any special medicines or foods. However, he had no information about anything like that. Sanil simply believed that his cousin had great stamina, which came at the cost of his health. Also, no one knew when he might die. However, Baek Taesan became so carried away by going to brothels that it only shortened his allotted time. However, even if this was so, the master was not at all worried. For the most part, he even envied the abilities of the boy who was destined to die. Events returned to the young master's palace. When Soso went out to meet her master, she saw that he had brought several men with him. As our hero explained, the estate needed more workers. Soso had complained about this more than once, so he found her people. However, the girl quickly noticed that these warriors were somehow strange. Something was clearly wrong with them. The bishop took her criticism calmly and explained that it was up to her to decide whether to leave them in the estate or not. In fact, the girl remembered her words well. She only briefly mentioned the labor shortage. However, Taesan immediately brought in such strange workers. Perhaps the reason is that he has become a little kinder. It's finally time to introduce all these people. From left to right, they were called Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3, as they all emerged from the darkest places of this world. However, the anti-hero noticed that the men clearly did not like their new names. His obvious anger became a demand for an explanation, and everyone immediately became so frightened that they bowed down and accepted these names as their own. Only after this did our hero calm down and was able to leave peacefully. Finally, he said that Soso could now use these workers as she wished. However, Baek Taesan suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his bodyguard for a long time. As it turned out, at this time he usually went out to train. The Lord was surprised that Kyungwon lived a surprisingly ordinary life, despite being a member of a combat unit. At this time, the guy continued to hone his strikes, remembering the fight against the leader of the Crimson Dragon sect. All his master did was lightly hit his opponent on the chin. He himself had never seen such a martial art, so he tried to repeat it. Previously, Kyungwon had never regretted joining the Dragon Sword Squad. Their job was to do whatever they could when the Golden Wall clan was in trouble. As long as he continued to carry out this mission, he was always paid handsomely. But it is also true that when he did not become stronger, he felt uneasy. However, at some point something changed. Someone appeared who could help him reach new heights. And then suddenly the young gentleman came to visit him. Reminding him that the sun would soon set, he asked his subordinate to finish his training. After all, an escort is required again in order to go to a brothel. At that moment, having made up his mind, Kyungwon decided to ask his master one question. He wanted to know when Taesan decided to stop hiding. After all, he first discovered the assassin in the fragrant flower house, and then killed the head of the Crimson Dragon sect. He is also currently teaching them the technique of restriction. Our hero obviously immediately became frightened that the warrior realized who he really was. Before this, The anti-hero was sure that his bodyguard was just a stupid guy, but apparently he relaxed too much. He couldn't let anyone know that he was a reincarnated heavenly demon. Therefore, the Lord was already wondering whether he should kill this man. However, suddenly, Gyeongwon fell to his knees in front of the young master. As it turned out, he had heard that many people with severed meridians were real geniuses. The young masters were also damaged, and so the protector asked Baek Tae-san to take him as a disciple. It was only then that Tae-san realized that Gyeongwon thought he was a martial artist who was hiding his strength. First, he decided to find out why Kyungwon was so eager to become his disciple. The reason was that the protector wanted to become stronger in order to take revenge on the one who destroyed his sect. However, the anti-hero, like no one else, knew that those who are driven by revenge wander in a fog of hatred. Kyungwon needed to find the strength within himself to follow his own path. Besides him, there were countless people in the world who had lost their sects. So he was just one of many. Our hero also knew that people whose actions are dictated by emotions quickly run out of strength, and when their feelings fade, they inevitably give in and disappear. Therefore, the Lord asked Kyungwon to focus on the desire to become stronger. After that, he would be able to take revenge at any convenient moment. Watching the departing gentleman, Kyungwon grasped the wisdom of these words, so he bowed and promised to listen to them. After which they all went to the brothel together, as if nothing had happened. Baek Tae-san looked closely at Yoo Seo-yeon, who was quietly following behind them, after which he asked Kyungwon to stop acting so shyly and to go up to the guard and talk to her calmly. When Kyungwon tried to pretend that he didn't understand what was being discussed, our hero admitted that he was already aware of his sympathy for this girl. Yoo Seo-yeon didn't understand what they were talking about right now, so she was just amazed that they went to brothels every day, and didn't understand what her young mistress saw in this man. But suddenly the anti-hero stopped. He smelled blood in the air. No matter how hard Yoo So-yeon and Kyungwon listened, they didn't feel anything because they relied only on their hearing. Tae-san realized that he had most likely caught the scent of the assassin whose hand had been cut off. And since he had survived, several people, most likely he had come with reinforcements. The Lord immediately reported to Kyungwon that there were 2 assassins and ordered him to kill one of them. At this moment, Yoo So-yeon was scared because she didn't even feel the presence of strangers nearby. She only felt the attack approaching when it was already inevitable. She was just lucky that our hero managed to parry the blow, after which he calmly, without reproach, asked her to join the fight. The girl froze in bewilderment, not understanding how Baek Tae-san managed to catch the throwing knife flying at him. Apparently, the anti-hero asked her to stop staring at him and pointed out where her opponent was. She had to pull herself together as quickly as possible and do everything in her power. At that moment, the same assassin with a severed hand pounced on her. Once they got into combat, he realized that Yoo So-yeon was much weaker than the guy he fought last time. Obviously, such a remark only angered the girl. She put all her strength into the blow and threw the spy away from her, ordering him to surrender immediately. But suddenly, as she took a step back, the board beneath her foot gave way, after which an explosion from the trap was heard right behind her. At this time, the spy himself was already running at full speed towards the ruler in order to kill him, and only then did the guard realize that all this was done to distract her. At this rate, the assassin could kill the young master before her eyes, and he actually appeared next to the man and pierced him with his sword. But surprisingly, Tae-san remained as calm as possible. He only summed up that in such critical moments, he realized who really lacked experience. As it turned out, the blade at that moment hit him straight in the space between his hand and his body. Taking advantage of the assassin's confusion, Baek Tae-san struck him in the neck. It hit him right in the vein, causing him to fall to his knees, choking on blood, and then quickly die. Apparently, the guard couldn't believe that such a weak gentleman could defeat the assassin with just one blow. But the anti-hero strictly ordered the girl to collect her thoughts and stop falling into a stupor during the fight. He also ordered that the man's body be taken with them, because they could definitely find something interesting on him. As soon as the girl approached the man, she immediately realized that he died instantly, and Baek Tae-san had only hit him once in the right spot. Therefore, looking back at our hero, it even seemed to her that perhaps she had met someone who could change her life. This meant that she had to stay by his side at least until she figured out what technique he had used. After which they went back to the brothel. Our hero concluded that Yoo So-yeon was too weak to protect him. That's why he wanted her to train with Kyungwon from now on. The guard was already happy that Tae-san would take her as a student, after which she also thought about training together with Kyungwon. But suddenly she realized that Kyungwon was not there. They forgot him at the place where they fought. However, the Lord knew very well that this man could take care of himself, and in a fight against such weak enemies he would definitely not suffer. Gyeongwon's battle dragged on because the enemy was stronger than he expected. However, the defender was glad that he managed to defeat him quite quickly. But looking around, he realized that there was not a single living soul around. So the bodyguard was left wondering where everyone had gone. The events moved to the Choso Pavilion, where the master learned that our hero brought corpses to the brothel. This became known to many people, and the head of the clan was obviously indignant. Before this, he wanted to calmly absorb the fragrant flower house, but now everything has become much more complicated. Also, as his son found out, there weren't many marks on the bodies, so they couldn't establish their identities. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon sect stated that they had no choice but to go and deal with Mr. Bektayson. But they still denied knowing the identity of the person who ordered the murder. The master understood that most likely they simply could not admit that they were trying to avenge the murder of the sect leader. They needed to deal with this incident as soon as possible, because now too many people were interested in what happened. At this rate, it could even have a negative impact on the clan's reputation, so it was decided to do everything in their power. Moreover, Master had been leaving Bektayson unattended too often lately. He had even heard that he had started feeling much better lately. Even his son couldn't believe that his cousin would become even healthier after he had spent so much effort. So he thought that perhaps he had taken some kind of miracle elixir. And the master himself did not know the answer to this question, so he could only watch and wait, thinking about the mysterious changes in his nephew. At this time, the ruler gathered all his subordinates to have lunch. However, they did not begin the meal, believing that it was forbidden to eat before the young master. This reminded Tayson that they were his subordinates, and he himself had allowed them to eat with him. After which the anti-hero ordered that from that moment on, they would have every meal at the same table. At that moment, his faithful servant told him the good news that the divine physician had finally arrived. It was a famous healer who could restore even severed meridians. However, our hero was sure that he could cure his illness if he went to the brothel a few more times. These words only angered Soso, who believed that he could not restore energy faster if he wasted it. Not wanting to argue, the Lord decided to find out when the doctor would arrive to him. As it turned out, he was already in Wuhan and had a separate residence. However, he was supposed to visit soon to inspect the place where Bektayson lived. And Tayson became interested in the identity of this doctor, since he once knew a similar person. This person turned out to be a white-haired guy who was already looking down from a high cliff at the Golden Wall trading clan, like a predator looking out for prey. Also during the meal, our hero decided to discuss the merits of his subordinates. He heard that Black One had been helping out quite a bit lately. He pretended to be sorry that everything was not like that at all. He was just guarding the warehouses, performing his usual duties. However, the anti-hero turned his attention to Black 2 and Black 3, asking them to try harder at their work. But suddenly, one of the subordinates noticed that the gentleman began to look much more handsome. This was not mindless flattery. He really did become much taller and more muscular. However, the ruler was greatly offended by such words, which is why Black One immediately swore not to say another word about his appearance in order to avoid punishment. But Bektayson understood that Black One was actually right, because he was not as pale as before. He had definitely gotten much better, which meant it was the effect of the soul-strengthening demonic art. Regardless, he needed to gather as much soul energy as possible. By this time, the healer had finally arrived at the walls of the Golden Wall clan. The chief manager of the clan was already standing there, waiting for the divine healer. He immediately bowed upon seeing the young man, and explained that it was a great honor for him to finally meet him. He just smiled, asked not to delay the greetings, and explained that he needed to meet with his patient, so he asked to be taken straight to him. As they walked, the healer noticed that the estate located in the clan was simply amazing in its grandeur. The reason was that the owner of this place had really put a lot of effort into building it. They were currently in one of the 3 best pavilions in the entire clan. And then suddenly the doctor turned his attention to Dangyeon, who was in the garden with the workers. This girl immediately attracted the attention of the young man with her unusual aura and graceful movements, so he asked his escort to tell him who this girl was. He calmly introduced her as the young master's maid, who had come to them from a rather well-known brothel. She was one of those who voluntarily decided to serve the master. After which the doctor turned his attention to the other girls in the area. They all had a similar fate. They were also new maids who had recently asked to serve the young master. The doctor immediately noticed that all the girls had a very rare physique, so special that he himself would not mind having similar servants. Apparently, this surprised the clan's chief manager to no end, causing him to consider the doctor a real lustful person. However, out of politeness, the manager decided to joke about it, admitting that it was difficult to take your eyes off these maids. But the reason was not at all in their appearance, but in their physical cleanliness. The master of the divine healing arts called this type of physique special. These girls were like white snow, and could blossom no matter which path they chose. For this reason, the doctor asked to take these girls as his students, He promised that if permission was granted, he would never forget the help given to him. In fact, the healer understood that no matter how beautiful these girls were, if Baek Tyson did not make concessions, he would not refuse such an opportunity to improve relations with him. Besides, he has many famous doctors working under him, so he should definitely answer positively. However, when the doctor approached the ruler with this question, our hero obviously refused. The healer asked him to reconsider his hasty decision. He also promised that this would only benefit his maids. However, the anti-hero heard very well that the doctor already had more than 10 students, and he wanted to take 4 more of his students. Tyson considered this unforgivable greed. However, the man explained that the doctors who arrived with him were not his students. They simply helped him during his work. However, it seemed to our hero that the doctor was lying to him, especially considering how all these old men were hanging around him. This meant that they were either his students or his subordinates, since the healer was clearly much older than he looked. However, the healer immediately warned that not every person has the opportunity to learn his healing techniques. But the Lord did not understand why they needed to be studied at all. Besides, he could not forgive the doctor for trying to get what belonged only to him. It seemed to our hero that the doctor was not going to take these girls to teach them healing techniques. The anti-hero understood perfectly well that for the healer, these girls were especially good material for experiments. Obviously, the doctor immediately explained that one cannot speak like that in relation to living people. But in fact, deep down in his soul, the healer understood that Baek Tyson had long since crossed the line. There was no turning back, so he decided to just kill the kid. Since his meridians were severed anyway, he could even say that he simply died during the procedure, so no one would suspect anything. However, suddenly our hero threw a drop of his tea straight into the doctor's forehead. It ran calmly down his face while his hat was torn to pieces. This proved that the healer's skills were too weak and that he was not even capable of helping the Lord with healing. Therefore, it even seemed to Tyson that the best way out of this situation would be to simply kill the healer here and now. At that moment, looking at the young gentleman, the healer felt something incredible. A mad thirst for blood emanated from the anti-hero, like from an ancient predator. At the last second, the doctor became angry and shouted, demanding an explanation from the young master. However, our hero calmly explained that he was worried about the healer's behavior. After all, he took people under his wing, and he really wouldn't want someone to constantly try to take them away from him. After all he wanted was a quiet, calm life. Therefore, in order to obtain such a life, the ruler was ready to deal with the accompanying troubles. Looking at this man, the doctor felt an insane fear. He had already experienced something similar before. It made him realize that he had clearly come to a place he shouldn't have. Cold sweat covered his back, and his hands shook slightly from the realization of his own helplessness. Soon he came to the chief manager of the clan to report that he wanted to work for their clan. He wanted to serve Mr. Baek Tyson, and the manager thought this was great news. He even swore on the merchant clan's behalf that the doctor would be satisfied with what they could offer him. However, the healer asked the manager not to worry about anything, because he completely trusted the young master. In fact, the doctor regretted that he had lived peacefully for so many years, and now it was all over. Even if he had taken on the treatment of our hero, it would have taken many months, considering everything he had prepared. However, the most unusual thing was Tyson's thirst for blood. So when he met this man, he was at least lucky in that he didn't wet his pants from fear. Around this time, Kyungwon decided to discuss with the master whether everything was okay. The warrior had already placed restrictions on all the other doctors, making them his subordinates. But they never figured out the divine physician. However, as it turned out, the main character himself had already imposed restrictions on the doctor. After all, Kyungwon simply would not have been able to cope with such a task. He asked the warrior to take care of the rest since he was still sick and had difficulty using his own strength. Moreover, these people were not the most common targets. However, Chongchu himself suddenly joined their conversation. Kyungwon offered to take the healer to his chambers. However, he believed that it was his duty to constantly take care of his master. After all, no one else could handle it. At that moment, Yu Seo Yeon decided to discuss whether it was harmful for the young master to visit the brothel every day, and his visits would end in the early morning. Even though he was sick, this news left Chung Cha in a complete stupor. After all, Baek Tyson must be at least one step away from death. The doctor wanted to immediately check the hero's pulse. His skills were quite sufficient to do this right here and now. And as soon as he received the patient's consent, he immediately set out to find out what condition his body was in. However, no matter how he checked, there was no meaning in what he felt. It seemed as if the person in front of him was not even alive. After the healer asked such a direct question, even Yu So-yeon and Kyungwon became alarmed. and our hero did not understand how the doctor could tell him such a thing only after he had measured his pulse. But, as it turned out, the doctor had never seen such damaged meridians in his life. He could not believe that even the small meridians were torn. But in essence, this meant that the patient literally had to be dead. The hero was disappointed that the doctor suspected him of being a walking zombie. Because of this insult, Kyungwon even suggested blowing up the organs that were located below the healer's waist. However, Chungchu apologized for his rudeness, but explained that Baek Tae-san was in critical condition and needed immediate treatment, or things could get much worse. Before giving his answer, the hero wanted the doctor to put his life on the line, thereby proving the seriousness of his concerns. However, he refused, because his care for the hero was his direct responsibility, and he could not risk his life. However, the doctor could say for sure that all his conclusions were correct, and he really did not understand why the hero was still alive. However, since he was not willing to put his life on the line, the hero ordered the doctor to simply shut up and follow him. And apparently, Chong-cha had no choice. However, despite his outward calm, he was still very worried about how Baek Tae-san could even move. To begin with, he decided to find out from the gentleman how he even knew about his existence. The healer even thought that the gentleman might be a member of some kind of cult, or maybe the entire Golden Wall trading clan was actually a secret branch of some cult. However, these conversations angered the hero, and he explained that he had no idea what cult Chongchu was talking about. He also scolded the doctor for telling everyone he met about some cult. Although this didn't bother our hero much, he could continue to tell whatever he wanted, because he was interested in finding out how long someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut would live. And only then did Chongchu realize that he had relaxed too much, and had even forgotten himself for a moment. All he could do was apologize and shut up, realizing that what he was saying could even cost him his life. The events moved to the chambers of the divine physician. Sitting in his room, he recalled what had happened. After watching Baek Tae-san all night long, he heard those sounds coming from the room where the hero was. This meant only one thing. He really had been doing something naughty all night long. But what is more surprising is that although the girls here were not as pure as the girls from the estate, there were still quite a few in the brothel who had the physique of physical purity. All of them spent the night with Baek Tae-san. This meant only one thing. He definitely knew the technique that could transform an ordinary physique into physical purity. Most likely, he had been doing exactly that for the past 6 hours. And obviously, Chung-cha had many questions for Baek Tae-san. But for now, he needed to make a good impression on him and gather information. At that moment, So-so entered the doctor's chambers to report that the master wanted to see the divine physician. So he followed the maid. He wondered what the master wanted from him this time. Now the healer could not even imagine what the hero was thinking about. Soon they gathered together in his room, and the hero remembered Chong-cha's statement that he was quite experienced in healing practices. However, the doctor sheepishly stated that he was proud to be one of the best in his craft. There are probably only 5 people in the world who could say they are better than him. However, no matter how good he was still no match for the poisonous demon, the immortal healer, and the eccentric needlemaster. Hearing these names, Yu Seo-yeon realized that the top 5 healers were all demonic cultivators. The reason is that the demonic cult has demonic doctors, and another doctor who was as experienced as these 2. However, no one knew where they were, and after the demonic cult went underground, they became even harder to find. They were hiding. These rumors were well known throughout the Righteous Alliance. They closed themselves off with a spell of isolation and became completely cut off from the outside world. From what Yu Seo-yeon heard, this spell is impossible to dispel without a certain key, because it is most likely a mystical heavenly spell. This was the very essence of the demonic cult. The activation condition was the death of the cult leader, and the key to dispersal was a new leader. Breaking through the mystical celestial spell is nearly impossible unless you are a cult leader. And in his past life, the hero killed all the candidates for the title of Heavenly Demon. So, unless a new cult leader somehow emerged, no one else would be able to dispel the mystical heavenly spell. In any case, our hero now wanted to know if Chong-chu was able to reattach limbs that had been completely cut off or torn off using his skills. And obviously he was capable of it. True, mobility would not be the same as before if arms or legs were torn off. However, if they are cut off carefully, the healer will be able to grow them back perfectly. He could do this to all limbs and most organs, and could easily save anyone unless they were killed instantly. This news made the hero happy, so he wanted Chong-chu to be present at his training. He immediately became frightened, explaining that although he studied martial arts, he specialized more in healing techniques. However, the reason was that the hero was going to train Yu So-yeon and Kyung-won. He even reassured them that they didn't need to worry about their severed limbs. The main thing was to protect their heads, because the best way to become stronger was to fight for real. and they can learn a lot if they fight like they want to kill each other. It was only at that moment that they realized that they would need a doctor. The hero asked Chongchu to make sure that none of his guards would be harmed or die. However, Kyungwon was worried that during their training, his master would be left completely unprotected. But as it turned out, he had no intention of coming out for the next month. During this time, his guards should become strong enough to protect him. The doctor promised that if they did not die immediately, he would do everything possible to heal them, so that they could not worry about anything. In addition, the method proposed by the master was much better than what they currently considered effective, because their skills would increase many times after such training. And Chongchu was not even lying, because the method of this training was invented back in the Heavenly Demon Sacred Sect. A month has passed since this conversation. While fighting with Kyungwon, Yu So-yeon realized that the man really intended to kill her. In that case, she could not give in to him in any way, so getting closer to him, she attacked him with a sweeping blow, and thus was able to cut his chin. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice that stopped their training. It was the healer who said it was time to apply the ointment for physical injuries, and then the smell of all this ointment made everyone feel sick. Kyungwon even fell to his knees and explained that his injuries were not serious enough to warrant wasting such precious ointment. However, the doctor explained that there was not a single living spot on it, and although the application site might hurt a little, his ointment was very effective, so he decided to quickly spread it. Soon, our hero appeared, who also believed that the ointment for physical injuries was a really good thing. And obviously the guards were overjoyed at the appearance of the gentleman. The doctor himself wanted to know what he was doing there, since he clearly wasn't interfering with his fun. The hero explained that he decided to go and see his guards, since exactly a month had already passed. After which he immediately offered his hand to the doctor, which frightened him quite a bit. However, as it turned out, the hero wanted him to check on his well-being. He knew for sure that he was interested in measuring his pulse, so he let him do it. And so, having checked the pulse, the doctor literally did not believe what he felt. He wanted to know how the gentleman managed to restore his meridians. Only at that moment did he realize that he had truly changed. All month long he devoted time to his deep meditations, strengthening the meridians that had been restored in a hurry. But his spiritual energy was different from what it was in his past life. Previously, it was destructive and cruel. Now it has become extremely dense and stable. Now it is much more difficult to control. But if the hero continues to recover at this rate, he will one day acquire a perfect body. Our hero also scolded Chongcha for making the ointment for injuries intentionally painful, and ordered him to change the composition and stop mocking his guards to vent his anger. Apparently, the doctor didn't understand how the hero knew about this. While Gyeongwon clearly intended to have a serious conversation with Chongcho, the warrior attacked the healer with his fists, while the hero told Yu So-yeon that they were going to visit Yeonho-jin's clan tomorrow. Yu So-yeon believed that the hero wanted to prevent the dissolution of the engagement with the young lady, but it turned out that the Jungle Clan had sent him a message and said that they wanted to meet them there. Soon, Chongchu provided the hero with some information about the Jungle Clan. However, he was clearly not satisfied with the depth of information. The healer tried to explain that his subordinates had to go through a lot to find out this information, because it was really difficult to get information about a respected clan. However, our hero immediately noticed that lately Chongchu had been settling in too well. He began to argue that he had to look after his two guards and treat their wounds with his special ointment. Allegedly, he was so busy that he would need at least 2 people. And then the hero decided to split him into 2 parts to fulfill his wish. Apparently, such a terrible proposal seriously scared this man. Every time Baek Taesang said something like that, it was like he was going back in time. These words of the hero reminded him of the time when he was still in the Heavenly Demon Sacred Sect. At that time, the sect always sent groups to different places to collect information, each of which disguised itself as people of different professions, such as security guards, merchants, or doctors. Most likely, Chongchu was a doctor, so Baek Taesan wondered if he had seen this man in his past life. Chongchu also admitted that he was interested in how much the hero became interested in the clan. He asked if it was because the clan's daughter was a real beauty, and the hero couldn't argue with this, because Yeon Haran really was beautiful. Moreover, this girl reminded him of someone from his past life. Noticing that Baek Taesan was deep in thought, Chongchu tried to distract him. He suggested taking more bodyguards with them to the meeting for their own safety. However, Baek Taesan found him too timid, and explained that there was no need for this. After all, the hero was more than confident that dealing with the Jungle Clan would be as easy as pie. He remembered how when Baek Taesan was still a heavenly demon and all the other clans seemed to be losing the war against their sacred cult, only they decided to flee from the battle. The hero even chased them down to crush such cowards into dust. But they still managed to escape, and he heard that they kept their noses down for quite some time after narrowly escaping destruction. That's why now the hero really wanted to see how arrogantly and haughtily they would behave. Events moved to the Yang clan. There, Father Karen appeared before the hero, looking incredibly surprised. He realized that the divine healer was truly incredible, because he saw that the hero's body was in much better condition. However, Baektae-san knew that he still had a long way to go to fully recover, but he was confident that he would achieve his goal. Hearing this, the leader laughed, because so much time had passed since their last meeting, that he even had the impression that he was talking to a completely different person. However, this time things got a little more complicated, because the Jungle Clan decided to see things through to the end. They refused to acknowledge the engagement with Harin. They are most likely trying to lure Baektae-san into their net using various methods. For example, they will humiliate him in front of Karen. Most likely their ultimate goal is discord between their clans. The hero promised that he would try to solve this problem. In fact, it was just like the Jungle Clan to use it as an excuse to start a conflict, and then take over both the Golden Wall Trading Clan and the Yang Clan at the same time. It only meant that these cowardly people hadn't changed at all. Having finally spoken with the chief, the hero decided to go out to his bodyguards. However, suddenly someone blocked his path, and this was the youngest heir of the Jungle Clan, named Zhongli-un. Although the guy had not yet introduced himself, the hero quickly realized what kind of person he was. For this reason, he remained silent. Hearing no reaction to his greeting, Zhongli-un just laughed, thinking that the hero was not only incapable of anything in bed, but was also deaf and dumb. After which he ordered him to introduce himself, and even offered to teach him manners. Immediately after these words, everyone who came with the hero grabbed their blades. The guard and Kyungwan did the same. Zhongli-un, as if nothing had happened, suggested that the hero talk in a more private setting, since he knew of a nice, quiet place nearby. Our hero just smiled, deciding to find out if he would mind being left alone without any companions. And then, realizing what the gentleman was getting at, Kyungwan warned him that it would be better not to even think about killing this man. But he just laughed, considering that even the hero's bodyguard was incredibly arrogant, and offered Kyungwan to spar with his warriors, hoping that he would hold out for at least a few minutes. The hero agreed to this idea. His warriors had just recently finished their training. At this point, our hero and heir left their bodyguards. However, the jungle warriors immediately warned that although this was a sparring match, they were not going to hold back. That's why they asked not to blame them for their death, because they were just unlucky today. The doctor watched the developing events closely. He immediately realized that the guys from the elite squad were up against the guards, so he wanted to see what success Kyungwan and Soyeon had achieved. However, realizing that it would most likely be dangerous nearby, I decided to move away. Around this time, Zhongli-un finally brought the hero to a secluded place. He thought the place was beautiful enough for them to have a quiet conversation without prying ears. And the hero was surprised that Zhongli-un had tried so hard for him that he had even found such a wonderful place. And that was indeed the case, because Zhongli-un had been waiting for their meeting ever since he arrived here, so it was to be expected. He also boasted that he was quite skilled at causing pain to other people, and he was sure that Baektae-san would be absolutely delighted by this. And even the hero himself couldn't wait to see his skill. However, before that, he wanted to know what Zhongli-un was really planning. After all, the point is clearly not that he actually wants to marry Karen. Zhongli-un did admit that she was pretty, and that he wouldn't mind taking a closer look at her. However, that didn't mean she was suitable as a mate for him. His ambitions extended far beyond this clan. After which he suddenly threw a throwing knife towards the hero. However, to his surprise, the knife hit the tree that was behind him. At this time, the hero, having moved behind him, had already grabbed the man by the head. After which he suggested that they discuss together how far the boy's ambitions extended. Apparently, he was afraid of the skill of the hero, who had damaged meridians. He tried not to worry, thinking that it was just an accident. However, suddenly he felt incredible pain throughout his body. Even the guards heard these screams, thinking that the young master had decided to kill Zhongli-un, and Jungle's bodyguards believed that it was their young master who was in trouble. But Yu So-yeon, like no one else, understood that everything would definitely be fine with Baektae-san, and suggested that the enemies attack all at once, and they accepted the girl's offer, wanting to deal with their opponents as quickly as possible. They even promised that they would not fight at full strength and would play along a little. However, this decision did not end well for them. The first attacking enemies were quickly neutralized without even using any weapons. However, it so happened that all the warriors, for some reason, attacked Kyungwan. However, he was helped by Yu So-yeon, who neutralized those who were sneaking up on the warrior from behind. After which she angrily reminded them that she was also their enemy. After which the two came closer to each other, standing back to back. Both understood that they could not let their master down under any circumstances, and had to show how effective the training sessions he had arranged were. The hero himself laughed at the guy, whose arrogance had clearly diminished. He decided to extract only half of his internal energy, so he wouldn't die this time. However, it was not because the hero was too merciful. He simply understood that it was dangerous to kill this man for now. At this time, the battle continued in the territory of the Yang clan. And finally, with the final blow, Yu So-yeon neutralized her last enemy. She honestly admitted that up until that moment she had some doubts about their powers. However, she was glad that they actually managed to pull it all off. Kyungwon was confident in his abilities from the very beginning, because he believed in the young master. It was only then that Yu So-yeon decided to find out who Mr. Beck was, if he was able to raise their level to such a level that they were able to defeat the jungle warriors. And although Kyungwon couldn't say anything definite, but for sure, if it weren't for Baek Tae-san's training, they would have been lying on the ground a long time ago now. He told them about the weaknesses of the jungle clan members, and they hadn't even arrived at the Yang estate yet. But it felt like he knew absolutely everything about these people. Although Kyungwon was not completely sure at first, as he fought with these warriors, it became easier and easier for him to predict their movements, and all this was thanks to the young master's hints. So Kyungwon was convinced that he was serving an incredible person. Finally, the time came, and Baek Tae-sung returned from talking with Jung Li-eung. They met on the bridge, and apparently the hero decided to find out what the doctor was doing here alone. As it turned out, he had to leave, because he couldn't help in the fight anyway. However, the hero was more interested in why his people hadn't yet dealt with such trash. The healer realized that they were talking about the jungle warriors, and warned that they were all respected warriors of the clan. However, the gentleman was not interested in such trifles. He realized that Kyungwon and Yu So-yeon needed to train more, and ordered Cheonchu to train them twice as hard after they returned home. The hero explained that he couldn't stand it when the people around him were so weak. Therefore, after learning the reason, Chongcha had no choice but to obey. Finally, everyone gathered together to have dinner with the clan leader. However, the leader quickly noticed that Jung Li-eung had clearly lost all his confidence, and eventually, he could no longer ignore his strange behavior. He decided to discuss what happened when they had a private meeting today. Yeon Harin, who heard about this for the first time, immediately became worried about whether everything was okay with her fiancé. However, the hero explained that he was completely fine, which was visible, after which he answered the head's question, and explained that they had an extremely interesting conversation. They even opened their souls to each other. And obviously, the frightened Jung Li-eun also confirmed the hero's words, not even daring to look up. However, this made Baek Tae-san angry. He reminded the guy that when you talk to someone, you need to look the other person straight in the face. So he tried to raise his gaze, uncertainly and fearfully. However, for him the hero was akin to a real demon. Just looking at him made his whole body start to tremble with genuine fear, after which foam and saliva gushed from his mouth, and in the end he completely shit himself right in his own pants. Apparently the meal was interrupted immediately after this, so everyone, barely holding back their nausea, began to run away. The hero only laughed, happy that he had managed to finally humiliate Jung Li-eung. Soon news of what had happened reached the head of the jungle clan. He immediately demanded to be told everything that had happened to his son and the warriors. The assistant promised that he would instruct his men to investigate how their warriors could have been defeated by just 2 of Baek Tae-san's bodyguards. The investigation was into whether the Yang clan was somehow involved, after which the head decided to find out about the condition of his son, who was sitting in his room and did not come out at all. As far as the manager understands, there is something wrong with his martial arts. However, they can't figure out exactly what it is because he has lost some of his memories. Apparently, the father couldn't believe that his son had not only screwed up, but it also made them look like complete idiots. Moreover, the father could not believe that all this happened because of a man who had been on the threshold of death his entire life. He was sure that someone else was involved. They had to find out at any cost. The leader recalled how their clan was almost destroyed by the heavenly demon due to his father's actions. And now, when they are back on their feet, they are trying to humiliate them like this. The leader could not leave this unpunished, and had to deal with anyone who dared to mess with the jungle clan, even if he has to contact the heavenly demon himself. Around this time, the hero was still staying with his guards in the Yang clan. Suddenly, the gates opened and people from the jungle clan began to flock there. Therefore, Kyungwon immediately hurried to report everything to the master, and as soon as the hero found out about this, he thought that perhaps these warriors had come for revenge. Although Kyungwon didn't know their intentions, he could tell one thing. There were several fairly strong martial artists among them. The hero became curious about how he managed to find out, and it was all about the aura surrounding them. One of them even released his aura on purpose to demonstrate his strength. The hero only laughed at these warriors' desire to show off, realizing that their arrogant behavior would only be corrected after they were severely beaten. after which he suggested to Kyungwon to go and do some work. After all, they needed to go somewhere. Kyungwon thought that the hero was going to go to a brothel. However, he reminded them that they still hadn't resolved the issue with the clan. Our hero saw no point in interfering in anything now. After all, they would be cleaning up the mess that Jongli-un had made for a long time. So Kyungwon had no choice but to follow his master. And he just laughed, happy that finally the events were becoming at least a little more interesting. Soon they found themselves at the gates of the Blood Axe sect. This sect turned out to be much larger than the hero initially assumed. Kyungwon believed that his master wanted to enlist the help of the Blood Axe sect. And he was right. However, the warrior explained that while she was not the strongest of the unorthodox sects in the region, they had a secret agreement with the Jungle Clan. They were unlikely to agree to help. But the hero was even ready to bet that they had no burning desire to cooperate with the Jungle Clan. They clearly joined them against their will. Most likely it was because they were not strong enough, and this was a common thing in Murim. However, not only did they lack the strength, they simply knew that any attempts at resistance would be crushed. The hero decided to find out if Kyungwon knew what usually happens to such people. Apparently, the warrior just looked at his master with confusion. He explained that usually in such situations, people lose all will to live. And it reminded Kyungwon incredibly of his own past. He remembered how his sect burned to the ground. Then the father ordered his assistant to seize his son and take him as far away as possible, and hide him as far away as possible. Apparently the boy was crying, not wanting to leave his father, and he hoped that the boy would manage to survive. As soon as the assistant left, the attackers arrived and quickly realized that someone had managed to escape. The man who attacked them was Blood Phoenix. Kyungwon's father immediately fell to his knees, explaining that his family was not at fault and begging for his son to be spared. However, despite all the pleas, the man had no intention of sparing him. He understood that the boy would most likely grow up and come to his doorstep to avenge his father. This means that their meeting is already predetermined, and when the time comes, it will be difficult for him to fulfill the request of his old acquaintance. Little Kyungwon remembered this scene well when his father was beheaded. He was carried away and he realized that they were very weak. Then he couldn't do anything, and so he grew up with only one attitude: that weakness is a sin. However, now he wanted to ask the hero what to do for those who did not have strength. The hero understood how personal this question was, so he agreed to answer. Opening the gates, he explained that he would give this very power to people in need. It was just that after the gate opened, the Blood Axe sect members immediately appeared. After that, a fight broke out between Baek Taesin and them. However, the battle was quite short-lived, and soon the leader of the sect and his beaten subordinates were already sitting on their knees in front of the hero. All they could do was beg to be spared. They apologized for making a huge mistake and not recognizing him. They were ready to do whatever the hero wanted. And then, looking at these people, he decided to teach them something interesting. This way he can see how useful they will be to him. However, he warned that he would not be so kind and would beat everyone here if they dared to pay tribute to the Jungle Clan even once more. However, the head of the sect noted that they would still die if they did not pay this tribute. The events are postponed to a few days later. In the Jungle Clan itself, the leader learned that the Blood Axe sect refused to pay tribute, and apparently even the manager was excited, because they had never done this before. The leader could not understand how those people who collected the tribute so calmly accepted such a refusal, and in this matter, everything was not so clear-cut. Because, refusing to pay tribute, the sect was incredibly confident in its decision. The clan leader decided that perhaps they had asked some third-rate craftsmen to help. For this reason, the manager suggested sending an elite corps of warriors there to sort things out. The boss knew it was the best decision. However, he was indignant that it happened when they were having particular problems with money. Having agreed to send a detachment, he ordered that they ensure that any sect would forever remember who their master was. Currently, their elite squad was together with the third young master at the training ground, so the manager immediately went to convey the order to them. The leader was still indignant that someone from their clan could disgrace themselves so much. At times like these, they simply cannot show weakness. Instead, such resistance must be completely eradicated, so that they never dare to raise their heads again. At this time, the hero was calmly walking around his territory. Suddenly, Kyungwon decided to ask the hero if everything would be okay. After all, they forbade the sect to pay tribute, so the Jungle Clan will definitely do something in response. Moreover, if they find out that the hero told them about the weaknesses of the clan, then they will also be in trouble. However, the hero understood perfectly well that now all sources of income for the Jungle Clan were blocked. So now they clearly had no time for showdowns with the trading clan. Most likely, their position was now greatly shaken. But Gyeongwang knew that this clan was still extremely influential. If they sent their troops, it was unlikely that any unorthodox sect would be able to survive. But, as it turns out, that's exactly why they're going to meet people who can deal with them. At first, Kyungwon didn't understand what his master had just said. However, as it turned out, by this time they had reached the Donghae Security Transport Company. Apparently, seeing the gentleman go straight to the security company, Kyungwon was completely confused about his plans. But soon they approached the guard who was on duty at the entrance, and the hero told him the purpose of the visit: to meet with the master. He warned that their master does not accept just anyone. However, the hero only got angry because he clearly didn't look like just anyone. Therefore, passing by, he immediately ordered the guard to take him to the master. Before following, Kyungwon apologized for Baektae-san's rudeness, after which he followed him. And so the warrior, who had no choice left, was indeed forced to take these two to the master. However, just before the doors, he asked them to wait a little. He needed to warn the gentleman that guests had come to see him. It was also necessary to state the main purpose of the visit. The hero realized that he hadn't come up with it yet, so he asked the guard to wait a bit. Tired of waiting after several minutes had passed, he warned that the gentleman would not be able to meet if he continued to invent a reason. However, the hero had already remembered what he wanted, and asked to convey that he wanted to send something through the mystic moon. After they were left alone, Kyungwon awkwardly went over in his head what this even meant. Soon he wanted to ask directly what the mystic moon was. However, before he could say a word, the head of the trading organization himself ran up. Bowing down, he immediately introduced himself as the owner of the business and expressed his respects to Baektae-san. After which he asked him to come inside to talk in person. And obviously, looking at what had happened, Kyungwon did not fully understand what had just happened. Once inside the building, over a cup of tea, the hero decided to find out how many people he could mobilize right now. And it turned out that they had 6 main bodyguards and 60 rank and file. The hero asked to tell them all to get ready. He also wanted the old man to gather the main bodyguards in a separate place. He needed to discuss something with them, and without asking any unnecessary questions, he agreed. Soon, the hero appeared before all the bodyguards and during the conversation gave them instructions. Until the very end, Kyungwon did not understand what his master was doing here. Because although these bodyguards were strong enough, it was still not enough to resist the Jungle Clan. By this point, his briefing was over, and he explained to the soldiers that they would now be helping the unorthodox faction fight against the Jungle Clan. And everyone immediately bowed after the master's command. The hero himself decided to go on a mission with them. Kyungwon believed that their goal was an unorthodox unification. However, the hero insisted that it would be the bodyguards who would fight. Kyungwon tried to explain that they were still facing the Jungle Clan, so he decided to help the soldiers when things got too bad. But this decision only evoked a condescending smile from the hero. So, as they were walking quietly, he decided to ask Kyungwon a few questions. For example, could he beat the owner of this business? Kyungwon could tell for sure after fighting this old man. However, he thought that he was about the same level as him. In terms of the bodyguards he saw, Kyungwon considered himself to be much more skilled than them. However, according to the hero, he was mistaken, which put him into a kind of stupor. The hero understood that Kyungwon still had a long way to go to reach the level of the main bodyguards. And their master was much stronger than the warrior himself, because there are many more things to look for in order to determine a person's strength than he now assumed. After all, they were all members of the Heavenly Demon's sacred cult, but no one knew about it. The hero managed to find out the location of some of the cult members thanks to Chong Cha's investigation. Moreover, they found out that they were disguising themselves as bodyguards. But it doesn't matter, because they still don't know who Baektae-san really is. Now that they have heard about the Mystic Moon, all they can do is submit completely. In addition, these warriors hid their strength very well. So without permission to work as bodyguards, they cannot be too strong. Then Kyungwon was scared, and wanted to know when the hero managed to establish contact with them, because it was really amazing. But the hero thought that this was one of those things that children shouldn't know. Although this phrase sounded strange towards Kyungwon, who was much older than Baektae-san, they followed further to test Kyungwon's abilities in battle, and the warrior thought it was strange. But as it turned out, although they would not fight the troops, the two of them would deal with their leader. Events moved to the Blood Axe sect. One of the elders came there to extort payment from the chief. However, the leader still didn't want to have anything to do with the Jungle Clan anymore. The elder thought that they had gone completely crazy and thought that they could defeat them. In turn, the members of the sect believed that they were trying with all their might to maintain their sanity. It was better for them to shit their pants than to continue serving them. Hearing this sentence, the elder quickly realized that the person behind this riot was the same person who had beaten up young master Zhong Li-ung. Moreover, he suddenly felt some unusual aura nearby, coming from outside. So he ordered his warriors to deal with the sect and leave one warrior alive to ask him a few questions, after which he went outside to sort out what he had felt. After all, the elder had fought countless times, but had never experienced anything like this. All his feelings seemed to go crazy in an instant, and these feelings were warning him right now that he was in great danger. And as soon as the hero saw the elder, he immediately realized that the old man had keen feelings, since he felt it. And the old man obviously looked quite strong. This meant that even though the clan had weakened considerably, the elders were still at a certain level. From one glance, the old man quickly recognized that in front of him was Baek-taesun, who was apparently behind all of this. But the hero decided not to give him a direct answer, believing that even so, the old man would not be able to remember anything. The old warrior was angered by the youth's insolence and decided to cut off a couple of his limbs, believing that after this, his behavior would change dramatically. And after these words, Kyungwon immediately stepped forward. He warned the old man that he would not even have a chance to come closer to his young master. At this moment, the elder felt that the energy he had just felt came from this guy, but he didn't look that strong. Moreover, this energy could not possibly have come from Baek-taesun, given his state of health. So, grabbing his blade, the old man decided to find out what he felt. Kyungwon immediately prepared for battle, and the hero warned that his opponent was stronger than he expected. Therefore, the hero wanted to know how long Kyungwon could last in a fight against him. Only then did the warrior admit that his body was already shaking due to the enemy's aura. He had not expected him to be so strong. However, he would continue to fight with all his might, and the hero praised him for such a determined attitude because the best way to become stronger is to fight someone who is stronger. The old man was clearly amused by the fact that these two were talking too much, as if for people who were about to die. Having understood everything, the first thing he decided to do was to cut off Kyungwon's head in an instant. However, to his shock, the boy managed to block his blow. So the old man retreated, knowing that it was a pretty good maneuver, but prepared a more powerful attack to check whether the warrior would be able to block it. However, to his incredible shock, the warrior's blade withstood this attack as well. The bodyguard himself, despite his hands shaking with fear, finally began to see the movements of his enemy. The old man became angry, not understanding how some pathetic bodyguard dared to block his attacks. But no matter how much effort he put into the next blows, there was no particular effect. But apparently, Kyungwon's sword gradually began to fail. The whole reason was that the old man put a lot of energy into his attacks. He continued to attack immediately to prove that no one could defeat him. And after each blow to the blade, it seemed that he was about to die. And then the old man decided to finish him off with another one of his internal energy attacks. He concentrated it, hitting the boy straight in the chest. And as a result, he, bleeding, flew back several meters. However, he did not let go of the sword. And at that moment, he finally realized that he understood what tactics the enemy was using. The hero also saw the determination in his warrior's eyes, realizing that the rigorous training had done him good. At this time, the old man looked at the bodyguard in front of him in bewilderment. He wondered if there was anyone in the entire clan who could block his attacks the way Kyungwon did. So he admitted that his abilities were too great to be wasted on some puny merchant clan, and invited him to join the jungle clan. He promised to teach him martial arts personally, because he was too talented to wipe the ass of such a small piece of trash. However, Kyungwon only laughed after these words, and he explained that it was not he who wiped Baek-taesun's ass, but the other way around. After which he calmly made it clear to the elder that his swordsmanship was no match for his master's skill. After all, unlike his master, he saw absolutely all of the elder's attacks. Apparently the old man was angry, considering this boy an arrogant bastard. Therefore, looking at his outburst, I decided not to stand on ceremony with him anymore, and thus raised his sword, severely wounding his shoulder. Feeling this, Kyungwon immediately jumped back in order to save the rest of his body, after which, bleeding, he tried to come to his senses in order to continue the fight. The old man himself could not believe that the boy had managed to escape death, because he had aimed at his neck, not his shoulder. So, apparently, he really did foresee the movement of his sword. This means that his words were not some kind of accident. But now he could clearly see the pain the bodyguard was experiencing, so I decided to end this battle and kill him. But he could not allow anyone to hurt his master. Unexpectedly calmly, the hero ordered Kyungwon to stop resisting. He screamed, explaining that he could still get back on his feet and fight. But the hero saw perfectly well that perhaps Kyungwon would never be able to use this hand again. But despite this, he asked him not to be upset. After all, in battle he showed himself not so bad. And these words literally breathed some hope into Kyungwon again. After which the hero passed the bodyguard and went straight to the elder. Finally, he asked Kyungwon to watch their fight carefully and not miss a single detail. And he, like a faithful servant, looked at his master with admiration. The elder laughed. He knew perfectly well that Baek-taesun was on the verge of death due to torn meridians, and he did not understand how he had the courage to raise a sword against him. But Baektae-san was confident that he didn't even need a weapon to fight such an opponent. Having met such impudence from the hero, the old man decided to first pluck out his wicked eyes, and the hero was not against his rage, asking the old man not to restrain himself. At this time, the old man looked closely at the enemy, not understanding why there was nothing special about him, but he behaved so confidently and impudently, he thought he was probably bluffing. This meant that the elder had nothing to worry about, so he rushed into battle without any further doubts, and, raising his blade, he was convinced that the hero would never be able to survive this blow. He flew through the air, aiming his sword straight at the enemy's head, and at some point he was already happy, believing that the hero had fallen into his trap. In his heart, he laughed that all the words of this impudent man about him not needing a sword to win were a lie. But in an instant, he realized that his sword was flying into nowhere. Apparently, the old man didn't understand how the boy had managed to escape the attack so easily, and the hero had already concentrated the energy in his hands and reminded the old man that he did not need a sword to win. After which he hit the impudent fellow right in the jaw. The impulse passed through his entire body. But the old man was strong enough that he did not die in an instant, but only slowly sank to his knees, not believing that he had lost so quickly. The last thing he saw was the hero's face, and he wondered who he really was. Kyungwan watched his master with genuine admiration. He didn't understand how human movements could be so beautiful. All he wanted was to become at least a little like his master, and he prayed that one day he would. Events moved to the estate. After Kyungwan was examined by Chongcha, he was clearly dissatisfied. In this state, the warrior returned to him and began to harshly scold him. After all, if Chongchu had not arrived in time, his arm would have had to be amputated. But it seems the warrior was completely unaware that he could actually lose his arm. He bowed with just his appearance, apologizing and thanking the talented doctor. He was clearly proud of himself and his skills, asking that Kyungwan not forget the service he had rendered him. In a sense, the doctor considered people to be animals, but he was glad that Kyungwan recognized the kindness shown to him. Even Yu So-yeon had to thank the doctor for taking care of her partner. This was the 19th time in a row that Yu So-yeon had told him this. But the doctor was still dissatisfied. After all, he believed that such gratitude would not be remembered, since people tend to forget about favors shown to them. And yet these two again had to thank the doctor for everything he had done. After which, Chongchu turned his attention to the gentleman. He arrived just in time because he had something to talk to him about. He hoped that Baektae-san already knew about the lucrative offer that the doctor had recently received. They wanted to give him a lot of money and medicinal herbs. After these words, the hero suddenly stopped abruptly. He looked at the doctor with displeasure, causing a slight tremor to run through his body. But the hero did not scold him in any way. He did not want to stop Chongcha, so he could go wherever he wanted. At first, the healer didn't even understand where the master was sending him now. And as it turned out, the hero allowed the healer to go to the Jungle Clan if that's what he wanted. The doctor tried to explain that he had never said a word about joining the Jungle Clan. He only wanted to serve the hero, but the guy got tired of this falsehood. Instead, he decided to find out if those who survived the battle were cured. While they dealt with the elder, the main bodyguards dealt with everyone else. So the warriors were sure that now the Jungle Clan would certainly not care about them. It was obvious to the hero that now that their plans had failed, they would strike with full force. However, this was not the important thing. This clan behaved too boldly and openly. This means that someone supports them. This means that they must understand as soon as possible who their patron is. Otherwise, the problems will catch up with them again and will be worse than before. After which the hero decided to find out if the doctor had found what he had been asked for. He asked to bring it to him tonight because he is really curious to know who controls the Jungle Clan. The events moved to the Jungle Clan itself. The young lady walked down the corridor, and even the managers bowed. She was a messenger from the House of White Flowers. Therefore, the head immediately ordered her to be let in. As soon as the girl appeared, the leader immediately greeted her. He was really looking forward to her visit. However, as soon as the girl entered, she raised a topic that was unpleasant for the head. That last night one of the elders left this world. She couldn't believe that he had actually died at the hands of some scion of a merchant clan. However, the leader immediately explained that this offspring was surrounded by extremely skilled warriors. He asked the lady to convey to the Golden Heavenly Alliance that there was nothing to worry about now. He would handle it himself. But the lady didn't even let the chief finish speaking. Having explained that the showdown now concerns the White Flowers house, the Jungle Clan in turn will receive help by providing their warriors. The girl was sure that the hero would soon visit their brothel. Not long ago they spread a rumor around the district, so he would definitely want to come. This rumor was that they were related to the Golden Alliance of Heaven, so this time there was absolutely no way for the hero to escape from them. Events moved to the next day. Everyone gathered around Kyungwon, asking him to stay in the mansion as he would interfere with their plans. However, he continued to convince that he could cope with the current task. But he was eager to follow the master, promising that he would control himself. Then the doctor warned that they would be caught before the battle began, so he suggested using poison. It would help to relax and also immobilize the facial muscles so that the warrior would look calm. It had a small side effect. However, it was not that bad. Apparently, Kyungwon didn't want to take the poison. However, when the hero decided to leave him at home, he even agreed to that. Chongchu immediately took out a huge needle made of hardened poison in order to prick the warrior, after which everyone was left to witness the loud cries of a more than strong soldier. The hero was only indignant at the behavior of Kyungwon and Chungcha, not understanding whether these two would ever become normal people. So-yeon quickly realized that the side effect was that Kyungwon had become somewhat like an idiot, although his muscles had indeed atrophied. But in any case, they were now ready to go to the House of White Flowers. Apparently, this place made So-yeon a little upset. She was disappointed that the gentleman was in such a hurry to get to a simple brothel. However, the doctor explained that this was no ordinary brothel. It was built by the Golden Alliance of Heaven. So-yeon simply thought that ordinary merchants could also run such establishments. There was nothing strange about it. But as it turns out, they were sitting quietly for a while and then suddenly began to expand their sphere of influence. In addition, all of their businesses were set up around the Golden Wall clan. And although they look like ordinary people, all of their workers are experienced warriors. They were so strong that it was difficult to meet such people even in most trading clans. After all, not long ago a rumor began to spread that the White Flower House was connected to the Golden Heaven Alliance. It was as if these people were specifically trying to lure someone here. That's why Chongchu suspected that they were up to something. So-yeon felt like this literally meant that they shouldn't go there, because they were leading their master into a real trap. Chongchu quickly realized that the guard was clearly worried about the master. However, they both quickly realized that worrying about such a strong man was clearly unnecessary. Finally, the hero and his retinue found themselves in the house itself, and immediately one of the courtesans approached, rejoicing that the famous Night King had honored them with his presence. Chongchu only laughed that rumors about the master had reached even here, after which he asked the girl to make sure that the gentleman would receive the very best. While the healer was leading the girl away, the hero managed to look at the local workers. They were all on the same level as the warriors from the respected clans. As far as he knew, the Heavenly Golden Alliance was not able to provide such skilled people. This means that there is a much more influential patron behind them. This made Baek Tae-san even more curious about what they were planning. Finally, the lady saw off Baek Tae-san and prepared a separate room for him and his companions. Chungchu was delighted by this great news until Yu Soyeon abruptly stopped him. After all, they were supposed to wait at the entrance. This means that they and Baek Tae-san are clearly not on the same path. Chungchu was clearly resisting, so Yu So-yeon even had to ask Kyungwon for help to pull him away. And in the end, all three, with a joint effort, remained outside to wait for the hero. It was in this situation, while waiting, that the doctor was more indignant than ever that he had been dragged to this place. Yu So-yeon quickly saw that something was wrong with her companion. She thought he was not feeling well because he did not look his best. However, it turned out that his medicine stopped working and he experienced some unpleasant side effects. The girl he was in love with magically began to look much more attractive. He could barely contain his cock in his pants. Suddenly, Yu So-yeon came closer to him to take a closer look at Kyungwon's condition. And he literally smashed his head through the wall in order to somehow sober himself up after what he had seen. But when he came to his senses a little, the guy looked at the doctor and quickly realized that this damn divine healer knew about everything. After which, Kyungwon decided to find out where the master was. But suddenly a stranger appeared and explained that the gentleman was in a slightly different place. After which he greeted his tame dogs. Literally the entire brothel security force stood behind this man. The doctor quickly recognized them as warriors of the Jungle Clan, and realized that the brothel was in cahoots with them. And although the man was amazed at how quickly they realized everything, this was yet another reason not to let them leave alive. So the man immediately ordered all his warriors to go into battle. However, this clearly only amused Kyungwon, because he was having a hard time containing the feelings that were overwhelming him, and the battle arrangement suited him much better. After everything he had endured in the last half hour, the fight was coming much easier for him. Yu So-yeon was curious about what kind of restraint the warrior had just spoken about, but they both realized that now was not the right time to talk. After all, several soldiers had already attacked her in order to kill her. However, in one fell swoop she neutralized these people, after which I realized that it was time for Kyungwon to start fighting seriously too. At this time, the hero was with his companion. The girl did not understand why the gentleman still did not dare to sit down. so she invited him to sit next to her. However, it seems that the hero was more interested in the fact that it was quite noisy outside. He felt that a fight had broken out there. However, the girl pretended that she didn't hear anything at all. She herself was glad that today they would finally be able to get rid of the impudent boy, although she was clearly disappointed that the boy clearly had no idea what was really going on. She even felt sorry to kill such a naive, handsome man. Suddenly, the hero suggested gouging out the girl's eyes. He explained that he hardly looked like prey that had been cornered, and he understood that the girl probably suspected that he had come here without knowing anything. However, in an instant, without warning, he broke through the door near which he was standing. After which, he turned to the girl and ordered her not to dare look at him like that again. For a second, she felt incredible horror. At this moment, Yu So-yeon continued her slaughter, cutting her opponents into small pieces. From time to time, she also glanced at her comrade. He looked like a god of war and didn't let anyone get close to him. However, unexpectedly, one of the soldiers caught him by surprise. When he attacked, the guy had to dodge, causing him to completely lose his balance. But he was very lucky that Yu So-yeon was already behind him, and she ensured him in time. After which, she threw him forward, and he, accelerating, rushed towards the remaining soldiers. In this way, he was able to quickly cut off their heads from their shoulders, and soon these two were already standing in the middle of a corridor strewn with corpses. The manager was clearly disappointed that these warriors turned out to be such useless scum. However, he understood that now he could take care of business on his own, and warned the bodyguards that now no one would definitely save them. Both were obviously surprised that their opponent had decided to use daggers at such a distance. However, this old man turned out to be very nimble, instantly reducing the distance between them. Instinctively, both Kyung-won and Yu So-yeon immediately threw their swords forward to stop the old man. However, he changed his trajectory, sneaking up straight to the unprotected part of the warriors. It was obviously an open area, and the old man was already imagining how he would stab someone. However, Kyung-won reacted in time, swinging his sword and starting to cover his beloved with his body. But despite this, both got it. After this, both retreated simultaneously. It became obvious that the old man was definitely different from the warriors they had dealt with before. That's why they even doubted whether they would be able to defeat him. The old man himself knew very well that his opponents had some skills. However, they were not enough to deal with the elder, even though the two moved as if they had one mind. It would be a great shame for him and the entire clan if he were to suffer defeat at their hands. So the time has finally come to end this fight. But suddenly a hero intervened in the fight. And obviously the bodyguards were incredibly happy to see their master. The manager quickly realized who stood before him. Initially, he truly believed that the hero was torn apart, and that he already had one foot in the grave. But it seems he was hiding his true nature. However, the guy himself believed that this was a delusion of his enemies, who only wanted to see that he was weak. The old man laughed, remembering how he had initially wanted to spare the boy. However, now he changed his mind and took out his throwing knives. Taking a few pieces, he immediately threw them towards the hero. However, he dodged them, and there was not a hint of fear on his face. He only scolded the man for being too reckless if he was going to kill him. Besides, it was useless, since it was unlikely that the elder would agree to simply answer his questions. For this reason, he decided to just have some fun with this old man. Apparently, he was scared that the hero was able to get so close to him so quickly. And at that moment, our hero began to suck the life force out of this weirdo. As soon as everything was finished, the divine healer finally emerged from his hiding place. Kyung-won was genuinely glad that the man was okay and managed to survive. However, he only laughed, explaining that if he died, no one would be able to take care of the guards, so he had to stay alive. After which the doctor also suggested to the young gentleman to finally put an end to this whole performance. For this reason, the hero immediately let the old man go. And after that, together with the doctor who volunteered to accompany him, they went outside, where several more warriors tried to attack them. They were easily defeated even without weapons. And obviously the hero was very surprised that they were so weak. Although obviously Kyung-won and Yu So-yeon understood that it was all about their master's strength, finally it was time to climb up to the top of the next building. Only then did the guards become interested in who they had been looking for all this time. And as it turned out, they needed a puppeteer who was behind all these attacks on the hero. Somewhere around this time, a woman was sitting upstairs, calmly sipping tea. And finally, the hero entered her room. As soon as he saw the woman, he immediately realized that she was the puppeteer. And then, he asked her not to pull the wool over his eyes, and not to say that her brothel had nothing to do with what happened. The woman had no intention of doing this, because her life was dear to her after all. Only then did Baek Taesun become surprised by her incredible calmness. But, as it turned out, the woman was sure that she was much more useful alive. For this reason, the hero decided to ask her a few questions first. For example, who is really behind all this? and he was talking about the real puppeteers, not the Golden Alliance of Heaven. The woman was clearly surprised that the hero asked such a precise question so quickly. Unfortunately, she also didn't know the real identities of these people. They acted very secretively, constantly hiding in the shadows, although she knows for sure that they transmit their orders through the Golden Alliance. The one who gives them instructions is Manhwa OK. Chongchu was familiar with this name. However, he knew this man as the Black Moon Swordsman, a very famous one of the most skilled martial artists, who had killed the demonic General Bloodflame, who had once been ranked in the top 100. However, as far as Chongchu knew, he was believed to be dead. Apparently, after this, the hero demanded some explanation from the head of the brothel. However, she was absolutely certain that it was the same person. She even decided to swear on her soul that she was telling the truth. After this, the hero had no more questions, so he ordered the woman to continue to be responsible for this place. He wanted her to dig up all the information about the Golden Heaven Alliance and this Bongmu Oak and pass it on to the hero. However, the woman explained that she most likely would not be able to find out anything important. And then the hero immediately saw the falsehood in her words, because she herself had said before that she was on his side and would be useful to him. Therefore, he suspected that the Golden Alliance had hired her since they knew that she belonged to the Hao faction. He could tell by the way she moved. They all had one specific trait, and the woman was quite bad at pretending, despite belonging to the Hao faction. So he only asked that the woman not let him down if she wanted to live so much. Besides, only he knew where the shadow step technique was, and this news clearly interested the lady. It was a martial art of the Hao faction that had been lost many years ago. Outsiders shouldn't even know about its existence. So the woman understood that the hero knew what he was talking about. So, bending down, she promised that she would do her best and not disappoint the master. Events moved to the Winter Palace. There, Banmu Oke was slowly climbing the stairs. He approached the white-haired elder, who quickly realized that something had clearly happened since Banmu Oke had come here. It turned out that the warrior had come to report that the situation in Wuhan left much to be desired. The Jungle Clan and the White Flower House, who were helping the Golden Alliance, were defeated by a group of unknown people last night. They still hadn't figured out their identities. This situation was extremely unfavorable. The elder's younger brother began to mock the white-haired handsome man, because he couldn't even manage something as simple as an alliance, and he didn't understand how he was going to maintain his position as the heir. One of the interlocutors knew full well that the situation in Wuhan was not to be taken lightly. This place was a key element of their plan. This plan has been waiting for centuries to be implemented. Not the slightest mistake can be allowed. After all, very soon they will appear in this world. The events moved to the Donghae Security Agency. There, Chongchu spoke with the head of this security agency. The head immediately warned that by meeting in this way they were breaking the rules. But Chongchu, more than anyone else, knew that they had a special occasion. The leader quickly realized that they were talking about mystical heavenly charms, and honestly admitted that he did not know how much longer it would take for the supreme leader to appear. Chongchu was silent for a moment, thinking about this topic, after which he decided to prepare for the appearance of the new supreme, and also decided to ask the man what he thought about Mr. Baek Tae-san. And his opinion was not unambiguous, because the boy used a secret code that was known only to high-ranking members of the cult. However, the man did not know anyone who was so young, but he knew that Chongchu probably had some ideas. And this idea was that Baek Tae-san was the secret son of the deceased supreme. And from this news, even the old man's tea began to flow down his beard. He screamed, not believing his friend's words. However, his friend immediately asked him to be quieter. Therefore, the old man was only silently amazed by the news he had just heard. Chongchu was happy that a new supreme leader might appear even earlier than they expected. But even though he said so, he himself was not entirely sure. He still hasn't figured out who Baek Tae-san really is. In the end, this guy didn't tell anything about himself at all. Suddenly, a young maid reported to the master that a new doctor had finally decided to come to him. This time, the famous eccentric needle doctor was supposed to visit him. It took Chongchu a moment to process this news, after which he screamed, not understanding why this weirdo was even heading here. But, as far as Soso knew, the chief had indeed called healers from all over the world. Although she saw that the young master's condition had improved greatly after the divine physician's arrival, the leader wanted to know if things would change if the eccentric needle physician was here as well. Chongchu began to argue. However, Soso explained that the eccentric doctor could cure anyone with just one injection. The doctor also started shouting that it was impossible. But Soso insisted that she had indeed heard such rumors, and also that this doctor could restore torn meridians. But suddenly their squabble was interrupted by the hero, and explained that the eccentric healer had become so famous not at all because of his healing techniques. He could kill a person with just one needle. That's why he became famous. It was also a known fact that he destroyed an entire sect using only needles. The naive maid immediately began to argue that she had never heard of this before, and a real healer would never kill people. And the hero was only touched by how naive this girl was, and she, offended by the gentleman's words, immediately began to prove that she was already quite an adult. The events moved to the market, where Dang Yun was walking with her assistants. She came to the market to choose vegetables and fruits and bring them to the master's mansion. However, suddenly he and his assistant heard loud screams. There, a man who was gambling noticed that he had been cheated, and that a coin had been removed from under his glass when he had placed a bet on it. So he demanded that the man confess and return the money. Obviously, he immediately began to argue, proving that if he were a deceiver, his business would not have stayed afloat for 15 years. However, obviously such arguments did not convince the man in any way. For this reason, he proposed a certain bet to this swindler. If there was a coin inside the cup, he was ready to give up his eyes. However, the scammer also had to put something on the line. For example, he could take away one of his hands. He was even willing to mercifully allow him to choose which hand to part with. The rest of the residents began to guess why they had never managed to win at this attraction. Even Dang Yong became curious to know what this man was really hiding. The warrior continued to pressure the man to prove that he was not a fraud. However, he did not want to agree to such an absurd argument. This made the man convinced that he was a real fraud. Otherwise, he would have nothing to hide. However, suddenly he felt something. After which I saw a beauty watching everything from behind. He immediately realized that she had a body with physical purity. So he lost all interest in this swindler. He immediately threw a stack of coins in his face and ordered him to get lost. This scammer was very lucky. It was literally his lucky day. He himself followed the beauty, surprised that today was such an outstanding day. However, he came to the gates of the Golden Wall, to the very place where he was supposed to stop for a while. Therefore, without thinking, I immediately entered the gate. There he was met by the chief manager, who joyfully greeted the man. And as soon as the question turned to the girl, he realized that they were talking about Danyan, who was the master's servant. This man was not the first to be interested in this girl. However, he immediately warned that the man would not be able to take her, since the divine healer himself had already made similar offers to her. The doctor was offended because he could not be compared with such a non-entity. He believed that no one would refuse the offer made by him. For this reason, he soon found himself in front of the hero, and he smiled, realizing that it would certainly be easy to do business with such a simpleton. After which he turned his attention to the very young divine healer, although he quickly suspected that his youth was due to the elixirs he had taken. The hero himself was already tired, and decided to find out why every doctor who came to him immediately began to look with interest at his servant. However, he immediately explained that her energy was impressive, and her talent was wasted in this place. But if she trained under him for 10 years, she could become both a healer and a martial artist. After these words, the hero laughed, noting that the man himself did not look like a real martial arts master, and expressed the hope that he was taught at least a few healing techniques. And obviously the man was angry that the impudent boy was belittling his art so much. However, suddenly he felt a deadly attack approaching. He barely had time to close his eyes, and when he opened them, he realized that it was the hero's hand, which he extended so that the doctor could check his pulse. In this way, he wanted to find out how good the man's abilities really were. Apparently, the doctor looked in shock at the hand extended to him. Because of this movement of the hero, he even forgot how to breathe for a second. And seeing that the eccentric healer was not moving, he ordered him to check his pulse. Then the man concentrated, still imagining what would have happened to him if the hero had had a sword in his hands at that moment. He found it strange that a man with no internal energy had such a frightening aura. However, suddenly, when he checked his pulse, he felt something strange. The hero's body really did look like real trash. For this reason, the boy decided to find out how much time it would take the doctor to fix all this. He was able to restore several major meridians, but it would not be fast at all. So he thought it would be better for Baek Tae-san to just give up and be content with what he had. For this reason, Baek Tae-san, upon hearing this, immediately admitted that the divine physician's skills were still better than this man's. After all, the divine physician said that his treatment would take only a few years. Therefore, he was disappointed that the needle doctor not only did not understand medicine, but also had poor command of martial arts. The man got angry and once again, out of old habit, decided to make a bet with the hero. And the one who was also a betting lover became intrigued. The man decided to fight any person the hero would choose for him to see how badly he understood martial arts. However, if he can win, then he will take all the hero's maids for himself. Then Baek Tae-san learned what would happen if he won. The healer put the best he had to offer on the line, himself, as even the Murim Alliance and the Black Moon coveted him. But the hero believed that this was not enough. He wanted more. The hero demanded that he also put his body and soul on the line, which meant that he had to swear absolute loyalty. And in principle, the doctor, confident in his abilities, agreed to the hero's conditions. For this reason, they soon found themselves on the training ground. The doctor immediately and confidently decided to find out who would fight against him. And the hero decided to fight personally, considering it a fair fight. However, the man was only disappointed, believing that Baek-tae-sun probably wanted to lose on purpose. The boy decided not to reveal all his cards at once, allowing the man to test him in battle. So he began to wonder what this boy was up to. Judging by this man's pulse, he should be grateful to be alive at all. Therefore, he even considered that perhaps the hero had decided to part with his life, and tried to dissuade him. Apparently, the hero was disappointed that all the doctors he knew had no words. After which he asked to stop the meaningless chatter and suggested that the doctor attack. In the end, he agreed, and asked that the hero not blame him in the event of his death. And these words brought a smile of mockery to the hero's face. For this reason, he even decided to let the man attack first and not hold back. The arrogant expression on the boy's face made me even more angry. He thought that most likely he was just trying to provoke him, but he knew himself and knew that he would never let his guard down. To begin with, he decided to throw a few needles in order to distract him, and put internal energy into the rest, targeting them at vital points. This was his best technique, which could not be avoided. It was called the art of 6 needles. However, when the needles flew, none of them touched the hero's body. Obviously, the outstanding martial arts master clearly did not expect such an outcome. The hero was even disappointed that the man had such weak abilities. Although he could say one thing, it wasn't that bad. But he wasn't going to give in to it anymore. The energy that danced around the hero after these words frightened even the man himself, and the hero approached him in an instant in order to deliver his blow. He reached for the man's chest, pushing him back lightly. But even such a blow sent him tumbling off the training arena. He even crashed into a wall, which his body literally shattered into pieces. And now those very needles that he had thrown away were in his body. He even thought that perhaps Baek-tae-sun had used some kind of witchcraft. However, he swore that this time he would definitely not miss. The hero only laughed at the self-confidence of a man who would give up only after death. At that moment, he disappeared. The healer never saw him again. Although he had specially concentrated a large amount of internal energy in his eyes, it did not help. That's why the hero caught him by surprise by appearing behind him. Bracing himself for the blow, he concluded that the man really knew nothing about martial arts. Then he struck him. Thus, it was only when night fell that the needle doctor finally woke up. All this time, Chongchu was keeping an eye on him. Apparently, he was not pleased with the news that he lost consciousness after being hit by the hero. Chongchu also warned that several restrictions have been imposed on the doctor as a precaution, and only then did the man realize that he now truly belonged entirely to Master Baek-tae-sun. The divine healer only hoped that he and the needle master would work together, since the two of them were now hostages in this situation. When the next day came, the hero had to leave his residence. He came to his parents' residence to see his older brother. The head of the trading clan also noticed that his brother looked much better than before. This means that the divine and eccentric doctors lived up to their reputation. Besides, he also heard that the eccentric needle master had also decided to stay with the hero. The older brother admitted that he called the boy because he wanted to ask him for a favor. They recently received news from the Yang clan. They said that the River Martial Alliance from Hubei was gathering rising martial artists under their wing, and Yeon Haran was also invited. Initially, the elder brother knew that it would be strange for a merchant clan to join the meeting. However, the needle doctor received a similar proposal. Besides, he seemed to have agreed to participate even before he came to them. The older brother tried to gently lead him to the idea that had arisen. However, the hero quickly realized that his brother wanted to send Baek-tae-sun along with the eccentric doctor. And in principle, the hero was not against it, because he himself wanted to train a little. The brother was very grateful to the younger brother, and also explained that the River Alliance was the strongest such organization in all of Hubei. And since they were also inclined to take action, there was no way they could miss such an opportunity. For this reason, the hero had already begun to dream about whether there would be an opponent worthy of him in such a powerful alliance. The events moved to the house of the White Flowers of the Hao faction. The leader decided to find out from her subordinates how the clan reacted to the recent dramatic events of the Golden Alliance of Heaven. The assistant immediately reported that apparently they were so shocked by the unexpected abilities of the Golden Wall clan that they did not even know what to do now to correct the situation. And in principle, this was not so strange, because even the head of the brothel herself did not suspect how strong these people were, and that such a monster was hiding among them. She was extremely interested to know what kind of person this Baek-tae-sun was, since he even knew ancient techniques like the shadow step. So she ordered her girls to pay special attention to the Golden Wall trading clan. They had to find out at any cost what martial arts treatises or elixirs they were buying, but they also had to be treated with particular caution, as if they were dealing with a very dangerous and unpredictable enemy, and under no circumstances should they approach the second young master. The woman had a strong feeling that their further connection with Baek Tyson could determine the fate of the entire faction in the coming changes. The events returned to the hero's residence, where Soso decided to write a long letter to her beloved parents, in which she told about the latest events. She hoped that everything was as good for them as it was for her in her new home. The girl also regretfully said that she suddenly had to leave her usual Wuhan and go on an exciting journey towards the famous river fighting alliance, because of which she will not be able to write regular letters to her parents for some time, as usual. Besides, she was amazed that, being such a simple girl, she would end up in such an amazing and important place. That's why she considered her master to be a truly incredible person. She also spoke with admiration about how they were joined by two famous doctors, who, for some mysterious reason, were completely speechless when their master was nearby. And the girl found it very fascinating to watch their strange relationship from the outside, as if it were a theatrical performance. Besides, over the last few days the three of them had been meeting quite often, almost every evening, and it seemed to the girl that they were conducting some kind of special and mysterious training, because every night she heard loud screams, and when she carefully looked out of the window, she saw that a bright and mesmerizing purple light was coming from the master's house. But thanks to this intense training, her master began to look much healthier, and it even began to seem that the appearance of the two doctors had also noticeably improved. True, sometimes the hero muttered very strange things under his breath. For example, the doctors were much better than courtesans from brothels, which led the maid into some confusion. In any case, Soso was absolutely sure that she lived with very good and kind people. Before, she felt a little lonely in the big mansion, but now she felt like she had new family members who cared for each other. After which, the girl sincerely promised to send her parents a new detailed letter as soon as she safely returned to Wuhan, and asked them not to worry about her too much. She also hoped with all her heart that everything would be fine with her parents in the coming days. A couple of days later, the events move again to the White Flower's house. The hero came to meet his new subordinate and check the progress of the assignments. The first thing he decided to do was to find out in a businesslike manner how the important investigation she was conducting was progressing. However, the woman explained somewhat sheepishly that they had already sent him a detailed report with all the details found. But that was not the point now. The hero asked directly how things were going with the investigation into his own past, and obviously the woman immediately became frightened, realizing that Baek Taesin had somehow found out about everything. The hero immediately noticed that she looked too surprised, as if she sincerely expected that he would never find out about this secret investigation. And all that was left for the woman to do was to sink even lower on her knees and humiliatingly apologize for her terrible sin. She quickly explained that she simply wanted to know more information to better serve. But since her agents were extremely cautious in their actions, the investigation was not yet complete. She also clarified that this investigation concerned the Golden Wall clan as a whole, and not him personally. But the hero was only interested in the specific facts that they managed to find out, and not in the justifications. And all the lady knew at the moment was that there was some important secret hidden behind Baek Taesin that even she had no idea about. This news clearly disappointed the hero a little, but he decided to switch and find out useful information about the River Alliance. The lady immediately proudly declared that no one could compare to the Hao faction in collecting information about famous Marima organizations, and solemnly promised to immediately prepare the most detailed data for the hero to study. The guy also asked to carefully select several of the most competent people for him, because he had one important matter in the River Battle Alliance that required reliable support. After which, he also asked the woman to bring him paper and a writing brush, and immediately began to draw something with amazing precision. When he finished, he threw the paper to the girl. She began to read with interest, and at that very moment was almost stunned by what she saw. One quick glance was enough to understand that this was indeed the legendary shadow step technique that the faction had been searching for many years. The hero calmly explained that this was obviously not a full version of the technique, so he asked the woman to continue to try even better and prove how useful she could be to his plans. After all, with the shadow step technique, in the future, she could even claim to become the full-fledged head of the Hao faction instead of the current leadership. And only at that moment did she finally realize how incredibly valuable the information was that was now in her trembling hands. Soon it was time for the hero to set off on a long journey to the River Battle Alliance, and his elder brother even came out to ceremoniously see him off, along with the chief manager of the clan. He was sincerely amazed at how much his younger brother had changed recently, although deep down he still considered the hero a child. It seemed to him that just yesterday he was crawling under his desk and playing with papers. So it was especially touching to see him already actively involved in serious family and clan affairs. Although his younger brother began to look much better and healthier, the man was still secretly worried about his well-being. But the manager wisely noted that now that he had two of the best doctors in the region with him at all times, there was certainly nothing to worry about. And only then did the man, with a bitter smile, realize the cruel irony of fate. He was genuinely concerned about his brother's health, even though he had once poisoned him because of a power struggle. After which, with some regret about the past, he turned around and went back to the daily affairs of the clan. The man still couldn't get rid of the strange premonition that some truly global event was about to happen that would change their world. The events moved to the mysterious residence of So-Dogan. Two figures in dark clothes in the middle of a mountain of various shelves were busily discussing the completion of preparations for an important operation. All the things that the elder had given them were also completely ready for use, and they only had to wait for the right people to arrive. When all the preparations were finished, the man wanted his faithful assistant to immediately go after them and take the entire process under strict control. He immediately bowed respectfully, moving on to immediately carry out an important task. While his master was pondering with a grim expression on why they had suffered such a complete and humiliating defeat in Wuhan, even the Heavenly Golden Alliance that they had given such powerful support to had now become a completely useless tool. If they fail miserably again this time, the Elder will personally and cruelly punish them for their incompetence. They would most likely end up as wandering souls who would forever seek repentance for their sins. And even imagining such a fate was truly terrifying. However, he still looked with keen interest at the preparations nearby, and he understood that very soon he would meet again with that long-awaited person. At this time, the hero calmly continued his measured journey in a comfortable carriage on the road to the River Alliance. However, although the carriage was indeed very comfortable and of high quality, both doctors understood perfectly well that the gentleman had paid a lot for such luxury. Chongchu considered this to be completely unsurprising for the master. After all, this was the true path of an aristocrat accustomed to the best. After which, the two learned men began their usual argument about trifles, since the eccentric needle doctor kept teasing the divine physician. Yu So-yeon, looking with interest at these two adults, but behaving like children of men, understood that very soon something truly terrible would certainly happen between them if they did not stop provoking each other. However, suddenly the needle doctor asked with surprise why they decided to go by land and not by water, which would have been much faster. But, as it turned out, the reason was the pirates who had recently been raging on the rivers, attacking merchant ships. Although it was obvious to everyone in the carriage that these pirates should have avoided meeting them, and not the other way around, given the strength of their companions. And only the eccentric physician expressed such an opinion, and everyone else adhered to his point of view, although they did not show it directly. However, Chungchu suddenly remembered with concern that Lady Yeonharan was also going to the River Martial Alliance, and suggested that Yu Seo-yeon contact her to go together for safety. But, as it turned out, her mistress had long since boarded her own ship, and the girl seriously doubted that she was aware of their plans and purpose. Apparently, Chungchu was genuinely surprised that Miss Yeonharan would take such a risk, especially when there were so many dangerous pirates on the water. But Yu So-yeon, like no one else, knew well that their ancient clan had many strong and experienced warriors to protect them. Besides, her mistress was also quite strong in her own right. Initially, there weren't many female warriors in the Yeon clan, but it was for this reason that Yu So-yeon initially became Haran's personal servant. However, she was quite certain that the mistress was much stronger than her in all aspects of martial arts. Chungchu also realized that this modest girl clearly didn't realize how strong she actually was. Although, considering that everyone she could compare herself to were true monsters like their master, it was quite understandable and not surprising. The girl herself at this time fondly recalled her distant childhood. She clearly remembered how Father Karen solemnly introduced her to his beloved daughter as his new personal guard, as well as a partner for joint combat practices and training. Then little Yu So-yeon immediately bowed respectfully and politely greeted the lady, expressing her deep respect and willingness to serve her. Apparently, the girl had also interrupted her daily sword training, after which, with a sincere smile, she approached her new guard. Extending a friendly hand towards her, she joyfully greeted the girl and expressed hope that together, they would become much stronger and be able to protect each other in any danger. Finally, the long-awaited time came to stop and make a short rest stop in order to have a proper dinner and rest before continuing the long journey. Not wanting to waste precious time on rest, Kyungwon and Yu So-yeon immediately began their usual training. However, This time the girl was much more collected and determined than usual, as if something had changed radically in her inner mood. After the first few exchanges of blows, Kyungwon felt that something was definitely wrong with her. Her movements became more aggressive and unpredictable. At some critical moment, the girl She didn't really pierce him through with her blade, and only a quick reaction saved the warrior from serious injury. For this disturbing reason, Kyungwon had to use much more force than he originally planned, and he even accidentally wounded his partner in the shoulder. Apparently, after this unpleasant incident, the training was immediately disrupted, and the frightened Kyungwon immediately ran up to the girl to anxiously find out if everything was okay with her. However, she, courageously hiding the growing pain, stubbornly wanted to continue training and prove her strength. Kyungwon insistently explained that the wound was quite deep, and she absolutely had to turn to a divine doctor so that he could examine her and properly treat the injury. However, suddenly little Soso joyfully announced the beginning of the long-awaited dinner, calling everyone to the table. Kyungwon was about to go grab a bite to eat with Yoo So-yeon when she suddenly ran away, clearly wanting to be alone. As far as he understood from her behavior, the girl wanted to be alone and think about what had happened. So he wisely decided not to disturb her and give her time. While they were all sitting together at the common table, Chong-chu made fun of his fellow doctor in every possible way, and everyone present laughed heartily and was amused by their squabble. It seemed that only Kyungwon was not having fun and sat with a gloomy look, constantly glancing in the direction where Yoo So-yeon had disappeared. Noticing such unusual behavior of the warrior, the divine healer approached him for a serious conversation. The man quickly realized that the guard was clearly very worried about something important, and if this was really the case, then he definitely needed to go and check on the guard's condition, otherwise he might later bitterly regret his inaction. The guy honestly admitted that he doesn't understand what happened to the girl at all, and doesn't even know what to say to her in such a situation. But the experienced doctor was sure that he shouldn't dwell too much on the problem. He just needed to show that he cared about it, and that already meant a lot. Besides, Chong-chu wisely believed that if such a sincere, albeit simple-minded person as Kyungwon tried to show concern, it would definitely not spoil the situation. So he gave the guy a few rice balls to take with him, apparently so that he could bring this modest snack for the hungry Yoo So-yeon. However, when the boy cautiously walked into the training ground, he saw that the girl was still stubbornly continuing her solo training in the moonlight. Her full attention was focused on the massive boulder in front of her, and she tried in every way to somehow cut it with her sword, striking it again and again. The hero, who suddenly arrived, sincerely praised her polished movements and correct technique. However, he also clearly saw that the girl was burdened by some useless and destructive thoughts that prevented her from concentrating. That's why she didn't notice his silent approach. But if it had been a real enemy in his place, she would already be dead. So he wisely advised her to completely clear her mind of all unnecessary things and to always be on guard and vigilant. Yoo So-yeon was almost certain that there were very few people in the world who were capable of such stealthy movement and such speed. However, the hero alone knew at least 500 such masters. And if you take into account those whom he had not personally seen, then there were even more. However, since the girl did not believe his honest words, she could continue to live within the limited framework that she had set in her head. And this deep thought was firmly lodged in her mind. She literally began to shine from the new insights that filled her. And from one look at her face, Kyungwon knew that this was the real enlightenment that the sages had spoken of. The girl herself vividly recalled that long-ago moment when she could not believe that the hero had managed to defeat the martial arts master in just 5 lightning-fast movements. Then she couldn't believe that he managed to kill the powerful head of the Crimson Dragon with ease, and also sincerely doubted that they would be able to defeat the experienced warriors of the Jungle Clan. And only now she realized with shock that all these doubts were just limiting frameworks that she herself had built in her head, not allowing herself to believe in more. Kyungwon himself was at a loss as to what to do now that his beloved had unexpectedly reached a rare state of enlightenment, and the hero had already calmly gone off to do his business. Finally turning to look at his faithful comrade, Baek Tae-san made it clear that he knew perfectly well that he had been here for a long time and was watching what was happening. Therefore, after patiently waiting for the master to leave, Kyungwon immediately hurried to Yoo So-yeon to be by her side at this important moment. Fortunately, nothing dangerous has happened to the process at this point. However, the girl needed to go through the entire complex process of enlightenment without external interference. When the girl finally came to her senses, it was already early morning, and the sun's rays gilded the surroundings. Only after she had finally regained consciousness did she realize with amazement that she had actually achieved that very state of enlightenment that she had previously only heard about in legends and stories of masters. But how amazed she was when she turned around and noticed the devoted Kyungwan, who had been kneeling next to her all night, guarding her peace. The sleepy but happy warrior turned to her joyfully and sincerely congratulated his dear companion on achieving enlightenment. And only then did the embarrassed girl decide to find out with curiosity how long Kyungwan had been here, and why he hadn't gone to rest. As it turned out, the main reason he stayed the whole night was that he was afraid that someone might interfere with her in this delicate process, or even harm her. Apparently these touching words confused the girl to the point of madness, especially when she saw the neat package with food. The caring guy brought it to her in case she got hungry after waking up. And although the food was already quite cold, Yu So-yeon immensely appreciated his diligence and devotion. So she began to eat, thanking her faithful friend from the bottom of her heart for such touching care of her. Apparently, after hearing these sincere words, Kyungwan smiled like a happy fool, after which he patiently waited until the girl had finished eating, in order to ask her to help him get up. After all, his legs had become very numb from immobility during the long night. After everything that happened, they continued their journey to the River Alliance, and only when he was in a comfortable carriage did the hero decide to speak. He praised Yu So-yeon for achieving enlightenment without any major problems or complications. Apparently, the girl immediately thanked the master deeply, sincerely realizing that she would never have managed without his wise guidance. However, Bayek Taesan immediately reminded her seriously that it was extremely dangerous to simply fall into a state of enlightenment. If something went wrong, she could suffer from energy rejection, and it would not be limited to internal trauma alone. She might never even wake up from such a deep trance again. However, he left calmly precisely because there was already a reliable person next to her, who sincerely looked after her and was ready to protect her in case of danger. And then, after these meaningful words, Yu So-yeon and Kyungwan exchanged especially warm and understanding glances. And little So-so, who was sitting right between them, could barely contain herself, knowing full well that these two were head over heels in love with each other. And even the hero himself was sincerely glad that his timid bodyguard had finally taken a really big step forward in his personal relationship. Soon, the whole friendly company safely arrived in the prosperous province of Hubei, and entered the bustling city of Yicheng. Chongchu immediately began to busily look around, searching with his eyes for that famous river-fighting alliance that he had heard so much about. And when they finally stopped at an inn, he was relieved to be able to stretch his aching back, dreaming about how he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep in a normal house, with at least a roof over his head. Finally, walking slowly along a crowded city street, the hero noticed a man bowing before him. He quickly came up and quietly whispered something in his ear, after which the mysterious stranger just as quickly disappeared into the crowd, as if he had never been there. Apparently, the curious young maid became interested in who this mysterious man was and what he was reporting. And the insightful Chongchu guessed that it was an agent from the Hao faction. And, as usual, he was absolutely right in his guess. This secretive man reported to the hero that, judging by all the available information, a ship from the Yang clan would arrive at the city's harbor within the next hour. So he politely asked Yu So-yeon to take care of her mistress when she finally arrived in the unfamiliar city. The quick-witted So-so even suggested that perhaps the hero knew in advance the approximate time of the girl's arrival, and specifically wanted them to arrive almost simultaneously for convenience. However, the guy sincerely believed that this was just a lucky coincidence, nothing more. Besides, it had been a while since Yeonharan and Yu So-yeon had met or interacted in person, so he thought that this unexpected coincidence was very convenient for them to have a joyful meeting of friends. Apparently, such sincere concern for his subordinates touched the kind So-so immensely, and Yu So-yeon was deeply grateful for such thoughtful care from the young master, who thought about even such trifles. Finally, gracefully stepping off the arriving ship onto the pier, the girl looked with interest at the picturesque city views opening up before her. But they didn't make her particularly happy, because it had really been a long time since she had seen her dear friend. She would be incredibly pleased if she were next to her now to share this journey. But suddenly she heard someone's painfully familiar voice behind her, after which she saw with joyful amazement that her beloved friend was meeting her right at the ship. Obviously, the delighted girl did not stand on ceremony, and immediately threw herself into her tight embrace. She couldn't believe her luck in meeting her in such a distant place, and she couldn't understand how she ended up there. But the most important thing was that she missed her very much, and now they had time to talk about everything and discuss a lot of things alone. But suddenly a certain unknown and rather arrogant gentleman approached the lady from behind. He was the eldest son of an influential family of the Shimen clan. He was clearly disappointed and even outraged that a noble lady could so easily associate with such a commoner and allow herself such liberties. The arrogant young man quickly realized from her dress and manners that she was clearly from the lower classes, which aroused his contempt. But Yeonharan was seriously offended by such arrogant words and explained with dignity that she was her faithful bodyguard, as well as her closest and dearest friend. The gentleman only chuckled mockingly, saying that a girl who was friends with her servants seemed to him very frivolous and carefree. He arrogantly reminded that noble people are strictly forbidden to get close to those who are supposed to serve them, because then, commoners begin to forget their true place in society. Besides, in his opinion, this bodyguard was completely unreliable because she irresponsibly left her mistress alone on the road. And she looked rather weak and inexperienced, as if she did not know how to really fight and protect. Apparently, the noble lady immediately began to ardently defend the honor of her dear friend before this arrogant gentleman, while Yu So-yeon herself sadly recalled similar times from her childhood. One day she hit a noble boy. He shouted loudly that girls should not practice martial arts at all, and that it was contrary to nature. Soon the two little girlfriends heard how the beaten gentleman was desperately searched for by his worried servants. Therefore, kind Yeonharan immediately covered for her friend and decided to take full responsibility for taking care of this unpleasant situation. After all, some simple servant would probably be beaten half to death for such impudence towards a noble offspring. And indeed, the girl bravely endured the cruel punishment and returned with her legs so badly beaten that they could barely support her. However, she tried her best to appear strong, cheerfully saying that they were not sick at all and did not look as bad as it seemed from the outside. Apparently, Yu So-yeon couldn't understand why the lady had gone so far to help her and protect her from punishment. However, Harin sincerely believed that they were true friends, and she wanted Yu So-yeon to also start calling her by her first name without ceremony. For this reason, knowing full well the possible consequences of her actions, there was no way that Yu So-yeon could just go and hit this arrogant man, no matter how much she wanted to. Suddenly, all three of them were called out by someone from behind them. It turned out to be Chong-chu, accompanied by Baek Tae-san's retinue. The divine physician politely explained that they had come to visit the lady and inquire about her health after her journey. And then Yeonharan suddenly became covered with a light girlish blush, and the two men immediately glared at each other with openly angry and hostile looks. The arrogant gentleman from the Jimin clan immediately realized that the person in front of him was the very same ex-fiancé of Lady Yeonharan that he had heard about. Hearing this tense mention, the hero even decided to directly ask the girl again whether they had really finally broken off their engagement, as the rumors claimed. However, our hero quickly realized from her reaction that all this was just annoying slander and gossip of envious people. After which he decided, with undisguised curiosity, to find out from this self-confident young man who he was and why he was so familiarly near his bride. Yeonharan herself, stammering with embarrassment, quickly explained that all these people were representatives of respected clans. Her father had ordered that they travel together for safety on the road, but there was absolutely nothing personal between them, and she wanted to especially emphasize that. The hero was pleased with this honest answer. Therefore, he kindly offered his guests to stay with him because they were not strangers to each other, but practically relatives. After which, not wanting to linger in uncertainty, they all headed towards the inn together. But the master of the Shimen clan was clearly angry at the act of such an arrogant and self-confident bastard who so easily lured the girl to himself. But first, he decided to find a suitable place for his retinue to stop and think about their next steps. In fact, the gentleman was openly jealous and angry, because the girl had never smiled at him sincerely during the entire long journey, and only now he clearly saw that she had a completely different cold and distant expression on her face when someone she really cared about was nearby. This discovery excited his pride even more, so he was ready to do anything to force her to marry him, and not some pathetic non-entity from a merchant clan. At this time, the hero calmly walked next to Karin, who stealthily and carefully studied the features of his matured face. And as soon as he noticed this and looked at her in response, the girl immediately shyly looked away, blushing. The observant Yu So-yeon was probably not the only one who noticed this meaningful interaction, and even suspected that something important had definitely happened between them in the distant past, when they were still children and grew up close. Moreover, the longer she looked at the matured gentleman, the more she saw striking similarities between him and that mysterious man from the past. This amazing girl was the one who unconditionally believed in him, and that he would definitely succeed in becoming a powerful supreme head of the cult. He truly loved her with all his heart. But she died right in his arms, leaving an indelible wound in his soul that did not heal for years. Finally, the entire friendly retinue safely reached the impressive complex of the River Combat Alliance, and the hero immediately realized that it was much more spacious and grandiose here than he had originally expected from a provincial organization. The experienced healer explained with knowledge that this majestic place was only half the size of the famous Righteous Alliance. Although the locals modestly called themselves the Hubei Alliance, given their impressive size and influence, they could well be considered a smaller, but still worthy version of the Righteous Alliance itself. And the hero did not even argue with this assessment, because these words were not at all exaggerated, but reflected the real state of affairs. Soon they were led with honor to a truly luxurious mansion, intended for the most important guests. So quickly looked around and made a very positive verdict regarding their accommodation. And the man accompanying them proudly explained that since they were special and honored guests, they were ordered to be given the most solemn reception worthy of their status. Chongchu was already overjoyed that his fame had finally reached the River Alliance itself, so they were given such a magnificent reception because of his presence. However, the self-confident needle doctor was firmly convinced that the whole reason lay precisely in his arrival. Because of all those present, only he had an official invitation. As a result, these two almost came to blows right on the doorstep because of such disagreements, and calmed down only when the hero sternly called out to them. He explained that starting today he would actively search for worthy healers, of which there should be plenty in such a large alliance. At first, Chongchu was perplexed, and did not understand why the hero needed other healers if he already had two of the most famous and talented healers in the region. However, the true reason was that he was sucking too much life energy out of them, causing their effectiveness as sources of power to begin to noticeably decline. And then both healers, with an unpleasant shudder, recalled the painful sensation they experienced during each energy extraction procedure. However, they were forced to admit one important thing. Their own bodies became significantly healthier and stronger after each such session. After which they began to discuss in a business-like manner where they could best find suitable doctors to replenish their supplies. Chongchu wisely suggested visiting a local hospital in the area and finding decent doctors there for home visits. The needle doctor even sincerely praised him for such a practical and reasonable idea. However, he self-confidently believed that he himself was much more knowledgeable about the professional qualities of doctors, so he was confident that he would be able to choose the most worthy candidates, unlike the divine healer. And only after hearing this next arrogant statement, the divine healer immediately offered them to make another competitive bet. The interested rival doctor also decided to find out what exactly would be at stake in this dispute. After thinking about the situation for a bit, he decided not to miss this wonderful chance to prove his superiority. If he won this competition, he wanted to finally learn the true identity of the mysterious divine healer who had so carefully hidden his past. It seemed to the divine healer that the man would not be able to psychologically bear such a shocking truth. Although Chongchu was convinced that he alone should decide such issues, without anyone else's interference. Therefore, the divine healer agreed to these conditions, and in case of his victory, he wanted the healer of needles to teach him one of his secret and most effective techniques. Obviously, he was very angry, because it was the only truly valuable thing he had left. However, the combat component of the technique did not interest the practical Chongcha at all. He only needed therapeutic acupuncture for professional development. Apparently, the man had already regretted 300 times that he had rashly agreed to this risky bet. But in the end, they decided that the healer who could bring the greatest practical benefit to the treatment of the master would win. And so, looking intently at his opponent, Chongchu was sure that this time he would definitely find out who he really was, and would also reveal everything that his opponent had so stubbornly tried to hide from those around him. Soon the two were busily guarding their master's chambers, while he meditatively sucked the life energy out of the local healers. However, it seemed to both of them that these new doctors were not in so much pain during the procedure, because they screamed completely differently, not so shrilly and desperately. However, unexpectedly the massive doors swung open with a bang, and a gentleman with a clearly displeased expression on his face materialized right between them. He sharply ordered that all these worthless doctors be taken away immediately, because they turned out to be much worse than he had expected to receive. And he also asked that from tomorrow onwards one person be brought to him every day for a more careful selection. Chongchu didn't even have time to be properly surprised by such an unexpectedly large number of disappointed people, as he immediately obediently agreed under the piercing and demanding gaze of the hero. The Needlemaster decided to find out in a practical way what kind of people he needed and what the exact selection criteria were, so it was important to understand the specific requirements. However, the hero slyly understood that for the most part, it was about the bet they had made, and promised to choose the final winner from the two based on the quality of the people they would bring next time. Looking after them, the hero realized with disappointment that this time, sucking out energy was much worse and less effective for him than with the souls of truly famous healers. He seriously suspected that this might have something to do with their level of professional skills and purity of soul. During his experiments, he discovered several important patterns. For example, that the amount of force extracted by each person is different. The souls of the healers heal and restore his body, and the energy of the courtesans fills him with the power of passion and desire. Moreover, the effectiveness of the procedures also differs significantly. The more polluted and vicious the soul was, the more excruciating pain people experience, but the weaker the healing effect for him is. And this meant that the hero most likely now urgently needed the purest souls, completely devoid of any moral vice and life's dirt. And at that moment, the little maid Soso joyfully ran up to him. She came to find out with concern whether everything was well with the gentleman and whether he needed any help. The hero immediately realized with satisfaction that in front of him was precisely the pure soul that he needed so much. He kindly thanked the devoted servant for coming just in time, and gently placing his hand on her head, he reassuringly promised that she would not feel anything. She had nothing to worry about. The events moved to a remote wilderness late in the evening, where a gray-bearded old man led his companion to the most important and secret cave. Within the next 2 hours, they should have already arrived at the right place according to the planned plan. The experienced old man also proudly explained that he had a special product that matured and aged for at least 10 years in special conditions. However, there are very few such copies left. There were also those unique ones that languished for 70 years. But only the great elder himself had the right to use them, and no one else. And this was his best work, which could fight even on par with the powerful elders of various clans. But even those goods that were needed right now were very useful. Most ordinary warriors could not compare with them in terms of fighting qualities. It took quite a while before they finally reached the place, and the old man found the necessary, carefully camouflaged cave. Although several years have passed since he last came here on business, after which, having illuminated the space with a bright flashlight, he decided to find out what his silent interlocutor thought about the sight that had opened up. He only opened his mouth in shock and horror at what he saw, while the old man continued to enthusiastically praise his unusual product. Considering it an extremely useful commodity, he displayed carefully prepared bodies of dead people, which were carefully packaged and preserved. There were not just dozens of them there, but even hundreds in various stages of readiness. After some time, the events returned to the mysterious residence of So Dogen. Some ancient and sinister ritual had already begun to be performed over the prepared bodies. Drummers in black robes beat large drums in a special hypnotic rhythm, and the gloomy shaman continued to monotonously recite complex spells in an unknown archaic language. Those watching this action realized that very soon, the souls that were magically sealed in special containers would almost completely return to the bodies prepared for them. Dogen's loyal assistant understood that in this case, they would become half Jiangshi, a special kind of zombie. However, Jiangshi were originally living people who were brought to such a borderline state by special methods. And those who were here and now were created by deliberately pouring concentrated energy of death and decay into them. This meant that their original human soul was still alive and functioning within. This is why they cannot be called zombies in the generally accepted sense of the term. They are capable of moving at their own will to a certain extent, and even using the martial arts they have learned. They infused these dead bodies with the souls of other previously living people. One could say that they were truly brought back to life, albeit in a modified form. However, a serious question arose about how exactly they were supposed to control the people who had thus returned to life. The leader confidently believed that the key to control was hidden in a secret technique that was known only to the oldest representatives of the Blood Cycle clan. Most likely, some powerful restrictive magic would be cast on the soul of each resurrected person for complete submission. However, the assistant obviously had some doubts about his master's true loyalty to the Blood Cycle clan, which seemed to him to be very dubious and insincere. But he wisely decided not to tell him anything about these suspicions for now. And soon the final most important stage of the complex ritual began. In an instant, when the ominous music finally died down, the bright light went out, and everything around was plunged into deathly silence. And the zombies, whom they had been preparing for life for so long and so carefully, finally began to slowly regain consciousness and move. The events returned to the River Alliance, where two rival healers waited patiently in the leader's spacious office until he finally came out to them. Joyfully meeting such famous and respected healers, he greeted them warmly. Both immediately rose respectfully from their seats and bowed deeply, begging the master not to exaggerate their merits. After all, it was a great honor for them to meet the man who wisely rules this entire huge alliance. But he only laughed good-naturedly, modestly calling himself just one of the cogs in this large and complex mechanism, and kindly asked them to sit down for a serious conversation. Both of them immediately felt a strange and disturbing aura around the Alliance leader Baek Leong, which made them tense up internally, after which the leader himself decided to thoroughly discuss with the doctors the fact that they both now lived in the Golden Wall trading clan. He clearly did not expect that they would easily confirm these widespread rumors. After all, they were known as the best of the best healers in the entire region, and many influential clans and organizations would very much like to have them in their ranks, and the leader was absolutely right in his assumptions. Not long ago, the Namgung and Jagal clans had contacted Chongch, and the Righteous Alliance itself, and even the mysterious Black Alliance had contacted the eccentric Needle Doctor. For this obvious reason, Baek Leong became even more curious about what kind of special place this Golden Wall trading clan was, that they both decided to stay there, turning down more prestigious offers. Chongchu explained that he had finally found someone who was able to see and appreciate his true value as a specialist. But the Needle Doctor, even despite possible threats, could not say something like that directly, so he only honestly admitted that he had lost an honest bet, although the matter was far from limited to this formal obligation. Only then did the insightful Baek Leong finally realize that these two outstanding experts did not serve the merchant clan as a whole, but exclusively the second young master of the Golden Wall. For this reason, both of them were completely uninterested in what would happen to the rest of the clan if something went wrong. Then Baek Leong once again realized with admiration how talented and valuable the people sitting in front of him were. If they were on his side, the River Fighting Alliance could lay claim to dominion over the entire world. Therefore, he firmly decided that he had to meet the second young master at any cost and try to win him over to his side. Around this time, little Soso finally woke up. She found herself in her cozy room, although the last thing she clearly remembered was being with Baek Tasan. It was an incredibly pleasant and warm dream that left a surprisingly realistic feeling. She still vividly remembered the gentleman's pleasant and tender touch on her head. But suddenly the girl realized with alarm that she no longer had time to lie around in bed. She definitely slept past her usual wake-up time. So, immediately jumping out of her bed, she went out into the long corridor, where she noticed a bright, unusual light coming from the master's room. And obviously she became very interested in what was really going on there at such a time. The hero at this moment was completely absorbed in deep meditation. The spiritual energy received from the Pure Maid turned out to be really very powerful and crystal clear. When he gently touched the innocent soul of the girl, it was completely different from everything he had ever felt when working with other people. It seemed to him that his body and soul were gradually coming into a state of perfect harmony and balance. If before he frantically tried to connect all the disparate parts just to survive, now it seemed as if they were naturally strengthening and hardening from within. The demonic arts never ceased to amaze him with their capabilities, especially considering that the last treatment session was truly a turning point. Now that his body was almost completely restored, he felt a real inner peace and strength that he had not felt for a very long time. Soon, the River Martial Alliance ceremoniously gathered all the rising stars of this generation for a grand event. And despite the fact that there were indeed a lot of people, many admiring glances were focused specifically on Karen, because she really was an incredibly beautiful and attractive girl. However, the girl herself was not at all interested in these enthusiastic admirers. She was restlessly looking for her dear fiancé, who had not left his room for the last 2 days. Seeing the lady's obvious concern, Yu So-yeon gently reassured the girl, explaining that Baek Taesan was most likely now diligently mastering all the new things that he had realized during his recent enlightenment process. She also happily shared the important news that she had also recently experienced something similar, and it was only possible thanks to the wise help of Baek Taesan. Karen sincerely admired her achievement, and now finally understood why her dear childhood friend looked much stronger and more confident than before. But a man who had suddenly crept up from behind once again unceremoniously interrupted their heartfelt conversation. That same annoying guy had come to Karen in order to find out with feigned concern why she was there without the accompaniment of her fiancé. Apparently, the girl had to greet this annoying guy out of politeness, although she had absolutely no desire to contact him. At the same time, the guy himself was sincerely happy about how wonderfully everything was working out for his plans. He kindly invited Yeon Haran to have a drink with him and his company, because he knew of a wonderful place for such entertainment in the city. However, he clearly saw that the girl was clearly hesitant due to the presence of her fiancé in the alliance. To make sure she didn't worry about anything in vain, he arrogantly declared that a simple merchant like Baek Taesan was still completely unworthy of her noble birth and beauty. But when the girl politely refused, citing her fiancé's poor health, the man roughly grabbed her hand, reminding her that quality alcohol can cure any disease. He persistently asked the lady not to upset him anymore with her refusals, and to drink at least a glass of good wine with him. But Yuso Yeon, who intervened in their unpleasant conversation, immediately and decisively asked the man to stop his harassment. She rightly believed that his inappropriate attitude towards a lady who already had a fiancé put the gentleman in an extremely bad light. And obviously, he was seriously offended by the fact that some simple bodyguard dared to make comments to him, and even arrogantly reminded him of what influential clan he came from. However, this circumstance did not interest Yu So-yeon much, because the guy behaved as if he was from some completely unworthy and ill-mannered clan. He then proudly declared that he was the heir to the powerful Kimen clan, which meant that a mere servant like her would definitely not be able to deal with him in the event of a conflict. After which Jae-hak threateningly repeated his question. Would the girl be able to cope with the severe punishment that would certainly follow for such impudent actions against a noble gentleman? And as soon as she remained silent, he immediately and imperiously demanded that Yeon Harin immediately follow him to continue the conversation. However, unexpectedly, another person entered the spacious room, and everyone present immediately began to admiringly discuss his amazing beauty. They quickly realized that he was the mysterious young master from the Golden Wall trading clan that had been the subject of so many rumors. And finally, Yeon Harin herself, with joyful relief, noticed the approaching dear groom, whom she had been waiting for so long. As he approached the unpleasant scene, Baek Tae-san sighed in disappointment, immediately realizing who was causing all this unpleasant commotion. After which he directed his attentive and assessing gaze straight at Jae-hak's smug face, studying the potential opponent. Returning to the resurrected souls in the distant residence, they finally began to fully regain consciousness after completing the complex ritual. After which they began to look around in confusion, completely not understanding what was happening to them and where they were. The souls of these unfortunate people clearly remembered that they had died, but their bodies felt somehow completely different, as if they had changed radically on a physical level. And finally, the master himself respectfully approached one of the recently resurrected demons to personally check his well-being and readiness for service. However, the demon immediately instinctively aimed to kill the approaching man. But at the last second he stopped, and aggressively demanded that he immediately introduce himself and explain what was happening. His name was So Dugan, and he patiently explained to these confused people that they had been mercifully saved by the powerful elder Hukryong Bigwan, and now they must serve him faithfully until the end of their days in gratitude for returning to life. These simple words became a powerful catalyst for the activation of the previously cast magical spells, causing all the resurrected Zhongshi to immediately obediently submit to Suo Dugan's will. At this time, in the alliance, Jae-hak was indignantly indignant that some pathetic and insignificant merchant had come to him. However, it was very timely. He was looking for a hero and wanted to sort things out. He arrogantly wanted to know how much longer the hero was going to shamelessly burden the noble Lady Karen with his unworthy presence. Baek Tae-san didn't even immediately understand what these arrogant words were supposed to mean. It turned out that Jae-hak meant that even in his own clan, the Golden Wall, the hero was essentially nothing. He was surprised that he had the audacity to even claim the hand of such a noble girl. He believed that the hero should immediately break off their engagement and retreat as quickly as possible so that the girl could find herself a truly worthy groom from a noble family. From these words, the hero immediately understood that Jae-hak sincerely considered himself the best candidate for this role. Apparently, he was very angry that some pathetic merchants from the Golden Wall dared to mock his great and ancient clan. And this already caused the hero's justified indignation, because this guy constantly hid behind the authority of his clan. Apparently, without this support, he was a real laughingstock and a non-entity. Having lost his temper after these insulting words, the man immediately and defiantly ordered the hero to go outside and sort things out like men, one-on-one. As a result, he was immediately surrounded by his loyal servants, along with Jae-hak himself, in order to arrange a fair fight. The hero only calmly asked Jae-hak to hurry up and finally attack him without wasting time on empty threats. The gentleman thought that perhaps the hero was speaking this way because he had completely gone crazy from the paralyzing fear of the inevitable reprisal. But he honestly told that he had recently achieved a rare state of enlightenment, and now he needed a suitable test subject to test what he had become capable of after this breakthrough. And in the end, the kind Jae-hak agreed to help him in this important matter. After which he furiously attacked him, skillfully wielding his battle fan as a deadly weapon. However, the hero dodged his direct attack with astonishing ease, after which he instantly grabbed him by the hand with which he was holding the fan, and twisted it as if the opponent was weightless. After which he casually threw it onto the hard ground right in front of his shocked subordinates. Apparently, everyone present looked at their master with fear and bewilderment, not believing that someone like Baek could do such a humiliation to him. However, this was not the end of their instructive battle. The hero casually tossed the fan into the air and with one foot accurately launched it straight towards the frightened guards. This heavy fan hit one of them right in the forehead, causing him to even lose consciousness for a while from the strong blow. The second subordinate was still desperately trying to bring his master back to his senses at this time. Jae-ha clearly didn't understand how a coward like Baek dared to attack him when he had let his guard down. But he promised that this was far from the end of their confrontation. So they both got into fighting stances and confidently ordered the hero to attack, because he definitely couldn't stand up to the two of them. Although both of them had no idea what exactly the hero had done, they decided to show him the true essence of the martial arts of the ancient Heeman clan. However, the hero approached them in an instant, asking them to hold out a little longer, since he had not even begun to fight seriously yet. After which, no matter how hard the two tried to stop his rapid approach, they were completely unsuccessful. The hero literally evaporated from their hands and materialized behind their backs. All it took was a slight movement of his hands to forcefully knock the heads of these two self-confident idiots together. And in the end, these two lay unconscious at his feet, like broken dolls. When Jae-ha finally woke up, he saw that the hero was calmly doing something incomprehensible to his subordinates. However, as soon as he looked straight at the hero, he realized that he could not even say a word due to the horror that had gripped him. The hero politely thanked Jae-ha and his loyal friends for the fact that with their help, he was able to find out something interesting about his new abilities. Now he has one last test subject left to once again finally verify the correctness of his conclusions. Somewhere around this time, in the midst of a ceremonial gathering of talented fighters, the head of the alliance himself suddenly appeared. Everyone was genuinely interested in what the respected man was doing here at such a time. Initially, he came solely to meet the mysterious Baek Taesan, but he could not find him among the many guests. But going outside, he finally found the hero calmly returning from the training ground after his business. He decided to find out directly whether the hero knew who he was and what position he occupied. And no matter how much he peered into the leader's face, he could only say one thing, that he had clearly seen this man's face somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where exactly. And obviously, many of those present were shocked that someone could speak so vaguely in front of the very head of the alliance. Even the chief himself was a little amazed by his calm insolence. And now, looking directly into his matured face, he finally clearly remembered this man. This was during important negotiations with the Righteous Alliance several decades ago. He saw this man when he was still a boy who could hardly withstand the pressure of his powerful aura. But he had quite a strong will and character, despite the fact that at that time he clearly lacked skill. If he sees him now, it means that he really was the head of the River Fighting Alliance and had risen well over the past years. When the hero inquired about his identity, Baek Lee-young explained that he wanted to have a serious talk with him about an important matter. But the hero rightly believed that it is better to have constructive conversations with those who sincerely want it. And as it turned out, Baek Lee-young had a long list of interesting people, in which Baek Taesan was listed at the very top. And since the hero was not interested in this at all, he kindly suggested to the leader to go further down the list and choose another person for the meeting. To do this, he approached the boy next to him and offered him to talk to the strongest man in the entire River Fighting Alliance. The chief only admired the hero's incredible courage. He had a wonderful opportunity to build a profitable relationship with the chief, but he neglected this chance. Even though he belonged to the younger generation, such behavior would be logical if he was at least the leader of the Righteous Alliance itself, but certainly not for the son of a merchant clan. The hero calmly understood that if Baek Lee-young was the same weak guy from the past, he would easily knock him down even if he tried to scold him. But things would get a lot more complicated if he actually decided to beat up the current head of the alliance on his territory. For this reasonable reason, he decided to quietly withdraw, avoiding unnecessary complications. The events moved to the Black Iron Forge, a weapons workshop in the city of Yichang. There, despite the late night, the stoves did not go out. The hard-working blacksmiths continued their important work of producing quality weapons. However, suddenly one of the blacksmiths was overcome by an incomprehensible tremor. Looking around, he was amazed. Where did such a thick and ominous fog come from on a clear night? However, his friend asked him not to be distracted from important work, because if they wanted to finish the urgent order for the River Fighting Alliance, they needed to hurry. But despite his friend's reasonable request, he continued to peer warily into the thick fog, not taking his anxious gaze away. He made out two very suspicious silhouettes there. And when I took a closer look, I was completely horrified by what I saw. At first he thought that it was just his imagination and that it couldn't be real. However, he actually saw a dead man who was no longer a living person in the usual sense. From afar, it was not clear what these strange creatures were, so the blacksmiths considered them to be very unusual people. Although when their glowing red eyes began to approach menacingly, their doubts grew more and more. In the midst of all these zombies stood their direct leader. He had a small bell tied to his hand, with which he gave various orders to his silent puppets. And when it rang ominously once again, all these zombies immediately rushed towards the forge with aggressive intentions. The blacksmiths immediately put out all the fire in the forge and desperately hid in the far corner. However, in the place where they took refuge, there was no escape route. They were lucky at least that one of their horses was still alive and nearby. However, they will only be able to reach it if they somehow get out of the forge. After all, this horse was their only chance to successfully escape. For this reason, one blacksmith patiently waited until the zombies moved back a little, after which he immediately rushed desperately to the horse in the hope of having time to gallop away. Soon, sniffing, the zombies felt the presence of a living person next to them. However, the blacksmith was already on his fast horse and was jumping out of the danger zone. He was already glad that he had managed to escape safely. Now all he had to do was drive through the city gates, which were just ahead. However, an unexpectedly powerful zombie materialized right in his path. He began to catch up with him with quick jumps, as if he was flying through the sky without touching the ground. And in the end, neither this man nor his comrades managed to escape pursuit. All the zombies gathered right in the middle of the city square, and the blood that flowed from their victims began to slowly gather in the center towards them, after which she began to take on a certain specific appearance. And the form she took was that same elder Hukryong Bigwan. As he glanced at all of his obedient puppets, the red stone on his forehead glowed with an ominous dark light. The hero, unsuspecting, sat calmly in his room in the River Battle Alliance. After extracting the energy from those three souls, he discovered a completely new property of the demonic soul-strengthening art. After extracting them and slowly refining them, his abilities were greatly expanded, and many interesting thoughts and discoveries flashed through his mind. But the energy of these people was not nearly as good and nutritious as that of the healers. But, apparently, this became the key that allowed him to decipher the important information hidden in them. So now, the more he studied and comprehended the secrets of the demonic arts, the more clearly he understood how truly incredible and powerful it was in its capabilities. But suddenly his subordinates appeared in his chambers and brought him new potential healers for testing. As soon as the hero came out to them and carefully examined the two men presented, Chongchu immediately confidently declared that the doctor he brought must be much better than the one his rival found. The needle doctor was indignantly indignant that this divine doctor always considered himself better than everyone else, and respected no one. However, Baek Tai-san impartially noted that the two men were absolutely no different in quality, and rightly declared their competition a draw. But in reality he felt disappointed that their professional standards had dropped significantly compared to previous times. This meant that they had both failed completely in their mission, so both had to faithfully fulfill the promises they had made in the event of failure. Apparently, the two doctors considered this decision to be truly absurd and unfair. However, the hero only smiled ominously after their indignant words. He will closely monitor the exact fulfillment of all promises. Besides, they had better be thoroughly prepared for what would happen if they dared to make any bet again without his personal knowledge and permission. And this unambiguous threat seriously frightened both doctors, forcing them to reconsider their frivolous attitude towards the competition. Soon, the manager hurriedly came to Baekliong to report disturbing news. The Black Iron Forge had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the leader did not understand how to correctly interpret such a message, because the forge is not some small thing that could just disappear. However, everything turned out exactly as they reported. They sent people to the blacksmiths because there was no news from them for quite a long time, although they should have come a long time ago to receive payment for the work done. But all that remains of the thriving forge is an empty pavilion without a single living soul, or even an abandoned item. The chief suggested that perhaps the blacksmiths had suddenly decided to leave for some personal business. However, this seemed extremely strange, since they were about to be paid a decent amount of money for their work. In addition, by a very strange and suspicious coincidence, an unknown plague began to spread rapidly near this area. The head immediately ordered a thorough investigation to find out whether these two alarming incidents were connected. He wanted the investigators to seek help from the eccentric needle doctor and the divine doctor who served Baek Tai-san. They needed to take advantage of this lucky chance and establish good relations with them, so they could use this as a reasonable excuse to reward them generously for their services. He also decided to personally call the second young master of the Golden Wall trading clan, and ordered the manager to unquestioningly fulfill any request the hero made if he asked for something in return, without asking unnecessary questions. The manager bowed respectfully and left to carry out his instructions. The leader continued to think about this mysterious guy. Tayson had a powerful aura of a true martial artist, so he wanted to see how he would handle this difficult task. And so, soon, all three interested parties arrived at the deserted territory of the forge to investigate. However, the hero immediately felt that the entire area was literally filled with the thick smell of blood, although no one else felt anything like it. Although Tayson knew very well that blood energy could not be sensed through just the normal sense of smell, he could say one thing with certainty. Everyone who had been here before was dead. Although he did not know the exact number of those killed, he was absolutely sure that more than 100 people had died here. After which he decided to directly ask his doctors if they were well versed in various poisons and their properties. They replied that they knew quite a lot about them. However, no one could compare to the legendary poison demon in this area, as he was an unrivaled master of poisoning. The reason why the hero asked this strange question was because the entire area was soaked with the same poison that the famous poison demon usually used. Apparently, the doctors were frightened even by the thought that he himself had killed all the local residents with his own hands. But the hero had not claimed anything of the sort, so they had to calmly sort out this complex issue. However, mixed with the distinct smells of blood and poison was something even more alarming and sinister. He wanted the doctors to figure out what it was while they analyzed the poison themselves. After which the guy himself, as if nothing had happened, began to leisurely stroll and explore the entire territory. What bothered him most was that, mixed with the various smells, he clearly felt an energy that was strikingly similar to the demonic art of strengthening the soul. Around this time, the doctors began to give specific orders to the local warriors about what to search and what to carefully record in the report. Until the head of the Alliance himself unexpectedly visited them. The doctors bowed respectfully and decided to find out what brought him here, because as far as they had heard, the leader was incredibly busy with state affairs. However, no matter how many important things he had to do, he simply could not leave this serious incident without personal attention. In addition, he wanted to ask the respected doctors for one more important favor. The doctors quickly realized what was going on. The chief probably wanted them to cure those suffering from the mysterious disease, and he was even pleasantly surprised at how quickly they figured everything out without any unnecessary explanations. However, the needle doctor explained in detail that during the investigation ordered by the master, they found clear traces of a dangerous poison. Apparently, it had already spread to nearby populated areas, infecting people. And only then did the chief realize that, according to their competent conclusion, the plague was false information. The real cause was precisely the poison. At this time, the hero returned to his quarters, as quite a long time had passed since he last practiced the heavenly step technique. So now, while the doctors were busy with their professional work, he decided to engage in useful practice. After performing a couple of difficult maneuvers, he collected all his thoughts together. And now I am finally convinced of the true nature of that mysterious poison. It was definitely the same poison that the poisonous demon had once used. He used a similar potion about 3 years before he died as a heavenly demon. At that time, this arrogant poisonous demon considered himself untouchable and unattainable, and the hero accidentally crossed paths with him in battle. If the enemy had met the head of the righteous alliance instead, everything would have ended completely differently. However, poisons had no power over the heavenly demon. Even 11 fortified poisons were no match for the demonic soul fortification art. Therefore, it was no problem for him to erect powerful protective barriers around himself. Then the poisonous demon was completely suppressed by his superior strength, and as a just punishment, he had to follow his new master everywhere and reveal one secret poison recipe every day, just to stay alive. Remembering this, the hero realized how funny it was for him to watch the humiliation of this arrogant man. However, now he wanted to know what the poisonous demon was really up to, and why his poisons appeared here. At that moment, his thoughts were disturbed by the returning doctors. They had just finished carefully studying the poison that the hero had spoken of. They also figured out how to properly prepare an effective antidote, and could make it at any time as needed. For this reason, the hero asked them to stock up on the antidote, because he felt that they would soon need these medicines. But suddenly the eccentric doctor noticed that the more they learned about this poisoning, the darker and stranger everything became. This is completely different from the usual handwriting of a poisonous demon. After all, although the poison was truly dangerous and deadly, it was prepared extremely stupidly and unprofessionally. If everything had been planned properly, the entire city of Yichang would have long since lain in ruins. Moreover, this poison was clearly not created to quickly kill people. It slowed down the body's recovery and gradually depleted a person's vital energy. With this application, even if someone survives, he will become nothing more than a living corpse without a will. The eccentric doctor promised that they would continue to provide medical care to poisoned people in the area. However, they still need to help the head of the River Martial Alliance with other urgent matters. The hero thought deeply about the phrase about turning a person into a living corpse. Perhaps it had something to do with the sinister energy of the demonic arts that he had sensed in the area earlier. But he needed more concrete information, so he decided to visit the Hao faction to obtain intelligence. To do this, he took his faithful bodyguard with him for safety. However, unexpectedly on the way he noticed his bride with her friend. Karin decided to find out in a friendly manner where the gentleman was heading, and said that she and Yu So-yeon were just about to help the eccentric and divine healers with their work. When the hero honestly explained that he was going to the Golden Jade House, Yu So-yeon was scared, because it was the name of a popular brothel in the city, and the hero calmly confirmed that he was indeed going to the largest brothel in Ichan on business. However, Yu So-yeon immediately indignantly scolded the gentleman for saying such things in the presence of his fiancée, and the hero invited the girls to join him if they were bored. Then he will be able to clearly prove that he is not behaving in any strange or reprehensible way. However, Jan Heron did not believe the sincerity of his words. She reminded him with resentment how many times she had already asked him about the same thing, but never received honest answers. After which she proudly walked away, ordering the hero to do as he wished. She and her friend will go to help the doctors in their noble work. Obviously, the hero did not understand her painful reaction, and did not realize that the girl suspected him of all sorts of vulgarity and entertainment. So he wisely decided that she had a lot of her own things to do, which meant that they also needed to take care of their important duties. The events take place near the River War Alliance Infirmary. The lady, together with the doctors, selflessly helped to treat the injured people. The doctors were clearly exhausted, and did not even understand why they were doing such charity work. They had not treated more than one patient at a time for many years, preferring an exclusive approach. Before the eccentric healer became so skilled, he treated 100 people a day. He really wanted to become a great healer. However, Chongchu recalled that he himself treated up to 200 people a day during his training. The eccentric doctor was sure that Chongchu was simply making up facts because there was no way to verify or disprove them. However, he saw no point in lying about such trivial matters. The needle doctor decided to find out whether such a huge number of patients affected the quality of treatment, and Chongchu himself understood this perfectly well. But he had no choice, since his stern master forced him to accept exactly 200 patients a day. The only person who scared him more than his own master was Mr. Beck Tayson himself. Just the thought of the hero caused him to feel pure terror and trepidation. And then, the eccentric doctor decided to find out if Chongchu knew the true identity of their master. He was not entirely sure, although he had met a similar person in his practice before. And then the eccentric doctor went berserk, believing that Chongchu knew too much, and ordered them to tell who they really were. And in the end, not wanting to hide any longer, Chongchu honestly admitted that he was a member of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Sect. And only then did the needle doctor realize that he had clearly asked this dangerous question in vain. After all, Chongchu had warned him in advance, after which he wanted to know who their master really was. However, instead of answering, Chongchu suddenly froze in horror, after which he hurried to the window to look out at the street and experienced real horror. The eccentric doctor quickly realized what had caused such a panic reaction in Chongcha, and, seeing one of the zombies, he realized that it looked like they would only be dreaming of peace for a long time. Soon, people standing on the street noticed these strange creatures. For this reason, locals wondered what they were, and Chongchu immediately ordered everyone to be dragged into the building for their own safety. Karen initially did not understand what the doctor meant. However, he only yelled at the lady and began to rush her, and also ordered that the masters from the River Martial Alliance be brought immediately. Yu So-yeon didn't lose her composure and immediately ordered the lady to follow her. Martial artists also emerged from the building for protection. And despite the last not very pleasant meeting, the girl was still worried about how things were going with her dear fiancé. At this time, he was with the lady from the Hao faction. She felt unprepared, because she had never thought that Baek Tae-san would decide to come in person. She planned to deal with the local thugs and immediately report to him about everything based on the results of the work. However, the hero was more interested in what brought the woman and all the other agents to Ichang in these turbulent times. As it turned out, there had been various suspicious movements and unknown individuals around the River Alliance recently, and she had come here to help her master sort out the situation. But along with the secret branch of the Hao faction, skillfully hidden under the guise of the Golden Jade House, they were also conducting their own investigation related to the mysterious disappearance of the Black Iron clan. Suddenly, the lady was hurriedly informed of the arrival of an urgent message from the River Martial Alliance, and she, with the master's permission, kindly invited the envoy to come in to report. The man bowed respectfully and excitedly explained that the eccentric physician and the divine physician had urgently requested that Baek Taeson immediately follow him on an extremely important matter. The hero was surprised by such urgent demands from the doctors, because they usually did not call him so urgently. However, it seemed that they urgently needed to tell the hero something extremely important. Now they stopped at an inn not far from the scene of the events, although they were supposed to help the victims of poisoning. However, the doctors said that the current circumstances were so serious that they could not be dealt with immediately. Therefore, the warrior came to personally escort the hero to them. Baek Taeson wondered how the man had found him, since he hadn't told his doctors where he was going. He immediately explained that he had some connections in the city to find important people. But this did not inspire confidence in the insightful hero, who immediately gave a short order to his subordinate. And in the end, Kyung-won instantly detained the suspicious man, while he indignantly asked what the hero was allowing himself to do. Even Miss Hao was surprised by Baek Taeson's harsh attitude towards the River Alliance representative. However, Kyung-won explained in detail that there were already more than enough suspicious moments. But what was most alarming was that the doctors had simply abandoned their masters. This was simply impossible, unless they had decided to commit suicide. For this serious reason, the Lord ordered Miss Hao to send one of her men to the River Martial Alliance and instructed them to check the nearby inns, and also to bring this warrior's son-in-law with them. Most likely, he was a common spy sent by the enemy. Mrs. Hao had good reason to suspect that this was a clever trap, and the hero could not deny it with certainty. However, everything that was happening looked extremely suspicious and required caution. Kyung-won now had to go with the master, because he urgently needed to find his doctors and find out what was happening. Somewhere around this critical moment, the zombies had already completely surrounded the territory of the River Battle Alliance with a tight ring. The martial artists stood tensely on guard, ready to stop the advancing enemies at any second. The doctors stood there, carefully watching the developing situation, and could not even send anyone for help, let alone seriously think about the possibility of escape. And besides, for some strange reason, all these silent puppets turned out to be maddeningly familiar to them by their facial features. And then, in the middle of the crowd of zombies, a silhouette in a dark cloak that was familiar to Chongchu appeared. He politely invited all these people to lay down their swords, since he had only come to peacefully talk with one of the doctors about an important matter. However, Chongchu immediately objected strongly, because first the warrior needed to get rid of his sinister puppets. The doctors already felt that these were clearly unusual zombies, like half-living creatures. Both the energy of life and the energy of death flowed through them at the same time. Moreover, Chongchu worriedly suggested that they might be connected to his own sect and its dark practices. In any case, the weak point was most likely where the two opposing energies merged. However, Chongchu was not completely sure about this assumption. The needle doctor quickly realized that Chongchu clearly knew more about what was happening than he was willing to tell, but he decided to leave all questions for later, after which he turned to the mysterious man who wanted to talk to him and immediately ordered him to start talking without delay. He only politely apologized for not laying everything out at once, because he patiently waited for them to finish talking. After all, it looked like they were having a serious professional conversation. He also kindly invited them to join their powerful organization, as they could do so at any time. After all, they could give them something that they could not even dream of in their wildest fantasies. The doctor was sincerely disappointed that they had come here with a whole bunch of disgusting creatures that reeked of bloodlust, and dared to make them such a cynical offer. He believed that only a complete idiot could so easily agree to such dubious cooperation. However, when he saw how these contemptuous words affected the warrior, he realized that he was, in fact, one of those very idiots. In principle, this man did not particularly hope for any positive result from the very beginning. But after their insulting words, he could not peacefully end everything and leave. So he took out a small bell and immediately rang it, after which all the zombies went berserk at once, and furiously attacked the warriors standing below. And at that critical moment, the eccentric doctor realized with horror that he would not be able to protect everyone present. So he decided to at least give it his all in the beginning, and solemnly promised that he would do everything possible to deal with them. After which he began to accurately throw his needles, aiming at the vital weak points of his opponents. And although those who were hit by the needles fell down dead, their place was immediately taken by new enraged puppets. Armed warriors of the Alliance have already entered into open combat with them. However, even when they pierced them with swords and they formally died, they only became even more angry and with redoubled fury dug into the bodies of living people. The eccentric doctor continued to methodically prick them with his needles and explained to the divine doctor that if they did not do something radical, then everyone here would die. They had to find at least some effective way out of this deadly situation. And he too, fighting with the puppets, tried in every way to find him. The first wave of attack was repulsed and defeated with great difficulty. However, the next, even more numerous, was already approaching, and there was no end to them. Although they hit the enemy's weak points, they were still too many for the handful of defenders. If Baek Tyson, or even just Gyeongwang had been here, they would have been able to stand firm against any number of enemies. However, suddenly one of the more agile zombies quickly pounced on Chongcha, and obviously he didn't expect them to get that close to him. He screamed desperately, asking for help because he didn't want to die in this damned place. All he could do was cry and pray to heaven that Mr. Baek Tyson would somehow miraculously save him. And then, at some critical moment, the head of the zombie that attacked him shattered into small pieces. After which, Mrs. Yeon Hareen appeared over the frightened doctor, wanting to make sure that Chongchu was okay and not hurt. Having recovered a little from the shock, the doctor immediately began to warmly thank the brave girl for her timely rescue. And Yoo So-yeon, who ran up, worriedly decided to find out if everything was okay with these two. She explained that she had taken the civilians to the inner chambers as ordered for their safety, but she did not know how long they could remain there under protection. She also decided to find out what kind of terrible creatures attacked them, because they didn't really look like ordinary people. And although Chongchu was not completely sure of his assumptions, he could say that they were half zombies. And, apparently, these disgusting creatures came specifically for them, and not by chance. Yoo So-yeon persistently tried to find out details about the nature of these creatures and how to combat them, but there was no time for long explanations. In order to destroy these monsters, it was necessary to either completely decapitate them, or precisely pierce them into the center of life energy, which is called the gate of the source. Therefore, the girls immediately armed themselves decisively, ready for a mortal battle. As they fearlessly charged towards the enemies, Chongchu warned them that they needed to aim accurately at their energy core for maximum effect. Only then did Yoo So-yeon bitterly realize that the lady had always protected her during her childhood. This time, she hoped that everything would be the other way around, and she would be able to protect her dear friend. The healer continued to desperately fight the zombies with his deadly needles. However, the needles were quickly running out, and there was no end to the zombies. But suddenly scarlet blood gushed from the doctor's mouth. Apparently, he used too much internal energy in a short time. So Chongch, picking him up, suggested that they retreat from this place immediately. Although this turned out to be completely impossible, considering that the zombies had tightly blocked the only exit. But as it turned out, the divine healer had one more ace up his sleeve. It was quite risky, but he still decided to take advantage of this last chance to help his friends escape. The eccentric doctor thought that Chongchu wanted him to escape alone, and this was a completely natural desire. After all, the eccentric doctor was the fastest among them. Moreover, the divine physician could not simply flee the battlefield and leave the people. After which the divine physician took out a small mysterious bottle and asked his friend to immediately find Baek Tae-san and bring help. After which he screamed with all his might, calling the zombies closer to him. And as soon as they ran furiously towards him, he immediately threw this bottle at them. This bottle contained a concentrated poison that the zombies' bodies quickly reacted to. Their internal organs seemed to be exploding from the inside. They began to cough up blood painfully, and Chongchu was genuinely glad that this emergency remedy had worked. And at that very moment, the heads of the creatures began to swell greatly, after which they all simply exploded and fell down dead. This was the perfect chance for the eccentric healer to escape, and for Chongchu to hold off the rest of the zombies for a while. They promised each other that they would not die and would definitely meet again, after which they ran off in different directions. After this homemade bomb was thrown, everything around was shrouded in a thick, toxic fog. For this reason, their captain immediately rang the bell, correcting the actions of his subordinates, and they, becoming even more enraged, immediately attacked the eccentric doctor. Some bright, blinding, and strong light began to come out of their mouths and eye sockets. The healer, who reacted quickly, immediately prepared to use his internal forces for a powerful blow, and in the end, having released the accumulated energy, he seriously wounded the body of the nearest zombie. However, he was not alone at all. There were dozens of them there, and everyone was even more angry at his attempts to destroy them. At this moment, Yoo So-yeon continued to methodically clear out the fleeing zombies in order to protect the ordinary citizens of the city. But at some point she noticed that her mistress had been wounded in battle. Running up to her, she immediately tried to help her, and I realized that the lady needed to stop the bleeding immediately. However, the number of zombies only grew larger with each passing moment. Moreover, these zombies already seemed much more evil and dangerous than their fallen comrades. Only then did Yeon Heron regretfully remember how she had previously quarreled with Mr. Baek Tae-san due to a misunderstanding. but she honestly admitted that she would like to see him one last time before her death. But still, she was sincerely glad that she was now with her closest and dearest friend. And that sad smile seemed incredibly familiar to Yu So-yeon. She was just the same as in her distant childhood. Therefore, both girls realized that now they are not alone in this terrible world. And if so, it meant that they would fight to the very end without giving up. So they stood up, ready to face an entire army of zombies flying towards them. But suddenly, a bright purple light shone next to them. All the zombies near them began to explode one after another. And after this bright light dissipated, the hero himself appeared. With the help of his powerful force, he blew up absolutely all the enemies who were currently on the territory. After which he decided with interest to find out how there were so many half-dead bags of rotting flesh here. Apparently, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their savior lord, and the zombie commander realized that things had gone too far, and he had no choice. He had to complete his important mission at any cost, so he swallowed some dark pill. Strange changes began to occur in his body. Chong-chu quickly sensed an ominous energy emanating from that place. The man began to radically transform, becoming something like a powerful zombie. However, he was already much more powerful than the weak-willed dolls he had used before. This meant that he voluntarily released his hidden power, ceasing to be human forever. But the hero understood that this was not all. He felt some kind of vile filth that was firmly stuck to the soul of this unfortunate guy. Paek Tae-san leans towards En-harin and quietly invites her to his chambers in the evening. The words catch her by surprise. Her cheeks instantly redden. Stunned, En-harin suddenly shudders. Her gaze widens in shock, and her face burns with an even brighter blush. Embarrassed, she looks down. Her cheeks burn, her lips tremble, as if she has no idea how to behave next. Paek Tae-san watches her closely, his serious and cold gaze persistently awaiting a response. Embarrassed, En-harin almost whispers her agreement. Shame envelops her, but she says she will come and hesitantly asks when to appear. Paek Tae-san turns away and calmly replies that she can come whenever she decides. En-harin nods tensely. Her voice trembles, but she gathers strength to appear composed. A barely noticeable smile appears on Paek Tae-san's lips. The girl gently says goodbye to him. Evening falls over the palace. The sky darkens, and golden lights flash in the tall windows. Inside the palace, the heart of En-harin is filled with anxiety. Nearby, Yu So-yeon appears and anxiously asks if she is all right. En-harin tries to hide her emotions, responds that everything is fine. But inside, she is overwhelmed by anger and thoughts that Yu So-yeon is to blame for everything. Yu So-yeon looks at the lady in surprise, not understanding why she is behaving so strangely. En-harin forces himself to calm down and suggests the maid go rest, as it is already late. But Yu So-yeon firmly objects. After recent events, she categorically refuses to leave the lady alone. With an unwavering expression, Yu So-yeon declares that he will stand guard by En-harin all night. En-harin sighs heavily and reminds that they are in the annual combat alliance, where there seems to be no danger. Despite this, she gently tries to persuade the maid to rest, saying that she appreciates the care. But it is time to sleep. Yu So-yeon looks at the lady's face with suspicion and anxiety, trying to understand her true intentions. But En nervously laughs, as if assuming that the maid has already guessed everything. Yu So-yeon cannot stand it, grabs the lady by the shoulders, and the tension between them reaches its limit. Yu So-yeon firmly holds En-harin by the shoulders. Although doubts do not leave her, she decides to support the lady, accepting the situation as it is. Gathering her thoughts, Yu So-yeon speaks seriously. She urges the lady to act without delay and adds confidence with her words. En-harin raises her gaze. Determination appears in her eyes. Her voice sounds firm. She understood what to do. Night envelops the palace. Darkness and silence create a feeling of mystery and tense anticipation. A shadow suddenly emerges on the roof. A hand in a black glove grips the edge of the roof. From the darkness emerges a face in black clothing. It is most likely the disguised En-harin sneaking inside. She silently jumps across the roof, moving lightly and quickly, like a shadow. At the entrance, Chon Kan-wan stands guard, dozing, sleeping sweetly, unaware of the danger. Meanwhile, En-harin quietly passes by him. Hiding behind her sleeves, she stealthily makes her way through the dark yard, avoiding the slightest sound. She exhales with relief. Her heart pounds, but she is glad that she managed to pass unnoticed. Standing by the door, En-harin tries to control herself. She convinces herself that this time she will endure. Her hand trembles as it touches the door. Deep down, she decides that now everything will definitely succeed. Suddenly the door opens, En-harin shudders and exclaims, meeting Paek Tae-san's gaze. He stands before her, calm and almost indifferent. But in his eyes, a palpable strength. The man gestures for her to come inside. All flushed, embarrassed, she agrees and steps over the threshold. Inside, she feels that she is behaving too strangely. Thoughts are confused. Shame increasingly overwhelms her. Unable to bear the tension, the girl suddenly runs forward and throws herself onto the bed. She jumps and covers herself with a blanket, as if wanting to hide from shame and her own feelings. Pektesan looks at her and smiles faintly. Lying in bed, Enharin anxiously asks him for a promise before taking the next step. He looks attentively and asks again which exact promise she means. Shame is overcome by determination. Enharin begs to no longer go to brothels but to come only to her. Pektesan takes a step forward, and the silence seems to echo his movement. But then he freezes with closed eyes. His heart pounds wildly, his cheeks are burning. She barely opens her eyes and secretly looks at him, waiting for an answer. He smiles and calmly agrees, adding that he has already found someone much better. Enharin rises in surprise, her eyes wide open from what she heard. Confused, she tries to understand his words but reminds him that he has already made a promise. Pektesan leans down and gently places his hand on her head. Her heart bursts with an even stronger tremor. His gaze becomes soft and at the same time serious. He promises that from now on, she will no longer suffer. The night's silence contrasts with her anxiety. Lying in bed, Enharin cannot hide the trembling in her voice. She blushes even more and asks him not to take steps that cause her fear and shame. Suddenly she shudders, covering herself with a blanket with an exclamation, her eyes widening with excitement. She freezes, pressing against the bed. Everything seems unreal, like a blurred dream. Confused, Enharin sharply throws off the blanket and gets up. She cannot believe that everything experienced was just a dream. She sits on the bed, hugging her knees, lost in her own thoughts. With despair, she scolds herself, calling herself a fool for senseless fantasies and her own feelings. She finds it hard to believe that at such an important moment she simply fell asleep. The morning finds Enharin in a gloomy state. She walks through the palace courtyard thoughtful and depressed. The shadow hides her face and sadness is frozen in her eyes. Opening the door to her room, she suddenly hears a stranger's voice. Stunned, she opens her eyes wide. In the room sits Yu Soen. Her impassive gaze is directed straight at the lady, and she is curious about how everything went. But she is discouraged, her eyes moisten. There is no answer. Yu Soen tensely looks away to the side, as if sensing something bad. She begins to circle around the lady, bombarding her with questions. Why she is so strange, whether something suspicious has happened. Enharin tries to calm her down, saying that she just fell asleep and nothing happened. But in her thoughts, she scolds herself, convinced that Pektesan is probably disappointed. Yu Soen laughs and tries to encourage, saying there will be another chance. But for Enharin, it sounds like mockery. Yu Soen smiles gently and assures that she was not laughing at the lady. But she wonders how much more beautiful Enharin has become, and thinks it might be because she has found a lover. Meanwhile, Pektesan goes out into the yard. The night glow makes the atmosphere around uneasy. The wind rises, strange symbols and whirlwinds of energy appear at his feet. He folds his hands in a magical gesture, sinking into concentration. His body is enveloped by a dark force. He speaks with relief, saying that he has finally broken through the inner barrier. His figure shines with purple light. He feels that even ordinary training can now heal him. He adds, if he had a pure soul, the power would be even greater. Pektesan admits that Enharin's soul turned out to be even stronger and purer than Soso's. He is convinced. The girl's spiritual energy surpasses anyone else's, and his guesses were not in vain. Recalling Sun Heron, he concludes that a foreign essence is hidden in Enharin's soul. A purple glow envelops his hands. He understands. The soul transfer of Sun Heron could not have been accidental. His aura unfolds like a whirlwind, and he defiantly asks the darkness who dared to play with the heavenly demon. A cold smile appears on his face. He is curious who is behind all this. But he rejects the thoughts and decides, the main thing now is calm. Raising his head to the sky, Pektesan declares that everything that stands in his way will be destroyed. His energy bursts outward, engulfing buildings and streets, and suddenly 2 women in hats notice a strange glow breaking into their room. One of them is horrified and whispers, not understanding what this incredible power is and where it comes from. The foot of one of his women gently touches the stairs. She slowly descends. Meanwhile, Peiku is informed. The mistresses of the House of White Flowers and the House of Golden Jade have arrived. He orders to let them in. With a respectful appearance, both women walk towards the master's chambers. In white robes, they stop in front of the door, breathing heavily. They enter inside, their steps tremble, and the fabric quietly rustles in the silence. Hats slip off heads and fall to the floor. The women bow low. One calls herself Kvaok, trying to look confident, although her body trembles treacherously. Pektesan silently watches, touching his lips with his fingers. His cold gaze further intensifies the atmosphere. The other woman is surprised. Kvaok has always been reserved, but now she looks confused. The tense silence is broken by Pektesan's question, what they managed to find out. One lady, barely hiding her anxiety, reports, most of those involved have been found dead. A scene comes to mind. One of the detainees, in despair, took his own life to reveal nothing. Pektesan listens carefully. Even the place where the doctors were supposed to stop turned out to be a deception. the matter is even more complicated. Another case is recalled. The suspect took his own life, even under strict supervision in the annual combat alliance. Hua provides a list of strange movements in the Yichang area a few days before the incident. She emphasizes, the mistress of the House of the Golden Jade helped compile this list. She bows low again, demonstrating devotion. Pek Tasan takes the list and thoughtfully reviews it. Kvaok anxiously awaits his reaction. He acknowledges that the work is done well and is amazed. They even learned about the waterway. Women are stunned. He almost never praises. The mistress of the House of the Golden Jade explains, the waterway is the most convenient way to secretly transport the Jiangxi. Kvaok adds, recently the behavior of the pirates seems strange, and the investigation has already begun. They just got lucky to come across these traces. Pek Tasan concludes, the half Jiangxi is probably now in the hands of pirates. He states that he wants to personally talk to these scoundrels right now. The mistress of the House of the Golden Jade freezes in surprise. She did not expect such a demand. Pek Tasan's gaze cools, indicating his words need no clarification. One of the women agrees with fear and says that they will start preparations immediately. Pek Tasan turns away and adds to hurry up. His voice carries a threatening pleasure. Kvaok exhales heavily, cold anxiety tightens her chest. When they go outside, the older woman quietly asks if everything is all right, as Hwaok looks too pale. Kvaok takes a deep breath and says that everything is fine now. The older woman reminds, premonitions never arise without a reason. Looking at the palace, Kvaok aloud asks who the one really is that keeps everyone in fear. The mistress of the House of Golden Jade replies, she knows herself, after all, he is the second lord of the Golden Wall clan, their current ruler. She adds that as long as he is on their side, there is no more reliable ally to be found, and urges Hwaok not to worry. Kvaok recalls the moment when she first saw his shadow step. It was so impressive that even the elders who spread rumors about his abduction fell silent. She admits, back then she did not understand this, but now she has realized. Back then they almost made a fatal mistake. The mistress of the House of the Golden Jade is glad to now have an ally who understands the situation. She reminds that preparations must be made for the meeting with the pirates, as the master does not like to wait. Both look each other in the eyes, understanding this is the truth. They move forward, but Kvaok is not abandoned by a single thought. A vision emerges in memory, a dark aura, glowing violet eyes, and the face of the master. She tries to understand what she saw then. On the horizon emerges a majestic ship with red sails shining under the sun. On the deck stands Enharin, gazing into the endless sea expanses. Sunlight touches her face, hope and anxiety mingle in her gaze. In front of the palace gather those who see Enharin off on a long journey. Yusun anxiously asks the lady if she is sure she does not need a companion. Enharin replies with a slight smile. All wounds are healed by the divine healer, and now she will be protected by the best warriors of the alliance. But in Yusoen's eyes, doubt will still be visible. She does not want to let the lady go, but she knows the decision is final. Enharin gently takes her hand and asks her not to worry, but rather to help Pek Tasan. She is confident that this is the right thing to do. She turns to Pek Tasan and stands right in front of him. Pek Tasan listens attentively, his gaze serious and focused. Enharin looks at him with loving eyes and asks, next time they meet, he must hug her. Everyone around is watching them in shock. Enharin, with a gentle smile, admits that he does not know when Pek Tasan became so strong, but now sees his destiny in him. She looks at the endless waters and thinks that as a friend and warrior, she will not stand in the way of his choice. The past comes alive in memory. Back then she was completely alone. The present, though difficult, is still better than the loneliness of that time. A dream is born in the heart. Next time she will definitely spend the night with Pek Tasan. Yusun stands on this deck, lost in her dreams, unaware that someone is watching her. An old master appears on the deck. His attentive and stern gaze is filled with caution. The girl, lost in her own thoughts, does not immediately realize that she is being watched. Only later does she feel a stranger's presence. She suddenly turns around, looking surprised with her eyes for the one who was watching her. But the old master is no longer here, as if he never existed at all. Enharin's heart is pounding wildly. She is certain that she just felt someone's piercing eyes on her, which cannot be mistaken for a casual glance. The ship with red sails and a symbol on the sail confidently sails the sea, and the deck buzzes with preparations for the journey. The sun flickers on the waves, and suddenly unknown ships begin to appear from behind the cliffs, rapidly approaching. The people on the ship freeze, staring into the distance, trying to understand who is approaching them. When foreign ships come closer, creatures with burning red eyes resembling animated corpses become visible on the sides. Huge sailing ships with black sails emerge from the fog, cutting through the morning sky. Danger becomes obvious. Someone on the deck raises a cry, warning about pirates. Panic instantly grips people. They look fearfully into the distance, not believing their own eyes. The roar of alarm spreads through the ship. The crowd is restless. No one knows what will happen next. Passengers turn pale with fear, yet still try to believe that everything will end well. But Enharin cannot repeat. How could the robbers dare to attack the ship of the River Combat Alliance? It seems madness. And at this moment, amidst the clouds of fog, on the deck of the pirate ship appears a dark figure, a warrior with a broad blade, face hidden by cloth. He raises his weapon, and his red eyes flash through the darkness, instilling cold terror in all who see it. Meanwhile, Pektesan, along with his companions, is heading towards the pirates, unaware that a tragedy is unfolding nearby. Seagulls circle anxiously in the sky, as if sensing the approach of disaster. Pektesan gazes at the horizon, and in his eyes is the weight of memories. Since he met Enharin, her image relentlessly haunts him. He is overwhelmed by a strange feeling, as if the living soul of son Harian is in that girl, or is it just a ghost of imagination that does not give him peace? The woman nearby notices his anxious thought and quietly asks if he is okay. Pektesan does not explain, only coldly says that we need to hurry, and again looks into the sea as if searching for an answer there. But the inner anxiety does not let him go. In his heart pulses a sense of threat, and before his eyes emerges a terrible shadow, a pirate with burning red eyes. From the fog, pirate ships emerge closer and closer, their dark silhouettes threateningly approaching. But he doubts whether they will be able to break through further. There are too many enemies. And suddenly on the deck, she notices an old man who had recently been watching her. Approaching, the girl quietly asks if he knows the easiest way to the mainland. The old man thinks and explains, the best way is to break through the left side of the fence. Enharin hesitates. 2 enemy ships will definitely try to stop them. But the elder assures, that is exactly why someone must distract the enemy. Hearing this, she decisively agrees to take the left vessel upon herself. The elder takes the right, although he is worried about the girl. But Enharin does not worry about whether she will manage. There is no fear in her eyes. The old man only smiles, understanding. This young lady can truly be relied upon. He orders the people to follow Enharin, dividing the rest into 2 groups, preparing them for a brutal landing. Meanwhile, Pektesan and his team are moving to meet the pirates. He calls Kwayok, and the girl obediently approaches. Smirking boldly, Pektesan hints she suspects who he really is. Kwayok awkwardly replies that she is not sure. The gentleman insists. Still, she feels something. But the girl assures she has no idea. Pektesan silently looks at her with a cold gaze. At this moment, the mistress of the House of the Golden Jade anxiously notes, they have long left the territory where pirates usually hide. But they did not encounter a single enemy. Kwayok feels something evil. His heart tightens. Fear appears on her face. This is exactly what she feared the most. She suddenly declares, the young martial arts master is in great danger. They have probably fallen into an ambush. Pektesan does not ask for details. His gaze is confident. He orders to show him the way. At that moment, the navigator receives an order to steer the ship along the riverbed and increase speed. But Pektesan does not want to wait. He decides to use the art of movement. He orders Kwayok to bring the ship as close to the shore as possible and coldly adds, they will talk about this later. The upset girl obediently follows the order. As soon as the ship approaches the shore, the crew takes off into the air like an arrow. The sky blazes with the golden light of the evening sun. Before them stretch fields and mountains, urging to hurry. Chon Kenwan and Yusoan rush forward, focused and determined. Yusoan blames herself for not leaving together with the lady. Anxiety burns in her soul. Her face is tense. Beads of sweat glisten on her temples. Chon Kenwan looks at her in surprise. She does not look like herself at all. They fly further, swift like arrows. Chon Kenwan wonders, could it be that Yusoan cares so deeply for the lady? She did not know that everything would turn out this way. Suddenly, a lightning shadow flashed between them. Pektesan ended up ahead, breaking away so swiftly that they were left staring ahead in confusion. Standing in front, he reminded his subordinates to focus, otherwise a special trial awaited them. These words gripped them with fear, for this was what they feared the most. Meanwhile, pirate ships were approaching, their black sails rising in the sky like the wings of giant predators. Heavy footsteps sounded on the deck planks. Someone was approaching. And here stands the warrior in black, red eyes blazing, a huge blade in hand. He disdainfully throws words at the girl. But En feels a cold fear. Her heart pounds, her gaze fixed on the enemy. Behind the dark warrior, pirate squads are gathering. Their leader mockingly suggests surrender. Otherwise, death awaits everyone. But Enharin is not going to retreat. The elder warns her not to overexert herself and to retreat if it becomes difficult. She nods, gritting her teeth. Bekli Shanshon sharply commanded a turn, and the ship darted aside, dodging the strike. When he gave the order left helm, the ship turned to block the pirate's path. The pirate leader frowned, his eyes flashing with rage. The plan was falling apart. He orders to block the passage and not let them break through the blockade. But at this very moment, Enharin, together with the people of Bekli Chanchkon, unexpectedly goes on the attack. The next moment, the bodies of the pirates fly apart in pieces, and Haran confidently moves forward. She promised herself that this time she would not sit and wait for help. Landing on the deck of the enemy ship, she loudly gives the order for everyone to follow her. Her sword moves so skillfully that the subordinates freeze in amazement. Enemies fall one after another. Each strike knocks opponents down. She orders to keep enemies at a distance while their ship moves forward. Everything was going according to plan. She skillfully commanded the battle, trying to break through the blockade. A smile flashes across her face, just a little longer to hold on, and suddenly she hears a strange sound, becomes alert. Behind, pushing aside her people, the pirate leader breaks through. Haran suddenly turns around, eyes widening in shock. The threat is too close. There is no time. One of the warriors screams in pain as the blade cuts through his shoulder, blood splattering in the air. Haran orders to hold the defense until the last, until their ships pass. She tightly grips the sword handle. With a swift lunge, he throws himself forward, directing the blade straight at the pirate leader. The enemy's eyes blaze with a bloody light. He says that the girl turned out to be much more capable than he thought. Haran delivered a powerful strike from above, but the enemy skillfully deflected it. She ordered her subordinates to immediately carry out the wounded, assuring that she would take on the enemy herself. But the soldiers looked confused. It was hard for them to leave her alone in the middle of the battle. The enemy raised the blade and threateningly declared that even if others flee, she will become his slave for life. Suddenly a voice sounded from the side. The monsters flinched from surprise. A lightning strike sliced the enemy's arm. Blood splattered in the air. The warrior screamed and grabbed his wounded shoulder. His confidence vanished instantly. He staggered, and in the distance appeared the silhouette of Paek-Tasan, standing firm and motionless. Paek-Tasan slowly rolled the pebbles in his palms. His calm gaze radiated a hidden threat. But then she cried out joyfully, recognizing the master. Her face, just a moment ago full of fear, lit up with happiness. At this time, Chong Kenwan and Yusoen silently landed on the deck. They rushed to the girl, anxiously asking if she was all right. Haran's voice trembled as she asked how they found out about the danger and managed to come to help. Meanwhile, the wounded pirate could barely stand on his feet. His body trembled with rage and pain, and a curse escaped from his throat. He reached into his pocket, taking out a magical pill that could restore his strength. Haran immediately recognized the same pill mentioned by the divine doctor. Jeon Kenwan and Yusoen realized that he needed to be stopped. The pirate leader was burning with anger and brought the pill to his mouth, saying he would tear all the enemies to pieces. The magical pill almost touched his lips, but a sudden blow cut off his hand along with the pill. She rolled on the bloodied floor. The shadow of someone's foot approached her. It was Paek-Tasan who mercilessly crushed the pill, and said that one should not use hidden power so irresponsibly. He stood over the fallen enemy in the glow of a purple aura and declared that there were no healers among them, so it would no longer be possible to save him. The enemy writhed in pain and rage, for he had lost both hands. Paek-Tasan only mocked him and said that he was too noisy. He leaned even closer to the enemy. With his foot, he pressed his mouth shut. With a defiant smile, Paek-Tasan said that from now on, without his permission, the enemy will not even be able to die. Paek-Tasan gives the order to tie up the enemy with a cold look, and the subordinates immediately rush to carry it out. Yusoen and Jeon Kenwan grab the pirate leader by the hands and press him to the deck to tie him up. A crooked smile appears on Paek-Tasan's face. He realizes that the sought-after elixir was hidden right here. Standing on the ship's deck, he orders the others to stay in their places. In his eyes burns a cold determination, for there is one more task to complete. A dull roar rises from the crowd of pirates. Anxiety appears in their eyes because they have not yet realized what storm is approaching. Tasan's leg sharply pushes off the deck. The sound of the impact echoes. His body soars into the air like a predatory beast in a leap. The faces of the pirates are distorted with panic when they see Paek-Tasan above them. A group of pirates with burning red eyes freeze in hesitation, their throats emitting a hoarse growl. Tasan's foot thuds down on the wooden deck. The sky flashes with purple glimmers. Black spheres of energy fall around and explode, while Paek-Tasan stands at the very center of the chaos. The pirates fail to react in time. Their bodies are blown to pieces, and the purple flames incinerate everything around. On the sea surface, ships explode one after another, shining with purple light. Horror freezes on the faces of the pirates. They see all this but cannot believe their eyes. Paek-Tasan slowly and confidently approaches them. His fingers snap in the air. This move makes the pirates understand that they all must bow before him. Their bodies bend downward, and electric flashes burst from their chests. Paek-Tasan stands motionless, controlling the torture like a conductor with an orchestra. One of the pirates opens his eyes wide, pain and fear mixing on his face. Paek-Tasan smiles coldly and mercilessly. He explains that it is a limiting seal, and warns that any attempt to escape will end in an explosion similar to those that have already torn apart their comrades. The pirates stand petrified, their faces pale, and their hands tremble. Fear grips the chest of each one. Pek Tazon orders them to respond properly during the interrogation, or else he will blow them up. After this, he says that they will meet on the shore, and the pirates immediately flee. They jump from the ship into the water, trying to swim to shore as quickly as possible. Pek Tazon watches them with a defiant smile. His chest radiates waves of violet energy. He feels absolute power over them. Reaching the shore, the captured pirates surrender voluntarily, and most of the situation is already under control. Enharin feels slight disappointment, as she wanted to finish the matter herself. But when her companions appear, she feels great relief deep inside. After all, the enemy was too strong, and she would hardly have been able to cope with him on her own. Enharin stood alone, upset that everything had gone off her plan again. Suddenly she was frightened by Pek Tazon, who approached from behind and asked why she was standing with an empty gaze. But En was confused and did not know what to answer. Pek Tazon said coldly that if she was going to cry, she should do it somewhere else, as he hates such scenes. He ordered his subordinates to prepare the ship for departure, as it was necessary to deliver people to the annual combat alliance as soon as possible. His indifference upset the girl, but she dared to stop him. Pek Tazon froze without turning and listened attentively. Shyly, Enharin thanked him for the help and admitted that she was always ashamed to wait for someone's rescue. Pek Tazon turned around and looked at her with his cold gaze. He said that he would definitely return as soon as everything is finished, and he added that he suggests she wait for him to leave together, because he still has one unfinished matter. But En was surprised. She was struck by such a proposal, and she asked again if he really did not mind. Pek Tazon calmly replied that he had no reason to be against it. Enharin's face turned red with shame, and she agreed. Bekli Shanshon, watching them, realized that Pek Tazon was a very complex person. He recalled how only his aura made the half Jiangshi explode, and he wondered if the reason was exceptional internal energy. The elder realized that if the enemies dared to strike the annual combat alliance, then the power of Pek Tazon would become invaluable, and it was only necessary to persuade him to join. He looked at them carefully and realized that Enharin was obviously his fiancée. This girl also had a rare talent, and the elder thought that it would be possible to approach the matter through her. He felt sorry that she was already engaged to Murian from the Bekli clan, but he had a plan to kill two birds with one stone. But suddenly Pek Tazon felt his gaze. Turning around, he struck the elder with an energy discharge. With this gesture, he made it clear that it was not worth touching him. From surprise, Bekli Shanshon barely stayed on his feet. He fell to his knees, not expecting Pek Tazon to notice him. Breathing heavily, the elder was almost losing consciousness. He could not understand how he could be oppressed by the aura of a representative of the younger generation. After all, he was the older brother of the leader of the annual combat alliance and the elder of the Bekli clan. It never occurred to him that this guy was capable of using such power against him. Pek Tazon saw through the old man and understood the greed in his gaze. With his cold gaze, he made it clear that everything around belonged only to him and always would. Meanwhile, attention returns to the imprisoned pirate leader, who was completely exhausted. Other subordinates of Pek Tazon arrived at the scene and, seeing the prisoner, were shocked at how badly he had been beaten. They were glad that he had not managed to use his hidden energy. Yu Suen and Zhong Kenwan, who were guarding the prisoner, greeted the arrivals. One immediately asked where Mr. Beck was. At that moment, the warrior woman noticed him, and everyone froze in anticipation. Pek Tazon approached closer together with Enharin. His subordinates immediately stood at attention and bowed low, asking if he was all right. Pek Tazon did not respond, but only ordered to wake up the captured bastard. One of the subordinates approached and stuck a needle into his neck. The prisoner woke up, howling in pain. His eyes glowed blood red and saliva dripped from his mouth. The warrior who woke him up began boasting about his skill in acupuncture, hinting at his comrade's weakness. A dispute broke out between them, but Pek Tazon paid no attention. He was only interested in the prisoner. He approached him closer. In a cold voice, he asked if he knew where the other elixirs were hidden, as he absolutely had to know the answer. But in the end, Pek Tazon decided that he would handle it himself, without the help of that scoundrel. Stretching out his hand, he grabbed him by the hair so hard that the captive screamed like a wounded animal. The attendees watched the terrifying spectacle. Some did not even dare to look. Enharin stood stunned, not understanding what exactly he was doing with the prisoner. In an instant, the pirate lay on the ground, motionless like a corpse after terrible torture. Pek Tazon shook off his hands, calming the purple aura that was bursting out. Then he ordered everyone to follow him and declared that it was time to collect the rest of the elixirs. Their ship set out on a journey under the leadership of Pek Tazon, in search of what he had long sought to find. The atmosphere was tense. The mistress of the House of Golden Jade reported that after the interrogation, it was revealed that the attackers belonged to the group of 4 thieves from Guangdong. The main attacker was tied up on the deck, and the rest were to be found at the place they were heading to. For women, it was strange that this group had been active 50 years ago. and Harin stood silently behind, listening to their conversation. Ahead, Pektesan was discussing the next steps with his companions. Suddenly, Chernyavka approached Enharin, who noticed that the girl looked confused. Enharin did not understand why they were not returning to the Alliance and where exactly they were heading. Chernyavka answered clearly that they are going to destroy the remaining enemies. This caused surprise in Enharin, as they had no support. Yusuin noted that at first they will scout the situation, and if the forces are insufficient, they will immediately retreat. But looking at Pektesan, she realized that everything would go according to his plan. But Enharin could not get rid of doubts. Excitement shone in her eyes. Despite the danger, most warriors behaved calmly, as if they trusted an invisible force. The girl increasingly realized that everyone was held by confidence in Pektesani. His calm figure looked unshaken, as if he already knew the outcome of the upcoming battle. Kvaok looked ahead with the same cold determination. Enharin carefully looked at both women who were walking alongside Pektesan. A fire flashed in her eyes. She looked at the unfamiliar women with suspicion. Women she had never seen before. Yusuin explained that these are the mistresses of influential houses and heads of the Hao faction branches. And now they work for Mr. Pek. Enharin will feel even more strongly that Pektesan is an unusual person, and his power goes beyond the ordinary. The ships moved through the foggy waters, their sails blending with the shadows of the mountains. The squad landed on the shore and gathered in a circle, waiting for further instructions. The guides explained that the place was found thanks to information from Pektesan. Among the warriors, fear awakened. They did not want to go further because darkness lay ahead. They were promised protection as much as possible and were led forward. The next point was shown, and the squad moved deeper into the night forest. Two warriors, seeing this place, froze in horror. It seemed eerie. They did not hide their irritation and reproached the younger ones for their audacity and disrespect towards the elders. Their silhouettes were lost among the trees, and the journey was becoming increasingly exhausting. The mistress of the House of the Golden Jade assured that there was very little left, and the goal was already near. Kvaok informed Pektesan that they have been pursued by Bekli Chanchon for some time and suggested losing him from their trail. In the depths of the forest, a solitary silhouette was indeed visible, moving behind them like a shadow. But Pek ordered not to touch him, because he knew that Bekli Chanchon was just waiting for the right opportunity to take the glory for himself. Kvaok humbly agreed, but doubts remained in her eyes. Meanwhile, the older warriors grumbled, tired from the long journey and uncertainty. In response, they heard Hwaok's firm assurance that the direction was correct, and the enemy awaited ahead. The warriors wondered where she got such confidence. And finally, the doubts disappeared when Hwaok said that the mistress of the House of the Golden Jade has a rare sensitivity to auras. Pektesan walked silently ahead and without even looking back felt everything that was happening behind him. Suddenly, he turned around and glanced at Enharin. When his eyes met hers, the girl shuddered. That familiar feeling pierced her again. She had felt it before. The mistress of the House of Golden Jade noticed this and realized that Enharin had felt something again. She decided to ask about it later. Mr. Peck was informed that the enemy base is ahead, so they have arrived. A dark silhouette of a fortress, resembling a fortified base, rose on the horizon. Pektesan ordered Jian Kenwan to clear the way, and he accepted the order without hesitation. The fortress gates were cleaved by lightning-fast sword strikes. The warriors rushed into the yard with raised blades, ready for battle. Inside, alarm arose. The enemies shouted about an attack. Jian Kenwan rushed forward with determination in his eyes. His sword sliced through several opponents with one strike, and blood splattered in the darkness. The entire brigade broke through further. Their footsteps thundered across the stone courtyard. The battle erupted with fierce force, and from the very first seconds the advantage was on the side of Pektesan's squad. In an instant, Jian Kenwan and Yusoen defeated all the enemies, and the territory was completely cleared. They looked at each other and realized that together they had done a wonderful job. Enharin was amazed at how quickly they managed. She didn't even have time to see their movements, and she was even more shocked that Yusoen possessed such techniques. She wondered if Yusoen had grown that much after the fight with the half Jiangshi. Ta Pektesan noted that their movements were too slow for him and reported that after returning, they would face special training. Hearing these words, Jian Kenwan and Yusoen shuddered, realizing what awaited them. But Enharin did not understand why they were so afraid of this training. At that moment, the enemies ran out of the fortifications and shouted, asking who they were and how they dared to break in here. In response, the warriors of Pektesan took a battle stance, raising their swords upward. From the depths of the fortress came out the enemy, surprised that they were pursued so far. He approached, holding a huge spear in his hands, and understood that the opponents had overcome many obstacles to get here. Pektesan, shrouded in a purple glow, stepped forward and angrily reminded that those scoundrels still had not given him the elixir. The enemy's face was distorted by horror. He did not expect to meet Pektesan himself. From this reaction, the master understood that the elixir was hidden somewhere nearby. His hand tightly gripped the weapon, and from it burst the glow of a true lightning bolt. Paik Taesan ordered the people to hold the defense, and he himself prepared the next and even tougher trial for the enemies. Hearing these words, Chong Kenwan and Yu So-in shuddered, but promised to handle any task and not let even a fly slip by. Mr. Peck replied coldly that this still needed to be checked, and his body dissolved into the darkness. The enemy was confused and shocked when he saw that Paik Taesan disappeared simply out of sight. Their faces froze in anxiety as a flash of purple fire tore through the air. A powerful beam struck one of the buildings, breaking the silence around and pointing to a hidden source of power. In flight, Paik Taesan felt that the elixir was very close, and his eyes ignited with a fanatical fire. He reached out his hand and easily opened the door. Terrible creatures with burning red eyes emerged from the darkness, like undead guardians. A single strike of violet energy covered them and turned them into a hellish glow. The silhouette of Paik Taesan stood in the clouds of dark flame, like a demon descended into the world to destroy everything in its path. He took several confident steps, leaving the darkness behind, and continued moving toward the goal. His eyes flashed with purple light, and a smile appeared on his face because he realized that he had finally reached his main goal. The enemy looked around angrily, not understanding where Paik Taesan had gone. He set off in search, but behind him Yu So-in and Jung Kenwan had already raised their swords, preparing to distract him. They launched a furious attack and delivered an explosive strike. The enemy flinched, his legs buckled. They looked at him confidently, and Yu So-in said that his true opponents were standing right in front of him, and getting distracted was a mistake. Chung Kenwan and Yu So-in rushed forward again at a crazy speed, but the enemy was already waiting for their strike. His eyes shone with contempt. The next moment he pushed off the ground, leaving an explosive wave behind him, and soared upward. When they reached the place where they were supposed to meet him, they were stunned to find that the enemy had disappeared. He was falling on them from above, calling them arrogant fools. His blade sliced through the space between Yu So-in and Jung Kenwan. They did not expect such a sharp strike. Before them stood an enemy resembling a demon, with a spear in hand. He promised to grant their wish if they so desired death. Yu So-in and Jung Kenwan watched in horror, while En-Haran felt the enemy's aura suddenly change. From the darkness appeared an unknown character with a red aura, who disdainfully cast a reproach to his subordinate for still dealing with the scum. Seeing his older brother, the enemy froze with fear and began to justify himself, saying that he was just about to finish with them. In the darkness, the blood-red eyes of the new enemy flashed. He gripped the sword hilt and coldly reminded that there was almost no time left, ordering his brother to hurry. The younger one complied, taking a small pill from his pocket and squeezed it between his fingers with grim determination. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed the bitter essence, which immediately began to take effect. His body shuddered with pain. Dark energy crawled through his veins, bones cracked, and the scream turned into an inhuman howl. The enemy's eyes flashed, his chest swelled from the surge of power tearing him from within. He stood up and with the dark voice ordered his men to kill everyone who dared to step on their land, shocking even his subordinates. A crowd of warriors rushed forward, and he himself raced ahead like a black storm, leaving a trail of deadly aura. His face was distorted by a terrible mask. He longed to see the suffering of enemies and enjoy their torment. The blast of force tore through the air as his blade, forged with dark energy, struck down. Yu So-in and Jeon Kenwan panicked as they realized the enemy's speed exceeded everything they had seen before. They were blocking blows with their last strength, their bodies covered in wounds, but they held on. Chon Kenwan sharply pushed off the ground, trying to get at least a little distance. His heart clenched at the thought that even after harsh training he was not ready for such power. An even greater threat appeared ahead. A crowd of armed enemies rushed forward with wild screams. Their numbers were impressive, and En-Haran realized that there were too many enemies. They all rushed into battle, trying to repel the enemy's assault, but En-Haran doubted whether she could hold out until Paik Taesan arrived. Meanwhile, the main enemy was getting closer to Chon Kenwan and Yu So-in, who held their swords at the ready. Their blades clashed with the furious force of the enemy, and they barely held back his dagger. The enemy only mocked, confident in his superiority. The senior warrior, filled with dark energy, rushed forward, swinging his blades. But then she saw that Yu So-in was in danger, and her face filled with fear and despair. The powerful sweep of the enemy's blade left a bloody trail in the air, ready to cut through everything around. His eyes blazed with fury, his movements became even faster. Chon Kenwan and Yu So-in, crossing swords, tried to stop the deadly strike. But the enemy's strength was too great. The strike knocked the sword out of Yu So-in's hands, and he fell to the ground with a thud. In the darkness appeared the silhouette of Baekli Shanshon, who had been following their journey all this time. He focusedly acknowledged that he could no longer stand aside and decided to intervene. Seeing Baekli Shanshon, a hope for salvation flashed in En-Haran's eyes. The old man confidently declared that he would take on the enemy himself, as only he was capable of holding back this dark force. Chon Kenwan thanked the master with despair in his voice. Grabbing the sword, Bekli Chanchon said that he knows about their attack on the annual combat alliance and advises to simply surrender without unnecessary noise. His stern gaze pierced the enemies. He warned that this is the only way to save lives. The elder raised the sword upwards and sliced through the air. The atmosphere thickened. He aimed the blade at the enemies, waiting for a response. A column of purple flame rose above the building, a sign that the power of Pektesan had begun to act. Inside the whirlwind of energy stood Pektesan himself with a magical crystal in his palm. His face was adorned with a sinister smile. The guards ran inside and realized they were already late. They had to urgently inform the four thieves that their plans were ruined. Pektesan turned around and looked at them, his eyes blazing with demonic energy. Smiling, he realized that this power was on a completely different level and understood why the enemy had hidden it so carefully. The enemies shouted in despair, trying to understand who he was. They looked at the figure in the purple aura, asking why he always appears to ruin their plans. Pektesan sharpened his gaze and turned to the enemies. A glowing ball flared up in his hand, which quickly began to expand. The next moment, energy exploded from his palm, cutting through the darkness with purple beams ready to sweep away everything around. A powerful explosion scattered the enemies in all directions, their screams lost in the roar of power. Amid the clouds of smoke emerged the figure of Pektesan, filled with terrible power that made everything around tremble. His smile was cold. He called himself the Heavenly Demon. But the next moment he changed his mind and said that he was Pektesan, as if engraving his name in history with blood and fire. We moved to another battle where Bekli Chanchon faced the enemy. He looked exhausted and was breathing heavily. The opponent with burning red eyes demonstrated terrible strength, and the old man admitted that he was extraordinarily strong. Even in the annual combat alliance, Bekli Chanchon was among the top 10 strongest, but this enemy fought him on equal terms. He could not understand who these creatures were. Meanwhile, John Kenwan and Yu Soen felt their strength leaving them. Every movement became increasingly difficult. Concentration was fading. Their faces were covered in blood and sweat, but stubbornness ignited in their hearts. They could not lose after those special trainings that forged their will. With a desperate scream, they rushed forward, gripping their blades and attacking the enemy. The enemy roared fiercely, his eyes blazing with anger. He did not understand where this power came from in them. Raising the sword upwards, he decided to end everything here and now, unleashing all his power in one devastating strike. The sky tore apart from the explosion of light and power. Yu Soen and Zhang Kenwan stood before the storm, realizing that evasion was impossible. A surge of energy rolled in with a roar, as if a force of nature had crashed onto the earth, scattering debris and stones, and instantly the enemy exploded before everyone's eyes. A giant wave raised a cloud of dust, sweeping away everything around. Yu Soen and Zhang Kenwan, with wide-open eyes, did not believe in rescue and did not understand who exactly saved them from destruction. From the ruins, Pektesan stepped out with a calm stride, majestic and unshaken. He realized that his journey was only beginning, and many trials still awaited ahead. He admitted that he could not control his own strength and promised himself to learn to better control his emotions. From the fog emerged the silhouette of the enemy, choking on blood. He admitted that perhaps it would have been better for them to remain dead. He could not believe that they once ruled the world, and now had suffered such a humiliating defeat. But Pektesan ordered him to be silent. His gaze was cold and piercing. He watched silently. Bekli Chanchon and his enemy froze in shock at what Pektesan was actually capable of doing. But Pektesan, looking at the old man, could not believe that he still had not dealt with such a scoundrel, and expressed his disappointment to the annual combat alliance. This stunned the allies. Bekli Chanchon, stunned and frightened, realized that he had underestimated this monster. He decided to return to the alliance as soon as possible and report everything. The old master looked at Pektesan in despair, amazed that he was not going to help but simply ordered his men to follow him. Pektesan smiled a sinister smile, directing his gaze straight at the old man. Bekli Chanchkona was bursting with anger. He understood that this bastard did not care whether he survived or not. Pektesan walked calmly forward, raising his eyes to the sky as if the battle around him had nothing to do with him. His calm only frightened his allies more. The old master, blocking the enemy's strikes, gritted his teeth and cursed, not believing that Taesan would simply abandon him. The enemy, with a mad gleam in his eyes, understood that if Pektesan intervened, there would be no chance of victory left. He decided to use this moment. The blades of swords clashed again in a flash of sparks. Bekli Chanchon shouted in anger, feeling that he had just been betrayed. But Pektesan did not even look back. His steps sounded cold and relentless, and Haran, shocked, asked if the master really was not going to help Bekli Chanchon. But the cold look of Pektesan made her understand everything without words. Suddenly he raised his hands and let out a powerful scream that shattered the night silence. Bekli Chanchon, hearing this scream, did not understand what it meant. He thought maybe Paek-ta-san was using some technique or hidden weapon and still hoped for his help. But in the end, he only heard Paek-ta-san shout to him that he has to manage on his own. The old warrior froze at what he heard, his heart pounding wildly. He had never seen a madman like Paek-ta-san. Other observers stood stunned, not understanding whether it was support or outright mockery. Their faces expressed confusion. Meanwhile, the enemy attacked with furious rage, trying to break through the old man's defense. But Paek-ta-san did not even look back. The air was torn apart by red flashes of strikes. The ground trembled from the force of their confrontation. Baekli Shanshan tried to remain calm, understanding that haste would only harm. Their forces seemed almost equal, but he felt that the enemy must have a weakness. The opponent, confident in victory, unleashed a wave of hatred and prepared the final blow that was meant to decide everything. His eyes suddenly filled with shock, as if he had seen something unexpected. Baekli Shanshan's face became serious, and a sudden flash of blue energy cut through the darkness, making the enemy wary. The next moment, Baekli Shanshan's blade sliced through the enemy, delivering a fatal blow. Blood splattered in the air. The old man realized with relief that the most dangerous moment was behind him. The squad ahead moved behind the master, but some allowed themselves contemptuous words, assessing the master's strength. But Paek-ta-san said coldly that the old man was up to foolish nonsense again. One of the subordinates timidly explained that the old man's death could cause big problems and dared to ask why Paek-ta-san did not help him. Taeson replied coldly that he simply does not like his face. The next moment, he warned Chong Kenwan and Yu So-in to be ready to answer for their actions when they return. Both of them were thrown into a cold sweat, and their faces were covered with sweat because they understood what cruel punishment awaited them. And Harin stood behind, unable to understand why they were so afraid of him. She realized that it could no longer continue like this and dared to ask the master something important. Looking at Paek-ta-san, and Harin realized that she had spent her whole life only receiving help from others. And Harin decided that she no longer wants to be a burden to Paek-ta-san. From now on, she sought to stand beside the master as an equal. Finally, the girl dared to stop his steps. She confidently ran closer, trying to attract his attention. Her hand involuntarily reached forward, as if wanting to hold him and not miss the opportunity. The heart was pounding, and she confessed that she wanted to become part of his journey. Paek-ta-san did not immediately understand what she was talking about, but Harin firmly stated that she wanted to undergo the special training with which he scares his students. He stopped and looked at her with a cold gaze, in which surprise and silent agreement were mixed. A faint smile touched his lips. He accepted her desire. Paek-ta-san said that after returning, he would teach her the technique of the endless step. These words shocked and frightened Chong Kenwan and Yu So-in. He explained that this movement technique hardens the body and energy, but warned that the pain would be unbearable. But Harin looked determined and confident, despite the shouts of Chong Kenwan and Yu So-in, who yelled after her that she would regret it. Yu Sun sighed bitterly, for she knew that her friend had always been stubborn, and now Harin will endure any pain to become stronger. In the darkness of the mountains, a group of students followed the master, while some argued whether the pursuit of power was worth such sacrifices. Two of them sighed with relief that they would not have to master endless technology. But one warned that even a careless word could turn into disaster. During the argument, Hwaok, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt something strange. She sharply turned aside and realized that someone unknown was approaching them. Two students looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, the ground was shaken by a powerful explosion. A cloud of smoke rose into the sky. One of the warriors suggested that it was the old man's tricks again, who does not give them peace. His companion sighed discontentedly, saying it would be better if the old men sat quietly and did not cause problems. The interlocutor became angry upon hearing this, and was even more outraged when he realized that the other was looking him straight in the eyes, while he was only joking, pretending to miss his friend. Meanwhile, a wave of smoke and dust was rapidly approaching them. Two friends continued arguing, casting mocking glances. One remarked that the old warrior resembled their comrade, instantly provoking his indignation. Their argument only escalated until suddenly Baekli Shanshan appeared before them, angry and nervous. His eyes blazed with anger, his face flushed with blood. He barely restrained his fury, gritting his teeth. The next moment, the old man saw the one he hated the most. Paek-ta-san stood before him. Baekli Shanshan gritted his teeth, considering his opponent an arrogant youth, and swore he would break him as soon as he caught him. But Paek-ta-san did not even turn around. Rage seized the old man, and he lunged forward, raising a whirlwind of wind and a wave of dust behind him. But in a moment he froze, because two students were standing in front of him, calmly looking at him as if they were waiting for something. Catching his breath, Baekli Shanshan lowered his head and reluctantly admitted that he owed them his life. One of the students placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that the main thing now is that he survived. Both lifted the old man, turned him to the other side, and, embracing him, offered a glass of good wine, rejoicing that it was all behind them. At that moment, Pek Tasan and Enharin noticed a strange scene behind, trying to understand whom the warriors were embracing. One of them smiled and said to the master to go ahead, and they themselves would take care of everything. But Pek Tasan looked closely and immediately recognized Bekli Shanchan in the figure, deciding that something could still be gotten from him. Meanwhile, we moved to the residence of Hekran Bigwan, where an unknown man in a black cloak was heading. When he approached the entrance, the way was blocked by 2 giant guards, and from the depths of the residence came a commanding voice, ordering to let the stranger in. Drops of sweat appeared on the guest's face. He was seized by fear when he looked up. The guards looked like monsters, their eyes blazing with red flames, and their jaws resembled the jaws of predators. Inside, amidst luxury and concubines, sat the master of the residence. He cast a cold glance at the stranger and said that he was late. The master's concubines closely scrutinized the newcomer, examining him from head to toe. He stood silently, embarrassed, afraid to utter even a word. But the owner himself was the first to speak. His voice was cold as he reminded about the failure in Ihani and ordered to explain what went wrong. The alien fearfully replied that they managed to capture the black iron blacksmith. But after that, everything turned into a disaster and he lost everyone. Hearing this, the owner froze, shocked. He did not expect such a complete failure. The unknown man fell low to his knees, begging for death and acknowledging his sin as unforgivable. The master watched silently, his gaze piercing through. Eventually, he ordered the subordinate to rise. Putting the mantle on his shoulders, he sternly ordered to start everything from the beginning and check the plan from the very start to get to the truth. The alien did not even expect mercy, but bowed his head, accepting the order. The master reminded him that this was the last chance. He swore that he would not let him down again. He sat on the throne and women gathered around, their eyes shining with delight. The master's eyes flashed with a bloody light. His face became even colder. One of the women timidly touched his face. But suddenly her gaze froze with fear. A feeling of mortal danger pierced her heart. A stream of blood burst from her mouth, flooding everything around. The body shuddered from the internal impact. Other women screamed and fell to the floor, writhing in pain, choking on blood. The room was filled with their despair. The master calmly stood up and walked to the exit. His face remained merciless, and his eyes burned with a demonic glow. The ceilings and walls were splattered with bloody splashes, as if the room itself had witnessed a massacre. Dark bloodstains ran down the floor, leaving eerie imprints. The master came out, and at that moment he looked like a real demon. The events are transferred to the annual Combat Alliance. There, John Kenwan was exhaustedly training, practicing the technique of the endless step. His body was covered in sweat. Every movement was painful, as the technique involved slow but confident steps. From the outside, it looked simple, but the faces of John Gunwan and Yu Soen were distorted with tension. Behind them dragged the exhausted Enharin. The steps became increasingly painful. The muscles trembled, the body resisted. Pektesan silently watched them. The students had been training for 3 hours. Their strength was at the limit. They did not know how much longer they could endure. But Pektesan said coldly that stopping would mean death, as their bodies would simply explode. He explained that this technique strengthens muscles and tendons, making them flexible and resilient, like a body that gains resistance to poison. Enharin lags behind. She realized for the first time how difficult this path is. Determination flashed in her eyes. She decided that she would endure any pain and never allow herself to fall behind again. Pike Tayson watched Enharin with a faint smile, trying to figure out how much longer she could endure. In the silence, the door creaked. Someone's hand tensely grasped the edge. 2 doctors went outside, exhausted and drained. They could barely stand, clutching their heads and wondering where the old man got so much strength. Suddenly, one of them looked up and froze cautiously, hearing strange sounds from the side. He saw students with burning eyes, engulfed in the flame of inner strength, who stepped forward again and again. At the very center of this chaos stood Pek Tae-sun, watching them closely. The gentleman suddenly turned away, his gaze coldly fixed to the side as if he felt something. The faces of the doctors instantly filled with horror, as if a lightning bolt had struck them right in the chest. They hastily decided to leave, making up an excuse about medicine just to avoid his training. At this time, the head of the alliance, together with the doctors, was sitting beside the unconscious Bekli Chanchon. They stated that there are no serious injuries, so he should regain consciousness soon. The old man moved with difficulty, and then they reminded him. Today, Pek Taeson sets off on a journey with the divine doctor and the eccentric healer. Someone present noted that these 2 are the most needed. The head of the alliance admitted that there is still no way to fight the half Jiangshi. Even Pek Taesan acknowledged his own powerlessness. It was ordered to send 2 guards with them as well. With a serious expression, he added that even Pek Taesan himself would not be able to refuse such a condition. At that moment, Bekli Chanchon began muttering curses, calling Pika a freak, his body trembling with weakness and hatred. The head of the alliance leaned towards him with joy that the old man had finally come to his senses. Shanshan opened his eyes, pain, hatred, and despair burning in them. He got up from the bed, apologizing for the trouble, but the chief demanded an explanation for how he ended up in such a state. The old man, holding his head, justified that he had drunk too much wine, but his words sounded unnatural. Then he suddenly shouted that he was going to finish off the enemies, but the leader was surprised by his recklessness after the ambush. Shanshan explained that everything was exactly as the people of Beck said, and then the divine doctor and the eccentric healer approached him. He remembered how they sat together, laughed, and drank wine, and later he was left drunk and exhausted, alone in the darkness. His eyes were clouded with wine, his body did not obey, and he felt someone's anxious presence. In front of him stood Pek Taesan, enveloped in a purple aura, his silhouette radiating ominous power. The gentleman raised his hand, and darkness instantly enveloped everything around. The old man was seized by a burning pain. He grabbed his head, screamed in horror. His body trembled under the pressure of an invisible force. Bekli Chanchkona begins to break out in cold sweat. The head of the alliance does not understand what is happening to him. Suddenly the old man convulses. His scream tears through the room and fills it with horror. His face is distorted with pain, his eyes bulging, and pulsating light bursts from his forehead, as if a dark force is tearing his brain from the inside. The head of the alliance and the doctor are panicking, trying to understand the cause, overwhelmed by horror and confusion. They run out of the room to avoid hearing this, while the old man shouts after them, begging them to stop. The head of the alliance concludes that the old man's suffering is a result of the battle, and orders to take care of him. The servant bows deeply, accepting this order. The alliance leader walks away with a gloomy and upset face, leaving Chang Cheon to shout and justify himself. His words no longer change anything. The events are transferred to the House of the Golden Jade. Hwaeok reports to Pek Taesan that the head of the annual combat alliance requested that 2 doctors from the Murim alliance accompany them on the way back. She adds that they probably want to exchange research on Polujanshi. Park Taesan listens silently, his gaze attentive and cold. Hwaeok also reports that they are interrogating a demon from Guangdong, but strangely, he remembers almost nothing. Pek cautiously asks again if he really did not remember anything. Hwaeok explains that the demon does not even know why they became younger and does not remember who hired them. His goal was to kidnap the young generation of masters. Pek Taesan concludes that the enemies blindly followed the order, not knowing the true source, and orders to continue the investigation. But suddenly he changes the subject and ironically asks Hwaeok what exactly she saw in him. He thought he understood how she regarded him, but doubts were growing. Hwaeok is embarrassed, her lips tremble. She clearly did not expect such a question. Finally, she admits that she is able to see brief visions of a person's true essence. Pek Taesan leans forward with interest and demands to be told everything she saw. Hwaeok's voice trembles. She hesitates but begins to speak. She describes a black monster, dark as the abyss, that devours the world, and Pek Taesan in her vision merges with it, as if trying to take everything for himself. Having listened to her, Pek approaches and coldly says that her words sound fascinating. His gaze becomes even sharper. He orders to appoint a new master of the House of the Golden Jade. Hwaeok does not understand his words, and then his commanding voice announces that from now on, she will be his 10th subordinate. She is overwhelmed by shock and fear. She did not expect this at all. The ship with snow-white sails gently cuts through the waves under a clear sky, setting off on a new journey. The heroes gathered on the deck, among them standing out were Pek Taesan and the silent Hwaeok. One of the doctors asks in surprise why they need healers from the Murim alliance, since their own 2 are enough. Another suggests that the real reason is the master's distrust, and this thought immediately sparks a dispute. Hwaeok stands aside and silently gazes into the distance, her heart wandering with anxiety and doubts about her own role. She recalls it like a nightmare when Pek Taesan suddenly declared that the mistress of the Jade House should be replaced. He sharply adds that from now on, Hwaeok will become his 10th subordinate. Realizing the hopelessness, the girl accepts his order and agrees to serve. But deep in her soul, she admits to herself that she does not know how to act next or where this path will lead her. In the shadow, 2 Murim doctors have a secret conversation, but their glances are intercepted by Hwaeok. She silently gazes at both, carefully observing their behavior. Eventually, Hwaeok reports to Peiku that the new people belong to the Hall of 1,000 Remedies, and this arouses his curiosity. It turns out they are not only skilled healers, but also proficient fighters, which makes them special masters. When Pek asks about Zalu's connection with the Murim alliance, she admits that she does not know yet but promises to find out. Hearing the response, Pek acknowledges its usefulness and adds that her abilities are perfectly suited for the Hao faction. Hwaeok gratefully accepts his words and notices that his companions also look amazing. She adds that in each one she sees a reflection of Pek himself, as if a part of his essence lives in them. Remembering their faces, Hwaeok quietly sighs, realizing that once they all still knew how to smile before they became his servants. Peck only smiles interestedly, and the girl realizes that even more secrets lie ahead of her. Meanwhile, on the deck, two doctors begin to argue, drawing the attention of others. Peck approaches and harshly grabs them by the hair, demonstrating power. They tremble with fear, and Hwalk watches with dread, noting their difference from the others. One of the subordinates bows and apologizes for the interruption, reporting that the ship is approaching the base where the pirates are holed up. The woman replies coldly that she is no longer the mistress of the house, and asks where he got this information from. The man admits that he was once a pirate and knows their habits well. He adds that some managed to escape. Peck asks suspiciously if anyone really managed to escape alive. The former pirate confirms. The security was serious, but the escapees said they were just lucky. The divine doctor mockingly notes that the reason is not luck, but that the guards simply failed in their duty. He looks closely at the man and adds that there is something suspicious in his words, so it is better not to trust him. The frightened man begins to justify himself, assuring that there was a lot of security, so there really could have been Polochanchi there. Peck narrows his gaze and coldly asks why he speaks as if he has seen everything with his own eyes. The man, in despair, swears that he is only passing on rumors and has never witnessed the events. The tension rises. Peck silently watches him, making him break out in a sweat from fear. Suddenly his gaze sharply falls on Kwok. At that moment, the girl bursts out, pleading for forgiveness for not checking this man earlier, wondering if Peck himself suspected her. With a sudden movement, she grabs the man by the hand, showing readiness to act, skillfully blocks his movements, proving that he is hiding the truth. The man falls to the floor, holding his broken arm, and in despair asks why this is happening to him. In response, he hears coldly, "Why did he betray?" They grab him by the neck, but he panics, trying to prove that he would never do that. The next moment, he is thrown against the deck so hard that a dull sound spreads over the sea. The divine doctor grabs his head in amazement at how the spies managed to sneak so close and how far their connections extend. Kvayok reports that this man was in the Hao faction for over 5 years, and she could not have imagined that all this time he was a spy. It turns out the enemy set a trap. Barely conscious, he still tries to justify himself, assuring that he is not a spy. Peek leans closer to him and says that he doesn't care whether he is a spy or not. The man does not understand the meaning of these words. Boldly smiling, Peck looks at the exhausted one, realizing that they wanted to trap him. The man, drenched in sweat, understands that justifying himself is pointless. There is no more sense in it. Peck's eyes flash with demonic light, a red aura rising around him. His voice commands to speak everything until he erases the soul to dust. Some time passes, and the ship almost reaches the enemy base. A huge base appears before the heroes. It is much larger than they expected, and it is clear that its leader is far from weak. The ship approaches the majestic tower near the pier. Peck feels that this is a trap, but such games are familiar to him. He has encountered similar ones more than once. Back when he was the Heavenly Demon, entire alliances of clans built traps hoping to catch him. A smile touches his face. He remembers that all those attempts were in vain. It is interesting what the enemies have prepared this time. In the depths of the building, someone in the shadows smiles sinisterly, and behind his back, green energy flashes. A powerful stream of green light bursts from the top of the tower, and Peck does not understand the nature of this force. He takes a few steps forward. Peck informs his companions that he will go alone from now on, and orders them to hold the rear. They refuse. It is too dangerous. He only throws a cold glance over his shoulder with a slight smile. For someone, this is danger, but not for him. Chon Kenwan will still try to stop him, but in vain. Peck says that if he is really threatened by something, then Chon Kenwan and Yu Soan must try even harder. And he adds, he does not think that the future enemy will be within their power. Above the sea rises a gloomy tower of enemies. From it emanates threat and cold. Inside, someone is the first to notice movement and raises the alarm about an invasion. Peck Tasan raises his hand covered in dark energy, preparing to unleash his power. The guards raise an alarm and rush into battle, trying to stop the enemy. But in a moment their enthusiasm changes to shock and confusion. The figure of Peck Tasan dissolved in the purple glow which they could not have anticipated. The satellites silently watched, realizing that this was the beginning of a real battle. Doctors understand. There is no retreat. Action must be taken quickly and decisively. Peek approaches closer to the tower illuminated by green light and feels that this energy is on a completely different level. Looking up, he acknowledges that the opponent surpasses everyone he has met before. The baker touches the heavy doors with his hands. With a decisive movement, he opens the massive door and enters the hall filled with tension. A confident voice echoes from the shadow. He was already expected. The baker walks forward, carefully climbing the stairs. His figure appears in the light of the door, and the tension in the air becomes even more palpable. By the window stands the enemy, calmly looking outside as if everything is under his control. He contemptuously speaks about the weakness of his people, calling them worthless for failing to hold the defense. Peck's gaze becomes cold and serious. He catches every word of the enemy. The opponent, with a smile, notices how Peck's allies are skillfully fighting below. He acknowledges their strength and suggests that it was Peck who made them so desperate. A sly smile appears on his face, hiding a dangerous intention. His gaze flashes with a red glow, and he calls the hero by name, recognizing Peck Tasan. Peck meets him with a cold and calm gaze, without uttering a single word. The enemy turns to him, solemnly calling himself Gok Yandon and issuing a challenge. Peck presses his lips, focuses, and determination burns in his eyes before the inevitable confrontation.